studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Bounce feed to Marshall, back to CJ. Pop another three. Oh! Rumble, young man! Straight away!
Rumble, young man, rumble. Apparently, the Dallas Mavericks facing Muhammad Ali last night. Good morning, Metroplex. An absolutely crazy day to get through here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And last night, the Dallas Mavericks suffer 2 losses and a big, fat L after the game right in Luka's thigh.
Yeah, big fat L. I kept trying to figure out exactly what happened. Like, it's obviously, it obviously was one of those, like, a muscle pull kind of things. But, like, how? There was no contact.
No, well, this is stemming back to right after the All-Star break. He said he started to feel it February 23rd against the Spurs. People that were at the game the other night at the AAC just noticing him laboring a ton. It's very hard for me. I know this is going to sound harsh, but a buddy from mine back in high school was texting me. I guess he's doing fantasy basketball or FanDuel, one of the things. He's like, man, Luka's hurt. And I was like, he's always like grimacing. He's always lumbering slowly. When he's arguing with a referee, he's kind of going half-assed back down the floor, but he saw it, and so did a lot of others, that Doncic just wasn't right, and this has been happening now for at least over a week, and finally last night, Luka could not take it anymore. It wasn't one particular instance. Sometimes it's just hard to separate the egg from the yolk because, I call him Micah Doncic. Micah will always come with but now the Mavs are in some serious trouble. Just when it looked like they were getting out of the play-in fray, sitting there as the number 5 seed, you beat New Orleans, you solidify your playoff positioning just a little bit more. Now you may be without Luka Doncic for a little bit. This was Luka updating the injury after the game.
It's not good. It's been going for 1 week, maybe more. I just can't really push of that leg. Just getting my rhythm, running. I can feel it, but mostly probably on the jump shots, because we need both legs. So pushing off, it's been really hard for me. I will try to play. I think first quarter wasn't that bad, but then it kept going, so it got really worse, especially in the third. I just try something, just to stay together. I don't know, but it didn't really help. It was, like I say, it was going more and more, and then I could barely run. So normally I got hit in the thigh, but this one I didn't get hit, so it's kind of weird for me. So I really don't know what it is. I don't know. It's weird. I think it was second game after the All-Star, something like that. We try, tomorrow we're gonna do MRI, so we'll see everything is fine. But just ice it. I think therapy. And that's it. I think we're gonna see more tomorrow.
Ice it, huh? All right. Let's see what happens. That MRI, just the word MRI kind of scares you. You see what grade the strain is. You see what grade the injury is, or whatever it may be on any player. The word MRI just kind of throws you off, scares you a little bit.
So that's not good. Next game is on Saturday. Thankfully, Ja Morant will be missing as the people dropped like flies yesterday in the NBA. Luka, Brandon Ingram, that's what makes this loss sting even more. You lost the game, Luka gets hurt, and Brandon Ingram was out, by far their best player. And then Muhammad Ali comes in the form of C.J. McCollum, who I believe at one point scored 16 straight points, 13 of his 32 in the final 4 minutes. He was unconscious, made Tim Hardaway look like Reggie Bullock in terms of being cold. McCollum completely took over this game. The Mavs were sloppy and ugly throughout. These lineups out there with Holiday and Josh Green not working. We got a Jaden sighting with a humongous dunk, so it's nice to get some athleticism out there, and now they're going to have to rely on the rookie even more moving forward. But Ja Morant is out for the Grizzlies' next 4 games. Thankfully, 2 of those 4 will be against us. and Luka can rest until Saturday at Memphis, 7 o'clock.
Let's rest for a while. Let's rest for a while.
We may have to look back through this schedule and figure out if there was a period where he should have rested more than that. It's tough because
it's been a tough schedule.
After the Spurs, you had the Lakers, Indiana. They lost that game anyway. Philadelphia. I was at the Pacer game and I wasn't like looking at him. He had again. There's always like a tweak or a little small grimace, but I wasn't like he's laboring going up and down the floor. He looked totally fine to me. Then you had Philadelphia, Phoenix, Utah, and then the Pelicans last night.
Yeah, now the reality is you could have said any of them. There's like no such thing as a big regular season game that isn't in the NFL. There's no such thing. You can skip it, you can miss it, you can play, you can win, lose.
Well, but they're in a
they are
precarious situation right now with this play-in, Western Conference being packed as tight as it is.
They are, but I mean, every team's going to have guys that are taking load management days. You've got to be able to take those. If you can't take those load management days, what are you going to do? Play 75 games in a year? I mean, that's tough for anybody. Or play 20 out of 22 games down the stretch. Guys in today's NBA just don't do that. And I wonder if they've been pushing him too hard to force cohesion between him and Kyrie Irving.
Oh, yeah. And he picks up tech number 15.
Does that mean one more is a suspension?
Yep. Cool. One more is a suspension, and any tech after that is an automatic one-game suspension.
Cool. All right, Draymond. He's like the Mavs Draymond there.
Who's on the Grizzlies? Is it Dylan Brooks?
Yep.
He's already reached that threshold. He's already hit that. The new bad boy of the league.
By the way, what happened to Josh Green? Ever since he came on the show, he has been awful.
Yeah, not good. Holiday, not good. So you have Hardaway. Dwight Powell got going like really early last night. Getting going for him is going to be alley-oop dunk opportunities. But now the Mavs are in trouble. And then to make things even more bitter, Porzingis last night with 43, 5 and 5, the tallest player ever with that stat line for the Wizards. And then Kevin Durant, how would you like to be paying money at that game? You're sitting there at the Suns game, probably seeing Kevin Durant in that uniform for the first time. He slips in the layup line and goes down. It didn't look like they were rushing on out there to carry him off the court, but they ruled him out. Phoenix still beats OKC by 31.
That's a killer because Durant obviously it's a different leg, but anytime a guy who's had ankle issues or Achilles issues in the past, you hate to see that. But that was very weird. It's like why is the floor wet? Players don't slip on dry floors. They wear new shoes every game almost. It makes no sense that he would slip. Something was wet there. That was very, very strange. But I'm with you. Imagine you pay for that game.
You can be the number 5 team, but just like that, you can be the number 8 team. And now we're a game and a half up on the Lakers in the play-in situation. Wolves, Mavs, Lakers, Pelicans. Ooh. Not good. Maybe without Luka.
No, not good at all. And you mentioned Holiday. I'm convinced I'm a better jump shooter than he is. He was awful. Like he was not even like making contact with the rim on like 2 of those 5 jumpers. Thank God they got him out of the starting lineup. Thank goodness. This guy was given minutes he never deserved.
0 for 5. 0 for 5 from three-point land. Those are all his shots. Christian Wood was a nice flash. He only played 26 minutes, 15 and 8. You're going to have to rely now on Wood. You're going to have to rely on Hardy. Hope that Tim Hardaway stays red hot as Kyrie is now going to have to carry this load. He ended up with
Frank.
27 points. Frankie Smokes.
Yep.
Frank Ntilikina getting 9 minutes. Pinson getting 3.
Woo!
So a crazy night in the association. And we didn't even get to the Sean Kemp drive-by. The Rain Man. Sean Kemp involved in a drive-by shooting. Texas Tech's coach steps down. Chris Beard going to replace him. And RJ was basically dancing in the parking lot over the retirement of Jim Boeheim. College basketball craziness as well as this Thursday morning with Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Texas.
There's your intro music, Choppy.
Man, the Big 12 coming in with a hype song for their Big 12 tournament. Not bad. Not bad. Usually those songs they don't hit, right?
Who sang that?
I didn't see who sang it, but they did a nice job, I thought. I thought they did a pretty nice job with it. Way better than that grossly overrated One Shining Moment that nobody truly likes. They just say they like it.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No,
you don't.
It's really good.
It's awful. It's a one shining moment.
But
Nobody
you know
likes
it's
that
March
song.
because of it. You know it's March Madness because of
Well,
that
it's
song.
April because that song usually happens in April. But it's still terrible. It's terrible, Peyton. But yesterday was really the start of the big conference tournaments. Texas Tech, they lose to West Virginia in the Big 12 tournament, so their season is over from the NCAA's perspective, 78-72. And then Oklahoma State, this was a big one for them. The thought was from Mr. Lazy Joe Lenardi, who this time of year, we care about him for 3 weeks, and he went 5 days without an update like 2 weeks ago. Like, bro, come on.
Joe Lays Nardi.
He said if Oak State wins,
Joe Latardi.
There you go. He said if they win, they're in. They won 57-49 over Oklahoma. So, and then the rest of the conference, well, there'll still be some buys, but you really get going today.
The big story in Lubbock, Mark Adams steps down. Days after he was suspended for the inappropriate, unacceptable, racially insensitive comment, according to the school. This, of course, was using, in his mind, the Bible with a slavery reference to try to get through to one of his players. He gone. See you later. There was already some heat on him after their season, 16-16, 5-13 in conference play. And now they try to still continue to find a replacement for Chris Beard, who is apparently getting ready to take his next job.
Yep, there's talk that he is the front runner for the Ole Miss job. Okay. My question is, why would Texas Tech not just try to get Chris Beard back? Hey, come on home, man. Bring him home, dude. Let's see what happens. But it doesn't appear they want to go down that route. They're looking at Grant McCaslin up at North Texas, at Paul Mills at Oral Roberts. We'll see. We'll see which route they go. But Chris Beard showed that you can win there. He showed you can win there. And he'll win at Ole Miss if he goes there, no doubt about it. I mean, they've had situations where they've been highly ranked before, so he'll be fine. But I was first of all, I was a little bit surprised that his name popped up already.
Yeah.
And then I was a little bit surprised that it wasn't Texas Tech. I mean, it seems like it's a perfect fit, but maybe they're like, you've already burned us once. We're not going to let you do it again.
It's like, should the Longhorns have, been more patient with this? If Chris Beard is already coming back to coach, should they have just waited this out a little longer?
Well,
or was it just going to be too long in the regular season?
Here's what the University of Texas is going to have to figure out. You're going to the SEC. There are no rules there. Okay, there are no rules. Coaches don't get fired because of the up and up. They get fired because of the win-loss record. That's the reality. It's a harsh reality. It's cold, maybe. It's probably the wrong decision, but that's the way it happens in that conference. And that's what you got to do. That's the game you got to play. You could be a higher authority. You can have a higher moral compass, but you can't in the SEC. You got to cheat to win. Cheat to win in that conference.
And then you were dancing in the parking garage this morning over the retirement after 47 years.
Was it a retirement, Sean, or was he forced out?
Forced out, Jim Boeheim.
That's the question. Was it a retirement, or was he forced out? I happen to think
Bob Knight. I hesitate to throw Parcells into that mix, but he's of the same cut. But, man, I'm just wondering how people are going to remember Jim Boeheim, because he's like the Mike Francesa of coaching.
Yes.
Legend, monster, Hall of Famer, but kind of remembered more as a joke at the end and just getting made fun of.
Yeah.
Even in his press conference, he's like, I announced it the other day. Turn this music off. Good Lord. I've heard this 19 times. Put the Big 12 hype music back on.
Yeah.
Jim Boeheim was like, you missed it the other day. I made the announcement.
Yeah.
I told you I was retiring. It's just no one noticed.
No, nobody noticed. Now, I saw, and this is what's going to happen today, okay? This is going to be one of the worst days. Yesterday was a great day because he was no more. Today's going to be insufferable because you cannot find a radio station in America that doesn't employ somebody from Syracuse.
Yeah.
Okay, on the national level. And they love this guy. They eat this guy up. So they love him. And they are going to be insufferable today. Oh, Jim Boeheim on the Mount Rushmore of college basketball coach. What? Mount Rushmore? He won one title thanks to Carmelo, and he ran a fraudulent defense, a 2-3 zone, because he knew he couldn't win any other way. He ain't better than Coach K. He ain't better than Roy Williams. He's not better than Dean Smith. He's not better than John Wooden. I mean, Jim Calhoun, insufferable as well, is better than him. And then we have to go through all the old hats, the Fog Allens and the Rups.
I mean, is he? What about my boy Bill Self? What are you gonna get a Kansas coach up in there?
Mr. February?
Mr. February.
He's got a couple of titles. He's got 2, right?
So
I would take Bill Self over him.
That's everything in college hoops. How about this news late last night? Sean Kemp, the Rain Man. If you are a young Tolo, just go and look up Sean Kemp highlights. I mean, one of the most forgotten, nastiest dunkers of all time. Those supersonic teams were so fun. He was arrested yesterday and booked in connection with a drive-by shooting. Tacoma police said an altercation between occupants of 2 vehicles near the Tacoma Mall led to shots being fired. No injuries were reported. One of the cars fled the scene. A gun was recovered. Investigation ongoing. Sean Kemp was booked on a felony drive-by shooting charge at 6 p.m. last night, 4 hours after the incident. By the way, John Morant is going to escape criminal charges as he's gone for the Grizzlies, at least the Grizzlies' next 4 games. But Sean Kemp, drive-by shooting charge.
Yeah, that's terribly sad to hear about him. He is like there's like 3 levels of Sean Kemp that I remember. One, the super high flying badass guy, and then it's like fat Sean Kemp at the end of his career.
Yeah,
and then post career Sean Kemp has been a little bit, it's not been the best post career for a player. So that kind of stinks to hear.
Has he done? What other incidents has he had?
I feel like I remember just like sadness. Like he hasn't had necessarily any incidents, but like I think I saw him one time, not in person, but like on TV. I was like, man, it just looks sad looking at Sean Kemp right now.
Yeah, he did an unveiling for the Kraken in Seattle.
Maybe that's what it was.
He was sitting up there next to Gary Payton, and he was looking a little rough. So that is going to be the Sean Kemp investigation that takes place in connection with a drive-by shooting. All right, this led all the local news last night. This is our guy. We're going to see if we can get him on today or tomorrow. The press conference from the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin breaking down up there, explaining the incident at the Super Bowl that we were right in the middle of in Phoenix, and also bringing up slavery and lynching when it comes to his case. The Playmakers press conference. We also have some Kyrie worry. What is this going to do for Kyrie? Looking at this Mavs situation moving forward. An update on DeAndre Hopkins, maybe with the Cowboys. A crazy Thursday edition with a Michael Irvin update you need to hear next.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Thursday, y'all. Not fist pump time. Bobby Belt in studio.
Every time is fist pump time.
What is that in your bag? What is that? I'm talking to you, Choppy.
That is protein powder.
Hold that up. Look at that. Looks like cement mix right here.
I need my teen, so I got protein here for number 1, protein here for breakfast number 2.
Look at that.
And then eggs for breakfast number 3.
The raw eggs,
man,
according to the G-Bag Nation.
All the teen. It is time, man. It is. We got Mexi coming up here.
Gosh.
Going to Sexico here late April.
Jesus.
How much protein do you consume a day, do you think? How many
Ideally,
grams?
I weigh 230, so ideally 230 grams.
I was going to say, see, that's what when Colby Sapp left here and got all jacked, that was his diet, was a gram of protein for every pound that you weigh. Yeah. And so Colby started eating like 200 grams of protein a day.
I think ideally I want to do 0.8 per pound, but I don't want to do the math.
That makes sense.
All right, so yesterday, the playmaker Michael Irvin and his attorney had their press conference. Some really frustrating things. I mean, and that's just us reading it, knowing Michael a little bit, but just imagine Michael going through all this stuff. The way it looks, this all looks positive for Michael. Mike Florio is going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. It was supposed to be a day after discovery evidence was seen. So why would you call a press conference if you were guilty, right? So he sat up there with his attorney. His attorney said that he was able to watch the surveillance video. He was able to watch it, but he wasn't given a copy of the video. He wasn't allowed to record what he saw. He wasn't allowed to show it to Michael Irvin. What?
Yeah.
Now, the Marriott, to be fair, said we gave Michael an opportunity to come view it. He did not do so. So Michael and his attorney filed an emergency motion to force the Marriott to surrender the video. He had on the two guys that had been with him this entire time, these supposed eyewitnesses in the hotel lobby. This led all the major news channels yesterday as I'm checking in on NBC5. Here's Michael Irvin speaking on what happened.
I want to start by saying I appreciate all the support that I've gotten from everybody, from people and from friends. And I'm not talking about just in this moment. I'm talking about over the years. People that have followed me, my whole career, the peaks, and certainly through the valleys. But this sickens me. This sickens me. Because in this great country, this takes me back to a time where a white man would accuse a white woman would accuse a black man of something. And they would take a bunch of guys that were above the law, run in the barn, put a rope around his foot and drag him through the mud and hang him by the tree. Not a thought about what would happen, not an investigation, not after repeated attempts of people trying to go and say, guys, here's what really happened. Here is what really happened. Here are witnesses that'll say this. Here's witnesses that'll say that. They said, we don't want to hear. We do not want to hear.
That's part one, coming out strong, going back to the days of lynching and using that in his press conference.
Yeah, like that point was made, and it was made very clear. Now, generally, I just can't stand when somebody compares or references slavery or Nazism or lynchings, because I think I don't think you can ever compare anything to that. And the people that went through that, I would assume they would say the same. I don't know. I just don't like any kind of comparisons ever drawn to those things. But that point was made very, very clear, and I thought that if you were going to do it, that he actually did it quite well. If you were ever going to compare something to that, which I don't usually like, but I thought that he would have done that. He did that very well.
Well, it's like a cancel culture thing overall. Michael made it more racial. That's his prerogative. That's his business. But the fact that someone can just point you out, accuse you, and you're taken off the air, and your income is frozen, and your livelihood is possibly completely over with and done.
Yep, I have.
And you don't get a right to see the evidence.
Right.
And the people that are accusing you, the company, is not cooperating in terms of letting you see what you did.
Yeah, like the NFL. If
You're
I was
getting
Michael,
canceled by a ghost.
If I was Michael, I'm suing the NFL Network if they don't bring me back. Even if they do bring me back, I'm still suing them.
It can be like Sage Steele.
Where's my? Thanks for having my back, guys. Let's find this out before we do anything about it. You took me off the air. That told me that you thought I was guilty immediately. Marriott convicted him before they talked to him. Before a single person was spoken to, they convicted him the moment they kicked him out of that building. They punched and asked questions later. And you can't do that.
Marriott's acting like a side that knows they've lost.
Yeah.
Which is great for Michael, but it's also got to be completely frustrating, which is why whatever analogies he wants to make, whatever, like Chop said, even if you don't normally like those types of analogies, whatever analogy he wants to make, however he wants to flesh it out, however he wants to discuss it, I think is completely fair given the fact that he almost had his livelihood snatched away, basically. And I mean, even still now, have it snatched away. I was about to say, even still, there's no telling how he's going to bounce back from this or what he'll have available to him after this. But it's just Michael getting emotional like that. All the other times that things have come up before or like there have been accusations, he's always been very level, I feel like, and never let him see a sweat. You can tell this one is really bugging him.
Here's part 2 of Michael at his presser.
How can I defend myself if I don't even know what I'm defending myself against? They asked me, they said, do you remember this girl you met in the lobby? I work and I live in hotels. I stay in hotels all year long from August to September. I meet people every day walking in and out of a lobby. I couldn't even tell you what she looked like. I don't know. I don't even know who I'm talking about when I'm talking about I'm supposed to do something. This just blows my mind that in 2023, we still dragging and hanging brothers by a tree. That blows my mind that I have no opportunity to defend. I don't even know what I'm defending. And absolutely, to not listen to the court. Marriott is above the law. Because I still haven't seen this tape. I haven't seen this tape. I want to see what I'm being accused of, why I've had put my whole life on hold, why my family had to endure it. And if I did something wrong, I'll suffer the consequences of me doing something wrong. But if you did something wrong, you meaning them, then they should suffer the consequences of what they did wrong.
And thanks to Joey for cutting up this audio. So a few things. Number one, a couple people may go, yeah, right. You know, if I hadn't heard all the choppy stories and gone out to dinner with Michael the one time that we all got together, I would have been like, you don't remember, you don't know who the girl was. When you see Michael Irvin in public, it is a whirlwind of any major celebrity.
Oh, yeah.
I totally buy. He doesn't even recall or remember. You stop for 15 pictures in the lobby, and Mike will stop more than others. And when we went to the restaurant that night, it was insane. It was crazy with the amount. The room realized he was in there, and it was just over and over and picture and pose and hello and this and that. And he's very interactive, right? He's very social. He'll treat you just like your Emmitt Smith out there in terms of acting like he knows who you are. So that made sense to me after being out with him one time, that he doesn't even recall who this girl is or couldn't draw out her face in a police sketch. Number two,
but part of that is also like we were in Phoenix the same time he was. Quick. What the lady look like that checked us in at the hotel?
I don't even know if it was a lady. Was it a lady?
I don't know.
That's my point. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
you know, of course you don't remember. Now, like we had conversation. Like we all try to like sit there and you know be overly nice or charm someone to get a better room. And that's a minute-long conversation. We're probably at the desk longer than Michael was talking to this girl, according to his side of the story.
Oh yeah.
I just to pull the curtain back a little bit, we're leaving yesterday. We're down in the parking garage, and Sean's asking me who's on the call for the ESPN broadcast tonight with the Mavericks. I'm like, hey, who's on the call tonight? Let's find that out, and then maybe we'll look at booking somebody. I was like, okay, sure. Like, I instantly forgot about it. And we get it back later, and Sean texts me like later in the afternoon. He's like, hey, who was on it? I was like, oh my gosh, it completely left my mind. Like, those sorts of things leave my mind every day. If I was running into all the people that Michael does and seeing them and having that many casual encounters like that, I don't think I'd remember anybody, to be honest.
So there's an update on the playmaker. There's something he breaks down because I think he was thinking when the two guys who were in the lobby were vouching for him yesterday, I think he was just thinking in his mind, what if they weren't there? Mm-hmm. If those two guys are not there as eyewitnesses, how much more trouble would he be in? We'll play you the rest of the Michael Irvin presser a little bit later on. The Cowboys are working on a resolution to bring Tyron Smith back for a 13th season, which could include a reworked contract. He's due $13.6 million in the final year of his deal. You had a pretty cold-blooded line in your email that I don't know if you're going to repeat.
Yeah, I mean, just they need to rip the Band-Aid off because at this point, Tyron is better at blocking progress than he is edge rushers. And I mean, look, let's be honest about it. His health, his availability. He
better not start at left tackle. He better not
I
start.
think if I was a betting man, that's where I would guess this is heading. Now, look, depending on what he's brought back at, depending on, what his salary is and what the plans are for him, if they just plan on using him like Jason Peters and he's a swing, fine. I am so in favor of that. That's fine. I don't believe that would be the plan for Tyron Smith. And so I think what it would be more about is let's bring in, Tyron back and we'll move Tyler Smith to left guard and we'll have that. And it's like, no, okay, look, you guys have a nice coupling of young, high upside tackles with Terrence Steele and Tyler Smith. Do not go backwards on this one.
Well, if they have a nice coupling with them, they need to uncouple from Tyron then. By the way, if they're going to bring him back, they should pay him by the play. Pay him a higher rate, but by the play.
If they're going to bring him back, they save $8 million if they cut him pre-June 1. If they bring him back, he needs to take at least an $8 million pay cut.
Well, he's definitely going to take a pay cut.
It needs to be at least that much. I think it needs to be that or more. If this is anything short of the savings you get from cutting him, it's a bad move.
Again, the Cowboys legacy program kicking in. Mm-hmm. We just can't say goodbye to Zeke.
No, it's
just can't quit you. Man. Yeah.
This team probably still offers. Well, I can't say that because it's a bad joke. It doesn't make sense because old companies still offer pensions, but the NFL actually literally does offer a pension. Mm-hmm. But you get the point. Like they haven't the Cowboys would be the franchise, the company that hasn't gone to a 401k yet. They're just old. They're just run a different way.
And then DeAndre Hopkins admitted on the Pat McAfee show he's been hearing a lot of trade talks. Ian Rappaport said, my understanding is if a trade did happen, he'd be flexible on the last 2 years of his contract rather than shoot for a top-of-the-market deal.
Which is great to hear. But it's also, Von Miller was like, hey, I'll cut you all a discount. So many different guys have been like, I'll cut you all a discount. And then they see what the Cowboys mean by discount. They go, oh, no, not that much.
Yeah.
And so I would guess that's probably similar with DeAndre Hopkins.
Guys love playing when there's no more guaranteed money on their deal at a vastly underpaid role for
it's
the rest of
their favorite.
It's their favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
And then Mike Tannenbaum on the Dan Patrick Show said, the Dallas Cowboys, you really want to be a threat? Offer up a second rounder, maybe a third for Derrick Henry. You put Derrick Henry and Tony Pollard together, and there is your new run first philosophy. He mentioned the Cowboys, the Bengals, and the Bills. Team up Derrick Henry with Tony Pollard.
And that's why Mike is no longer a general manager. No, absolutely not. I wouldn't be, we talked about the other day, if Buffalo wanted to do something like that, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me, but Dallas giving up top 100 capital for Derrick Henry, no, we're not doing that.
And then paying both after you're paying 10 to Tony. I didn't even think about. I wasn't even thinking about the capital. I was thinking about the salary devoted to the two of them, and they'll probably they would still keep Zeke. They still give Zeke the goal line carries over Derrick Henry.
Well, because you saw how many games he won for them last year. Remember, Jerry told us that those games would have been so much worse if Zeke wasn't in there.
Right.
A nightmare evening for the Dallas Mavericks. I'm worried this could be the beginning of the Kyrie end. And you thought Luka was bad with the refs? Wait till you hear what this player did to the officials last night. We have the audio right here on The Fan.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Steve.
Hardaway, left corner, Holiday. That is blocked by Jackson Hayes. Taken out of the air by Najee. And this, baby, is over. New Orleans wins at 113 over division rival Dallas. They score 106.
Division rival.
Yeah, that's a stretch. By the way, am I the only one who thought the beginning of that clip sounded like Pat McAfee calling basketball?
Let's hear it, Pepe.
Hardaway, left corner, Holiday. That is blocked by Jackson Hayes. Taken out of the air by Najee. And this, baby, is over.
The longer he talks, not so much, but the first like 2 sentences, I was like, is this McAfee calling basketball?
The way he said Hardaway with the hard AR right there. I disagree. There's no such thing as a division rival in the NBA.
Yeah.
No, you can't even name the divisions.
No.
You can't even name who the teams are. Just, but that, look, the guys who are play-by-play guys are insulated in that bubble.
Pelicans radio with the call. The Mavs lose 113-106. CJ McCollum is the hero in this one. Completely unstoppable.
MJ McCollum.
McCollum. As Mavs Twitter was coming, and actually, Followell and Harp, Bassick is completely right. If Derek Harper says something even semi-critical, that's a big deal. He was calling out Josh Green the other night at home in their win when he's like, Josh Green's not ready to shoot right now. That tells us Josh Green is really, really struggling with the confidence. And then at the very end of this game, Followell and Harper had some Jason Kidd question marks. It had to do with a timeout. Oh, and they didn't foul early enough. Harper's like, stop the clock. Because they had a foul to give. They waited to foul with a foul to give. You instantly foul. And then if you want to wait and try to generate a turnover, you go ahead and do that. And then they burn the timeout early on, which Followell and Harper also didn't understand. And then Mavs Tolos were furious that the double for CJ McCollum did not come earlier. Brandon Ingram's already out of this game. CJ McCollum is clearly their go-to guy. Harper said that on Bally. He's their guy in the clutch. And CJ goes MJ, scoring 16 straight. So Jason Kidd getting called out again. But, of course, the major storyline in this one is going to be Luka leaving the game with this thigh issue that has been bothering him for over a week. I got a Laker fan who's chirping me. Oh, karma. You said the Lakers were done. I didn't G-bag this thing and wish for LeBron to get hurt.
Good reference.
I didn't wish for anyone to get hurt. I just said the Lakers would be done. Anthony Davis has been balling better than I expected. And I may say the Mavericks are done too once I get the diagnosis on Luka's thigh and how long he's out as they fall from 5 to 8 in the West. I said what would happen after the fact. I wasn't hoping for a LeBron injury.
No, not hoping for it. But it's surprising that they haven't fallen completely off without him. And maybe the Mavs will not fall completely off without Luka. Prior to the trade, I'd be like, okay, we'll see you in the play-in game. But now with Kyrie, the way they played game one with Kyrie, it's like, okay, I could see this team, not really falling off all that much. They seem to play okay with Kyrie Irvin.
This may force Jason Kidd, Bobby, to finally play the guys that we want to see get some minutes.
Let's not go crazy.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Well, he had to play Hardy.
He's not in charge of the rotation. He's just watching like us.
John Daniels
he's
is.
He's just a spectator. He can't control what's going on out there.
They're gonna have to play Christian Wood, who I thought had a nice night.
Yeah,
not a lot of minutes. Christian Wood, Jaden Hardy. As soon as they traded for Kyrie, we felt athletic. Again, I keep going to that first game against the Clippers with Josh Green, Jaden Hardy on the wings, running down the floor, fast break with Kyrie running the show, and then Jaden Hardy completely disappeared.
What do you mean athletic again? This team hasn't been athletic probably in 35 years.
True.
You know what this is setting up
Back
for?
to Marquise. I keep getting my...
Marquise Daniels, Josh Howard days.
Marquise, Josh Haniel. That's the last time the Mavs had a little bit of athleticism.
Yeah, and Marquise, they kind of tripped into when he started playing good basketball.
And he tripped out.
Yeah, pretty fast. Yeah, he had he was like poor man's Jeremy Lin with the quick meteoric rise and then nothing. No, this is what this sets up for, though, is a lot of restlessness with the Mavericks fan base now that Luka's down, if Kyrie goes out there and they win a couple games. If they again see offense looked great, you were winning basketball games the first couple games Kyrie was here, Kyrie and Luka played together, it is going to get so loud, so fast.
So loud to what?
If if they play better without Luka, it's going to get so loud so fast about the idea of Luka's the problem. He can't play with people because KP's playing fine in Washington. Why is this an issue? Why can't you get him to play well with stars?
As last night, Porzingis had 43, 5, and 5. Man, I had a great tweet from Atolo last night that was kind of alluding to that, saying, basically, for the first time, I'm going to the bar and I'm looking around. I've been taken, I've been married up, but now I'm going to the bar and I'm looking around depending on what happens with Luka out. I'm worried about this being the beginning of the end for Kyrie.
Oh,
because now you're like, okay, we drop to the play-in tournament, or we don't even make the play-in, or, we get into the postseason, you get eliminated early. It's like, what basketball reason did we give for Kyrie Irving to sign here? Now, maybe it's just a financial reason and no one else gives him that money and he signs here, then becomes a problem and forces his way out. But this is not the most positive development for Kyrie to have a great Mavs feeling.
No, but hopefully he has the perspective to say, no matter which superstar I was going to end out teaming with after the deadline, I wouldn't be playing with them right now. Because I wouldn't be playing with LeBron because he got hurt. Luka got hurt, and now Kevin Durant is turning his ankle and he's not playing. And so it's just a bad night of interest. Here's something else that's bad that I noticed after you guys mentioned Josh Green and his struggles. Here's just a split of his last 7 games compared to the 7 before that. Last 7 games, 6 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 43% shooting. The 7 games before that, 15 points, 4 rebounds, almost 3 assists, 50% shooting. You know what's the dividing line between those 7 games?
Minutes.
He came on the show with us. Yeah. we jigsed Josh Green.
Well, now you know why I've not been putting him in. Now you know. You guys been criticizing and killing me.
We did this. We ended the career of Chris D'Elia.
Oh, no. Did y'all get him canceled?
Well,
that was y'all?
Like immediately after he came on the show with us.
He wasn't funny anyway.
He wasn't funny. You're exactly right. He wasn't funny anyway. Nepo, baby.
Mavs, that was their first back-to-back in a month. It was the first back-to-back for Luka in 3 months. They're now 2-9 in the second night of a back-to-back, and they've lost 6 straight. This was with Brandon Ingram getting hurt and missing. Jason Kidd, Luka update after.
Yeah, I think we all can see he's not moving well. So shooting, defense, it's affecting, everything. So he's trying to fight through it and help his teammates, but he had to leave there. And so, hopefully it's not something serious. We have a couple days here before we play Memphis. So hopefully he's back soon.
Not good. As Luka said, not good. That was the beginning of his press conference when he sat down last night. So they're going to get the Grizz on Saturday. Now, do we do a look back on this and say they should have rested him one of these past 2 games since he said he tweaked it against San Antonio and he was clearly laboring according to a lot of people?
Absolutely should have. I mean, if the guys, this is the era of load management. Guys don't play through nicks anymore.
Especially last night against the Pelicans, second night of a back-to-back. Maybe rest him out, give him a little bit of time before you take on Memphis, or maybe they just viewed it, this is a game we have to win. We can lose against the Grizz. We got to get this one against the Pelicans.
They obviously thought that they needed to get cohesion with him and Kyrie. That's it. That's the only rational explanation.
No, the other rational explanation is seeding. 1 game can knock you out. You're bunched in 1.5 with everybody. Those are the 2 reasons. Like, every game is a must-have right now.
Well,
you got 20 games left, and they just dropped from 5 to 8. And like 1 game of separation.
And tomorrow they could, or the next time they play, they could jump back to 5. It's you got to think long game here. If there's 20 games left, it's not a sprint yet. You've got to think long game. The health of Luka is far more important than seeding, without a question, because you cannot advance in the postseason without a healthy Luka.
Yeah, but I mean, Sean's right on the point that when it's
Except for unless you have Jalen Brunson.
Maybe that's
against
true.
Utah.
That's true.
When it's this bunch together and you've got Ja Morant missing in Memphis, who is ahead of you, and people have been kind of waiting on the Kings to hopefully kind of come back down to earth a little bit, which, by the way, to be fair, I know we've got one Tolo, and his name's slipping my mind right now, but I know we got one Tolo who's always texting us and tweeting at us and going, y'all disrespecting the Kings every time you talk about them. Start showing some respect. We call
him old cowbell.
We do need to start showing some respect because they've played well, but when the margins are this close, you absolutely do need to, while everybody else is middling in that same area, you need to try and rise above it. And so those are must-wins in that sense.
You want to stay out of the play-in. There's no doubt about it. But I'd much rather be in the play-in and have Luka healthy and ready to go than be in the top 6 and have him at 65, 70%.
Kevin Durant sprained his ankle during warm-ups. He's scheduled for an MRI today. So he did not play in the Suns' win against the Thunder. Really weird.
I think it's really weird. We're watching Sports Center right now in the studio. They throw up the highlight or the video of Kevin Durant spraining his ankle, and their giant-ass graphics are literally laying over him spraining his ankle, the video of it. You just see him drive it and then look like he's been shot or something because you can't actually see the injury. But, yeah, I mean, this is, KD's, he's been had his issues with injuries recently. This is something that you as you get older you worry about with guys like that, especially when it's stuff that starts happening to the lower part of their body. But
how much will this compromise their chemistry moving forward, depending on how long he is out? Ja Morant is out for at least the next 4 games, according to the Memphis Grizzlies. He did escape criminal charges, though. That's a huge win for him. No criminal charges, out for at least the next 4 games. 2 of those games against the Mavericks. As the Mavericks face Memphis, I think it's 3 times in the next 5. It's something crazy.
Dumb schedule.
Against the Grizz. 3 times in the next 5 games. Those 2 in the West are going to do battle. Here it is. Saturday at Memphis. Monday, Memphis at the AAC. Wednesday at San Antonio. Friday at the Lakers. Monday at Memphis. And then Golden State. So that's the stretch. The Grizzlies 3 times. Spurs, Lakers, and Warriors. Ooh.
And with him out the next 4 games, you would just hope it's 5. Yeah. Let's get to 5. Let's knock out these 3 games against Memphis without Ja Morant having to be there. Although I don't know, I'll be interested to see when he comes back how affected he may be by this. Like in terms of does he have the blinders to be able to say, nope, I'm focused on ball.
The Brandon Miller blinders?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, well, you don't want to be that blind to where you're, we don't want Ja coming out there during warm-ups and pretending like he's dangling a gun at a strip club.
They are just, whistling as the city's burning. That's what they're doing in Alabama.
Nero's fiddling.
They're just Nero right there, and they are just fiddling down the street. Watch that whole thing burn, and when the season's over, if they cut the nets down or not, it'll all be over for that entire organization.
You talk about cold-blooded. The Tiger Woods story.
Oh, God.
You want to kick someone out of your house? Take possible lessons from Tiger if this is possibly true. And someone's going after Jamar Chase in bed. That's all next Thursday edition. Sean, RJ, and Bobby, don't go anywhere. We continue right here on The Fan. But look, distracted drivers increase the Headlines at 7 o'clock. Expressway commercial free at 7:20. Another Weezer ticket giveaway. And the latest from Life with TJ. 7:20 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Diana Rossini sending out messages 5 minutes ago with a Jets A-Rod update in the wake of an extensive in-person meeting between Aaron Rodgers and the Jets and the owner. There's optimism in the Jets organization. They are on the brink of landing the future Hall of Fame quarterback. Optimism existed before the California meeting, but Woody Johnson felt it was important to meet in person. Johnson left the meeting excited and satisfied about the potential match. Jets and Packers remain engaged in conversations about compensation and contract. So now we wait and see if the Jets can close a deal to bring Aaron Rodgers to NYC.
I mean, I am fascinated to see what they're going to give up, what the contract obviously is going to be, and what he has left. It's a good roster, but what does he have left? And the amount of people, boy, if he doesn't go to the Jets, Vegas, holy cow, the amount of money they just won. Because they have, no team's been more bet this offseason. The amount of bets that have been placed in the Jets to win the Super Bowl. To win
Super Bowl?
To win the AFC and to win the Super Bowl. And to win the AFC East. Wow. Is insane. All because of rumors. Rumors.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, what was it they were to win the Super Bowl? Sean, was that in your email or did I just see that on Twitter where the Jets were rumored to be, or the Jets were like plus 2,500 to win the Super Bowl next year? And then I think it went up a day after the rumors started. It went up to like plus 1,800. So there were a bunch of people just trying to cash in on, let me get a value bet in here and try and place something before Rodgers gets there and changes the odds.
As of a few days ago, the Jets were 18-1, seventh best odds to win it all.
Yeah, and that's hedging the Rodgers. That's what it was. And it could have been any quarterback. They could have got Jimmy or Derek and brought him in there, and their odds would have gone up from where they were last year.
Compensation, maybe I could see 1 and a 3, maybe a 1 and a 2. It's not getting 2 1s. The market is dried up on Green Bay. I'm not giving up 2 1s.
I think 1 and 3 is fair, even though I wouldn't give it up. I think 1 and 3 is fair market value for trading for a quarterback that you think can still contribute at a high level, even if it's very briefly. I think it's ridiculous for anybody to ask for 2 1s, knowing that he may not play anymore after this season.
Yeah.
What did Favre get? Wasn't Favre a second?
I don't remember.
And that was just because
Which time?
When it was to the Jets, he had retired. And so I think it was just he wanted to come back and they're like, well, no, we want compensation. So I think that's why that was a little different in terms of what kind of compensation they could get back. But I think they traded a second to get him.
Yeah. Look, I mean, he's going to a brutal conference.
Tough division. I wouldn't bet on the Jets to win the AFC East. Screw the Super Bowl.
Well, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I mean, the Bills are still a really good team. The Dolphins are a good team.
Yeah.
The Patriots, they'll win 9 games on you.
It was a conditional 4th for Favre with performance escalation that could have taken it up.
So what about David Carr? Where did this clip come from? David Carr, NFL Network personality, Derek's older brother, of course, was on, is it Ballast Sports?
Yeah, I think so.
Ballast Sports in New England. And he was talking about, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers. Of course, you got to mention in the same breath, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
Derek.
This is just my opinion. All right? I don't speak for anybody in my family. I don't speak for anybody from New England. All right? I know some people up there. I know some people that were in Las Vegas. Okay?
Yeah.
I would say what happened is in New England, Tom Brady ran the show. So he was able to bully Josh, and he would just say, this is what we're going to do. And if Josh said no, he would go to Bill's office. And if Bill said no, he'd go to Robert Kraft. Mm-hmm. Trade Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't need him in here causing a problem. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Garoppolo gets traded, right? Yeah. So I think that's what happened. I think that when they were in New England, Tom ran his stuff. Tom is a guy historically that gets to the line of scrimmage, picks the play he wants to run, right? You give me a set formation, give me in and out of good play, bad play, then that's what I'm gonna do. Right? That's what Peyton Manning did. That's what Tom did. I think that what Josh wants to do is Josh feels like, and maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong, time will tell. He feels like he can guess right most of the time from the sideline, which is almost impossible to do in this day and age. But Derek does say he's a smart guy. Like he's a football genius. Like he gets it, right? So I think for Josh, he's going to get a guy that he can not control, but tell where to throw the ball. That has some physical tools, that can make some plays in the run game, that can push the ball down the field. But all I need is a jugs machine. That's what he thinks, right? You give me a guy that can just shoot rockets and run it a little bit. I'll point the rocket launcher in the right direction. I don't need any cerebral things from you. I need you to just go cook, right? I think that's really where Josh is.
Wow.
You know, it's interesting because the thing he says, and he's absolutely spot on. We've talked about this before. It is impossible for the offensive coordinator to know what the defensive look is going to be on any given play. So when they call that play, that's why it is imperative that you give the quarterback full autonomy to change the play and to call their own play if they need to, because it is impossible to know what look you're going to get. And I don't know why more of these egomaniacal offensive minds like Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and Josh McDaniels don't recognize that, because maybe it's because they want all the credit. That's maybe what it is. But, you know,
or do they believe that their anticipation and their knowledge of the offense in football is still better from the sideline than trusting everything you're seeing right there live on the field? When McVay would coach in the play up until the headset cut off on Jared Goff.
Yeah, then that's up until 15 seconds. And so they feel like they can, coordinate a lot of that. Is that, well, I can get a look at this and I can, talk into their headset until 15 seconds left, and then they can have it from there. But to that point, like I know, Chop, you'd argue Jared Goff played his best football of his career last year when he had more autonomy than probably McVay was giving him.
He may have played better in 2018.
Yeah, that 1 year.
Given the surrounding cast in 2018, though, versus what he was playing with the Lions, I think when you adjust for that, Goff may have played better last year.
Okay. I mean, he played really well, but also he's past year 6 now, and that's the key year where it's like you kind of figure it out.
All right.
It clicks. But, I just, these offensive coordinator guys, these types, these Josh McDaniels, smartest guy in the room, Peyton Manning has said a million times on that detail thing, no coordinator has a better view than I do. None. Not a single one.
This Tiger story is fascinating. Tiger has broken up with the most recent girlfriend, Erica Herman, and she's filed a lawsuit against him. When they first started dating, Tiger made her sign an NDA. Okay? You're not going to sit there and divulge things. I need ultimate privacy. I'm Tiger Woods. Well, now she is trying to fight the NDA. She says it can be voided if there's proof of harassment or sexual harassment. Now, my first question was, how is my boyfriend harassing me or sexually harassing me? That's what she's trying to use to go ahead and void the NDA, which a lot of people think is trying to lead to some type of book deal. Yep. Capitalize.
Yep.
Make money off of this. So that's the NDA part of it from Tiger, who apparently is not with the former restaurant manager, Erica Herman, anymore. That's part one.
Yeah, that is part one.
Part two, take notes, guys and girls. Possibly.
Relax and take notes.
Relax and take notes. She says that Tiger had this cold-blooded breakup maneuver.
Oh, Tiger Woods had the guy who wrote a letter to his high school girlfriend or college girlfriend, whatever.
Dear Slim.
It didn't even show up when she was in town to visit him.
What was that?
So remember in the HBO show Tiger, his girlfriend that he had in high school and into college, they were coming up to visit him at Stanford, and Earl and his mom are in the room, and they say, "You got to break up with her right now." So he doesn't even tell her. He just like sends the bellhop down or something to tell her that, Tiger's not going to come see you. This is in college.
She claims that don't use this against me with drops.
Oh, I'm ready. I know.
She performed valuable services for the defendant's agents as part of their oral tenancy agreement.
Oh, I bet they had an oral tenancy agreement.
She claims she had an 11-year oral agreement.
Well,
what does that even mean?
I have an idea.
I think you know what it means, Sean.
Okay.
They spoke they had a conversation for 11 years.
And then this. She said she was tricked to leave the house and upon her return was locked out. Tiger convinced her.
Tiger.
Tiger said, pack a suitcase, short vacation. They took her to the airport and they just dropped her off and said, don't come back. You're not allowed to come back. We're pack up a bag. You're going ahead. You're going on vacation. You get dropped off at the airport. Nope, sorry. Do not return.
City boy.
You're out.
So what happens to all her clothes? She just has one bag.
I'm sure the rest of the guys packed it up and left it like on Taylor Lewan's doorstep, like the Titans, like the Titans did to him. Well, this is from FoxNews.com and different documents that are coming out.
Tiger's a jackass. Let's be fair. I mean, he just sucks. I love him as a golfer.
She's alleging cheating in another one of these stories too.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, Tiger?
Really?
Oh my God.
He's an addict.
We need to, and luckily tomorrow we'll get to hear your thoughts on Tiger cheating from a decade ago. So that'll be fun. But no, this is he's kind of an ass or whatever. But I respect the hustle there of just like, hey, why don't you go on a trip, honey? And then it's like swap the locks out fast.
Why don't you just ask her to leave?
Well, that may get ugly.
Yeah.
That may result in a fight.
I mean, she's suing him. If she's the type that was like, let me sue him over our oral agreement, then I think that he probably thought she might go sideways on this if I just tell her to leave.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
I don't know if I've just ever heard a boyfriend and a girlfriend have a sexual harassment claim against them while like dating. Like, I don't think he's harassing her afterwards. It sounds like he's like, you're dead to me. Don't ever call. You're blocked for life. I'm leaving you on read. Right. But that's what she's trying to use to break the NDA.
Yeah. Listen.
That'd be a good book. 6 years. I think they were together for 6 years.
Yeah, it was 6 years. But
972 says he was smart in avoiding a domestic disturbance situation. Yep. He's dealt with one of those before.
Yes, he has.
That's fair.
Ask his SUV window.
That's fair. But man, like this is with her. I mean, she's basically admitting all she wants is the book deal. What do you want to break the NDA so you can talk about it? That's kind of BS.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got news everywhere. Mavs lose. They lose Luka. Texas Tech's head coach walks away. Jim Boeheim is gone. And you thought Luka was bad with the refs? Wait till you hear this NBA audio from last night. Headlines and a Weezer ticket giveaway during the Expressway next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jack.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Bounce feed to Marshall, back to CJ. Pop another three. Oh! Rumble, young man! Straight away! Rumble!
CJ McCollum goes bonkers on the Dallas Mavericks after New Orleans loses Brandon Ingram, after the Mavericks lose Luka Doncic to the thigh injury in the third quarter. CJ goes crazy. He pulled a Kyrie last night. He scored 13 of his 32 in the final 4 minutes. At one point, he scored 16 straight points. The Mavs play sloppy. They look ugly, and they lose to the Pelicans 113-106, and they may have lost Luka for the immediate future.
It appears that is the case. And now, fortunately, this is not 3 weeks ago where they didn't have somebody to be the top dog when he's out. Now they do. So maybe they can weather the storm a little bit for however long he's gone. But, no matter what happens this year, they are going to look back at this season. And if they don't end the way they want to, or if they make the play-in, they're going to look back and say, look, we just didn't get it on the road. They're 12-20 away from home. Golden State's worse, and Memphis is worse. Other than that, in terms of the teams ahead of them or that are in the play-in, like they're as bad as it gets. I mean, you can't be 12-20 away from home and then blame anything on anything else other than that as the reason why you didn't end the season the way you wanted to.
They obviously, Kyrie and Luka are a big part of this, but even before Luka went out, they need Josh Green to play better. They need guys to step up. They need, Jason Kidd to be better in end of game situations. They need to play, Christian Wood more as we continue to pound that drum. There are a lot of different things that they need to happen that it can't just all be, well, Luka and Kyrie are so difficult and so tough for defenses to match up against that they'll just carry the day. I'm going to be really interested to see how the offense looks, how it's orchestrated over the next few games now that Luka's out.
Well, hopefully Christian Wood, hopefully Jaden Hardy can take some minutes from Frankie Smokes, Pinson, and Holiday. Holiday 0 for 5. What pictures does he have of the coaching staff or front office?
Minus 30 in 16 minutes played for Holiday.
Since that first game, he was lights out in that first game at the AAC. That just stuck in Jason Kidd's head.
There's a reason that this dude was getting, first of all, he hadn't played since mid-January, but there's a reason he was getting, even when he played, he had a couple games where it was 28 and 30 minutes. For the most part, the guy was getting 7 to 10 minutes a night. Mm-hmm. There's a reason for that.
How bad is it for Luka? Here he was post-game.
It's not good. It's been going for 1 week, maybe more. I just can't really push all that. Just getting my rhythm, running. I can feel it. But mostly probably on the jump shots, because we need both legs. So pushing off, it's been really hard for me. I will try to play. I think first quarter wasn't that bad, but then it kept going, so it got really worse, especially in the third. I just try something, just to stay together. I don't know, but it didn't really help.
So there's Luka after the game last night. They're going to take on the Grizzlies on Saturday, who are not going to have John Morant. Taylor Jenkins, head coach. When are you getting your superstar back?
I said it yesterday, it's a healing process, so if everyone expects something to change overnight, we know we've got to be, due diligence and respectful in that. So we're talking about Ja being in a better place personally and also professionally, to put a timetable on, I think is disrespectful in my opinion. We want to make sure he's in a great place for himself, but also as a responsible, teammate here.
You and Choppy rolling your eyes?
That is such a garbage line about look, guys, even asking about when he'll be back. This is really disrespectful to the healing process. And just shut up. This isn't a healing this is a gross attempt to victimize Ja in all of this when it's all Ja's responsibility. All this stuff that he's been engaged with, this is just a personal responsibility, need to grow up thing, not a, man, he's really struggling. And if it is a healing mental health thing, if that is genuinely what it is, then he should be gone longer than 4 games to really address it.
And you know, and I think, look, they had it at 2, and they said additional 4, and maybe that's what they're doing. You know, like he's not ready yet. He's got to come back. You don't get over you don't get over things in a week. A lot of times, a breakup you might, but if you've got like a real issue that's going on in your life, it very rarely is it going to be 4 days.
Only Tiger could get over a breakup in a week. Taylor Jenkins been asked if he has held Ja accountable throughout any of this? Did he ask Ja what's going on? Has he had conversations behind the scenes about all these accusations and all these storylines, or did he just let Ja Morant run wild and not try to check him whatsoever? I don't know. Again, Memphis media, it feels like it's been buried. But the Mavs are going to get Ja Morant 3 out of their next 5. And of the 4 Ja's missing, thankfully 2 of those are against the Mavs. Kevin Durant slipped and fell in the layup line last night, sprained his ankle, missed the Suns game. They still destroyed Oklahoma City. And Fred VanVleet of the Toronto Raptors destroyed the referees after losing to the Clippers.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that most nights, a couple of out of the 3, there's 1 or 2 that just the game up. And it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bullshit tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. Most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit.
Man.
They come to see the players. I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was, and it's been disappointing this season. You could look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal.
Woo! Whoa. Thought Luka was bad.
Yeah. Look, if it is.
As Luka got his 15th tech last night. I think ESPN said it was 16, but Bally had it right at 15. So the next one, he'll be suspended for a game. That referee, he finally stared down the wrong ref. All he does is stare them down. He stared down the wrong one on International Women's Day. She got him. Teed him up.
Ooh. Do not tell me that referees don't have bias. They do.
They're human.
What?
They're human.
Of course they have bias. But they can't. You can't let that happen. So when CB Buckner and the Cardinals manager, and he refused to shake the Cardinals manager hand, CB Buckner has eliminated himself from ever being able to umpire a Cardinals game again, or a division rival of the St. Louis Cardinals, for that matter. He has eliminated himself. Now, whether Major League Baseball does that or not, different story. And then the same thing with this official. We saw that was it Joe Crawford who they said he can't referee a Spurs game anymore.
Yeah,
they got to do the same thing with this. If that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, if it's as targeted as
wait. Okay, but they can't have that official referee because of VanVleet's comments. I mean, VanVleet is just accusing him of things.
If he has a bias, if the only time this guy ever gets a technical is with that referee on the floor, they need to at least investigate and figure out why. What's going on? Is there some kind of a bias that's in there? And if there is, that's the problem. That's the problem you run into.
The free throw disparity was 31-14. The Raptors were called for 23 fouls. The Clippers were called for 18 fouls. So
that's not that big of a difference. 23 to 18 is not a big difference.
Yeah, not in terms of foul calls. Now, free throw attempts, there was a 17 attempt difference, but that was Fred VanVleet. Let's monitor his free throws moving forward, like we did
like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah,
I'm curious, and I gotta find out. I'm curious if Tony Brothers has called any more Dinwiddie games since everything that happened where he got put back. Which, by the way, Tony Brothers' Wikipedia page right now, somebody has changed it, and I guess nobody's changed it back. It lists his name as Tony Eyebrows Brothers because he's got those Eugene Levy eyebrows.
Yesterday was the final game of the Coach Adams era at Texas Tech.
Keedy Johnson will dribble it out, and West Virginia marches on in March. A 78-62 final score, and the Kansas Jayhawks await the Mountaineers in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 tournament.
That was the call on ESPN. Mark Adams stepping down as head coach after the Bible/slavery comments that got him suspended. See you later. After a disappointing season for the Red Raiders, 16-16, 5-13 in conference play, and former Red Raider head coach Chris Beard is apparently going to Ole Miss. Thoughts on the coaches and what happened in the Big 12 tourney?
All right, so real quick on the coaches. I have a feeling if Mark Adams was 25-8, he's not getting run. They came to the conclusion that his comment was unintentional and an isolated incident.
Unintentional?
Yeah, like he was reading the verse, but it was just like he was reading the Bible.
What's the verse? Wait, so have we found the verse?
We have not found out the verse yet.
Yeah, we don't know which one it was.
Because there's several verses that reference obeying and stuff like that. So there's several verses in the Bible that do reference that. And he was, they're saying their contention is it was isolated, it was unintentional. He was quoting the Bible and didn't think of the connotation or the connection, whatever. If he was 25-8, he's still the coach, or 28-5, whatever. He's still the coach, in my opinion. But they wanted to get rid of him anyway. They were looking for a reason. He's owed only $15.5 million over like the next 5 years. That was the contract he owed. He signed, so that's not a terrible. It's not like they're firing Jimbo at A&M. Well, they owe him $90 million. Okay, they can get away with this with Mark Adams. Chris Beard, meanwhile, going to Ole Miss, maybe. That is something that surprised me because if I'm Texas Tech, my first thought is, dude, just bring him back here. Bring him back to Lubbock.
A lot of bitterness.
There is. I know it's like going back to the ex who spurned you once, but sometimes you got to tuck your tail between your legs.
Well, you're taking a chance on someone who had that ugly incident. Do you wish that they waited this out more in Austin with Chris Beard since he's going back?
No, I'm glad he's gone.
Yeah, why would you want a good coach there?
No, he's a POS. I've never liked him. He showed he showed awful tendencies in terms of personality and handling people at Tech. It happened there when he lost it on the Avery Benson alley-oop against Baylor and then made that freaking walk-on apologize to Scott Drew for dunking at home.
You feel the same about Sark after the pregame intros?
My issue with Sark is I think he looks like a clown doing that. My issue with Sark is more he's just a bad coach.
Because look, who's your least favorite coach of college football? Dabo?
Ooh,
let's just say it's Dabo.
I thought Dabo was yours.
I don't like Dabo. If Dabo came and coached Texas, if he came and coached Texas, I can't stand him. I would love it because it means the team is good. That's all that matters. Is the team good? It doesn't matter whether the coach is a jackass or not. Is the team good? That's
Meanwhile, the coach that some were labeling as that phrase, walking away or pushed away after 47 years, Jim Boeheim. Is Boomer Esiason going to do any more sports minutes on Jim Boeheim this morning? I think we're 2 for 2 so far. Maybe we can make it 4 for 4. Jim Boeheim done at Syracuse.
I've just been lucky to be able to coach this long. I think you missed it. I gave my retirement speech on the court last Saturday, and I gave it in the press conference afterwards, and nobody except William Payne figured it out.
Are you saying right now that you're going to retire?
This is up to the university.
You want to come back?
I didn't say that.
Okay, but so what are you saying? You're not saying you're retiring, but you're not.
I just said it. I don't know.
So you don't know? Okay.
I said this is up to the university.
And you're not sure whether how will you make a determination about when you will come back?
You're talking to the wrong guy.
Listen, I am generally on the side of when you've been coaching or being somewhere 47 years that you call your own exit. Not with this idiot. I can't stand this nose picker. All this guy does is sit on the bench, complain about NIL, complain about, being in the ACC for crying out loud, and picks his nose. That's all he does. I don't like him.
Did he get caught picking his nose?
Oh, my God, every game. Every game, he's knuckle deep in that nostril of his. Every single game. He is like a less religious version of Dabo. He's just an insufferable you-know-what. That's all he is.
He's right when he says, I've been fortunate to coach here for 47 years. Fortunate is the great word because he does not have the resume of somebody that warrants coaching at a program for 47 years. This dude is like, in terms of he's not somebody who has been one of the all-time greats that should like hang around a program for 50 years to me. Boeheim. Nope.
Really?
Mm-mm.
He's absolutely in all. He's one of the 10 best coaches ever.
No way.
Robert.
Incredibly overrated.
Robert.
Incredibly overrated.
Robert.
At a place like Syracuse.
Who was nothing before him.
But I'm saying at a place like Syracuse,
He built it.
the unwarranted reputation that's been built there. That you get one national title in half a century, and it was the Carmelo-led, like you lucked out that Carmelo didn't just decide to jump to the NBA, that he decided to spend a year at Syracuse. Boeheim is a total fraud of a head coach.
Bobby.
Nope.
Bobby.
See, this is funny. Do you see Choppy shifting?
Bobby.
He was all anti-Boeheim until I said that.
I am anti-Boeheim, the person. He is a tremendous head coach. You cannot argue that.
Nope. Stars Sabres tonight at 6 p.m. Headlines.
Oh, my God.
On a Thursday, we have a Weezer ticket giveaway during the Expressway. We're about to be commercial-free all the way up until 8 o'clock. Mike Florio will join us to talk about the Michael Irvin situation and go around the NFL. But next, Life with TJ.
Remember who you're talking to.
The new star of the radio station, as Peyton asked him if he's handling being a superstar, and Kiss, Marry, Kill with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Plus, Choppy says there is zero excuse for the Dallas Cowboys not to win the NFC. Next.
I know we're supposed to do it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
Mike Florio is coming up at 8 o'clock this morning from ProFootballTalk.com. The former attorney is going to break down the Michael Irvin case that was leading all the local newscasts yesterday. Michael had on the two eyewitnesses who said nothing happened at the Marriott right down the street from us in Phoenix during that crazy Super Bowl week.
Not a Marriott, according to them, Sean. It was a Renaissance.
That's right. And then his attorney said he was allowed to see the video, called the accusations nonsense, but the attorney was not allowed to show it to Mike, record it, relay it. So Michael still has not seen the video, even though his attorney has. And this was Michael's final thoughts on this whole mess yesterday at the press conference they called.
Because I'm struggling. This is what I struggle with. You know, you try to be an ambassador of the league and also understand that God has blessed me and given me a platform and try to touch people, try to raise people, try to lift people up. And I don't know, I met a lot of fans, but I've always tried to be good with people. You know, I'm struggling now saying, do I not talk to people? What do I do? You know, because of this kind of a situation. I know I didn't do anything wrong. And I was trying to do everything right. So it's just, you know, though I say that, I got to come back to this moment. Had I not said to these guys, you know what, you cool guys, let's go outside and take that picture, you know, then they wouldn't have been right there with me. And that would have been a moment that I've had alone, and I know nobody's going to listen to what I say. Nobody, still, at least Marriott, don't want to hear what we have to say. Don't want to hear what I have to say. Don't even care to share it. So, you know, I just got emotional thinking about it because I'm struggling with that on what to do moving forward after I deal with all of this. That's all I want to say.
That's the saddest thing. right? It's like if you zap the life out of Magic Johnson, his spirit, Michael Irvin going around, and at times we've even said this to each other, man, he's too cool and he's too friendly with everybody. He'll land from Bristol and go shoot pool randomly with a bunch of people he doesn't know, and he ends up having to break up a fight, right? And that's the great thing about Michael Irvin. He'll put his arm around you and act like he's known you as long as Emmitt Smith. And it was sad to hear Michael have to rethink and reevaluate if he has to change his approach moving forward. That was really, really sad to hear because he's that magnetic of a person publicly around all people and in big groups. Deion Sanders, man, he taught me these lessons long time ago when we were doing the show at the Fan Sports Lounge every single Monday night. And, I thought I had built this really good rapport with Deion. And my buddy flies in, die-hard 49er fan, die-hard. And I'm like, hey, Prime, this is one of my best friends. Can you sign his jersey? He goes, yeah, take it off. Take off the jersey. And I was like, huh? He's like, I'm not making any contact with your body. That's not happening. We took a big group picture, and it was like probably 12, 15 people. There was a young lady who was trying to squeeze into the picture, so she kind of like knelt down a little bit to get into it, angle herself in. Deion goes, no, ma'am, stand up. You can't kneel, can't crouch in this photo with me standing here. Like, Deion had it down. Michael's not like that to that degree, which is nice. You know what I mean? Like, I understand why Deion had to do it. Everyone's looking for an opportunity to get you, but Michael's not like that. Michael's going to put his arm around. It reminds me of the John Calipari scandal. That scandal may be harsh. The John Calipari incident with Holly Rowe. That really bothered me. We didn't even get a chance to talk about that on the show. Calipari.
Oh, he's like kind of shaking her a little bit.
Yeah, he puts his hands on her during an interview. That's how Calipari is. But the internet lost their mind.
Very Andrew Cuomo of you.
Sexual harassment. Good reference. Sexual harassment. Calipari's being a creep.
Yeah, she's Italian. That's what they do.
And I'm like that if we're out and about, like having a drink or two of like, get over here, arm around or like nudging up or making cut. That's how Michael is. So that Calipari thing really bothered me, and it sucks to hear Michael have to, think he's not, I don't think ultimately going to be able to change, but the fact that he's had to think about it, that's sad because of this interaction where he apparently touched or grazed this woman's elbow. But you know what, man? That's all it takes nowadays.
Well, if there's a video, then it'll show. And there is a video.
And how has TMZ not gotten this video?
Well, nobody sold it to him yet. That's it. Nobody sold it to him yet. That's kind of how they get it.
Holding out for a bigger number.
Yeah, they are. They're holding out for, let's see, is that 3 commas? They're holding out. No, it's 9 figures. They're holding out for 9 figures.
Wouldn't you love to forget about, tax return numbers that everyone waits to see with people? I'd love to see TMZ's yearly payout for videos. What do you think where do you even think that number starts to land?
I want to know like how much, I know they pay a lot for these videos, but how much do they actually profit off them?
They must be profiting.
They have to be.
Yeah, that's their formula.
Unless they recognize that is going to be their loss, that they make money elsewhere. I don't know, but like they've got to pay a gob of dough.
So there was actually an article back in 2016 called "How Much Does TMZ Pay for Videos and Photos?" and that they kind of break some stuff down. So you remember the Solange Knowles attacking Jay-Z in the elevator?
Yes,
that one they paid $250,000 for. But then they've paid for some other stuff that was and then they paid for some other stuff that was, much lower, like some stuff of Justin Bieber when he used a racial slur when he was 15. They paid $5,000 for that, and so it's got kind of a large scale, I think.
Like if I was TMZ, I would pay for the video and then call up the subject of the video and say how much to keep this quiet.
Yeah, that might be extortion. I don't know.
Hey, maybe. Who knows? Who knows?
I don't think TMZ is desperate.
That's where my mind goes.
The price of the Ray Rice video came in under $100,000.
That's it?
Yeah, that's surprising to me.
Wow.
A decade ago.
So that's the Playmaker. We'll talk to Mike Flory about this at 8 o'clock this morning. Tolo D sending me an update from the Arizona Republic. They're reporting there's concern that Durant has a grade 2 sprain, which would keep him out between 4 and 6 weeks. So 4 to 6 weeks possibly for KD. How long is Luka out with the thigh issue last night in the loss against the Pelicans? But speaking of, stars and paying for things, how much would you pay for a conversation, a photo, and interaction with our new star of the station, security guard TJ?
Holy shit, it's TJ, the security guard.
Go make that money and make it largely.
TJ, what is your background like ethnicity-wise?
Computers and security.
Oh, yeah.
I said ethnicity-wise. He still said computers and security.
He's AI. He's a robot.
He's a robot. Good intro, Pepe.
Thank you.
Set us up for the latest Life with TJ downstairs.
Man, well, going to him last week, I kind of got the feeling, I think he likes doing this. Awesome. I think he really likes doing this because, usually I'll just walk by him and stuff, say, hey, have a good one. He'll say, okay, go make that money. But then on Friday, I went up to him and I immediately, just started talking to him. He's like, all right, you got the questions? Let's do this. I mean, he's ready for it. Every Friday, he's ready.
That.
So, will he get a big head? That's the question.
Ooh.
He hasn't brought it up to me once. I was delivering some Jake's Burgers, some Sharif sliders to him the other day. And he didn't say anything about it, man.
Well,
he always tells me,
you.
He tells me, go make that money as I'm walking out of the building.
Yeah.
I'm like, TJ, I made the money just now.
In the building.
When I'm walking in, I made the money. Walking out, I'm not making the money.
I think he thinks we're in sales.
It's wisdom. It's wisdom. He's talking about it's a mindset. Like making money is a mindset that carries over after you leave the bill. I get what he said.
Okay. Well, he knows Bobby has 9 jobs, so he figures he'll have 5 or 6 jobs.
That's part of it.
So this first part with TJ, so last week I talked to him about the movies and stuff, and we kind of thought maybe I worded the question wrong. So I clarified in here, what are your 3 favorite movies that you've seen and stuff. His answers changed just a little bit from last week, so it wasn't the exact same.
Because his answers were about the current movies. We're getting into Cocaine Bear.
2 of them were, and then he threw on Godfather.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we wanted to know the all-time list.
So this is the first part of TJ in my conversation with them last week. All right, guys, I'm back here with TJ. I believe this is episode 3 now with TJ, the security guard. TJ, I mean, the Tolos have absolutely loved your work and stuff you bring on air. I mean, they have absolutely loved what you've done. So shout out to you for going through this.
Well, I really appreciate the comments and the accolades, and I appreciate everybody's comments. But I'd like to say everybody have a great holiday coming up this springtime. And hopefully the kids can take 2 weeks off of school.
Spring break. Now, TJ, last week we talked about movie choices and stuff, the Cocaine Bear and all that, your review on that. Now, I have a very important question here. Your top 3 movies that you've seen all time, in order 1 through 3, movies that you've seen, what you thought about them, your top 3 movies of all time.
I would say The Godfather, all 4 series would be good. But the first one I really liked for the reason of Marlon Brando. And all his star actors in that one. Second one would be Top Gun 1 and 2 for number 2, for the reason being that they're 2 excellent films about the Navy. The third one would probably be a comedy such as Lethal Weapon.
Ooh.
Reason being it's comedy, it's family, and I love family outings.
Gotcha. Now, TJ, I'm very curious. If you could have one superpower in the entire world, what would it be and why?
One superpower that I'd like to have, it would be God himself and to be on his side with Jesus Christ, doing exactly what they do for every one of us, which is treat each one like it's your true brother or sister, and that you're going to make them good for all reasons.
So positive TJ is.
Very positive.
I agree.
So he said he wants to be God.
No, he wants maybe, God with him, side by side, partners. Okay. You know what I mean? If you watch the Bible like I did, you would understand a little bit.
Watched the Bible like Sean did.
If you YouTubed it like I did, you wouldn't be, questioning.
He's already with you. He's already by your side. By the way,
4?
Yeah. I did not know there was 4 Godfather movies. I knew of the 3.
Only him and LeBron have seen all 4.
Unless he counts the 4th one as the chronological 9-hour Godfather solo standalone movie, where it goes chronologically starting with part 2. Also, Lethal Weapon, underrated. It's a Christmas movie.
There we go.
Lethal
is
Weapon is?
Yes,
Die Hard is.
But Lethal Weapon 1, they crash into the home, into the Christmas tree. Into the Christmas tree. Therefore, by proxy, Christmas movie.
Not a Christmas movie because it's not integral to the plot of the movie like it is with Die Hard. Ooh. But I think it's interesting. He says Godfather and he mentions all of them. And then he says Top Gun 1 and 2. And then he just says Lethal Weapon. Not a big fan of the Lethal Weapon sequels, it doesn't sound like.
All right.
He was not a 2, 3, 4 guy.
Part 1, Life with TJ downstairs with Peyton.
Oh, part 2 gets so much better. Well, I had to ask him about dating advice. TJ strikes me as a guy that just knows so much about women.
Do we know if he's married, kids?
Maybe I should ask him that. Get a little personal.
Yeah, get to know him a little bit.
Dating, yeah.
So
fake laugh.
That was the Spice Adams.
Part 2 here. Let's go. So I asked him for dating advice, and then I played a little game of Kiss, Marry, Kill with them with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Now, TJ, another important question here. If you had dating advice for a friend, what would it be? They're going on a first date with a girl they've never met in person. What would your advice be and why?
My advice would be to go with your heart. You'll know it when you feel it with the right person, and that individual will always be special to you because it's a bright person, and it's probably somebody that you'll fall in love with as long as that y'all both get along. Oh. You have to get along. You have to forgive and forget. And like it says when you get married, when you say I do, remember who you're talking to. Oh, the Father upstairs.
Now, let's just say messaging.
Did you just hear that? Did you
bells?
hear the chimes?
Did you hear the bells in the background? I heard them.
You hear the chimes? You hear it?
Maybe it was DFW security with the...
well done. Or maybe it was your computer that started the segment. No. All right, let me hear that again at the very end of that there with a sign through the radio.
You have to forgive and forget. And like it says when you get married, when you say I do, remember who you're talking to. The Father upstairs.
There it is.
Now, let's just say I was messaging a girl on Instagram and I wanted to ask for her number. How many days go by before you ask for a girl's number? What's a reasonable expectations for asking for a girl's number?
I would wait till about the third date and then ask for her number if she's willing to give it. Reason being, it takes time to process a good girlfriend. And I want you to take your time. Take as long as it takes to find the right one.
Alrighty, now another semi-dating question here.
What's wrong, Bobby?
So you're supposed to go on 3 dates with her before you get her number?
I mean, he meant 3 days.
Well, you get
he meant dates.
In today's world, though, if you're in on a dating app, you communicate through the app or through Instagram or Facebook.
That's what we were trying to tell Peyton. You don't need the number.
The number is an antiquated dating ritual. You don't need the phone number. Sarah and I still talk through Instagram.
Yeah, but to
this day,
I think it's reasonable to say you need the phone number if you are going out. Like, if you were going on a date, like, I'll text you when I get there. Like, some
Let me message you on Facebook Messenger.
That's how you know you're cheap. Like, we're just going to talk on IG. We're going to talk on Facebook. No, you're saving the text plan? Is that
There's no text plan anymore.
Then why are you texting on IG, Instagram?
Because I have an Android, she has an iPhone. It's easier to send pictures, videos, communicate. You read receipts.
Read receipts.
It's just easier.
Data plans?
Data plans don't exist anymore. Everybody has unlimited.
No, well, you have unlimited until like I get the note every when I was in Tampa and we were doing the Comrex off of my cell phone for the network. By the middle of the month, they were like, "You've almost hit your data cap of 50 gig of data, and so we're gonna start throttling your speeds the last week."
That's why you got to get the super unlimited.
I have I pay $300 a month for that phone plan, so it's
for you,
for me and my wife.
That's you just change plans.
Yeah,
educate us what your plan is.
I pay like less than $200 for 4 people.
Yeah, I know. Like I've got like maxed out speeds and everything else, and then I've got we've got 2 new phones on it that they make you pay.
There you go. There's your issue.
All right, let's finish it up.
So part 2 of part 2 here, we play the game Kiss, Marry, Kill. Alrighty, now another semi-dating question here, because you know Sean, RJ, and Bobby. You see them every day as they walk in and out.
As they go out the door, the revolving door.
And I want to play Kiss, Marry, Kill with the 3 of them.
Pick me.
Okay, so you have to choose one you'd kiss, choose one you'd marry, choose one you'd kill. Let's start with kill. Who would you kill on Sean, RJ, and Bobby?
Oh, God.
No
That's
way.
A big one. I think I'd leave them all alone. I think I'd leave
They all get to live. Okay, TJ's choosing life.
Yes. Like they all get to choose a life, and one of these days they'll thank me for that. For the reason being that even the worster one will eventually turn out to be the better one.
Who is the worst?
And now, who's the worst of the three? If you had to pick one.
I have to say they're all equal right now to me. They're all equal to me. So I have no bad comments to give to all three.
And which one are you marrying? Who is the best lover of the three that you could spend the rest of your life with?
Peyton.
Wow.
I don't think none of the guys I could marry. I have to stay with the girls.
Okay.
I stay with the girls because they're prettier, they're lovelier, they're sweeter, and they smell better. For that reason, I stay with the girls.
There we go.
Yes. All right. I knew he wasn't going to kill anybody. That was not going to happen.
He wouldn't even say which one of us is worse. Maybe that needs to be it. Maybe one of us needs to really play the heel. We're walking out each day and
be a total jerk.
Yeah, and then just start to like see if we can draw him off sides.
So today,
for Peyton to talk trash.
When I walk downstairs today and he goes, "Go make that money," I'm gonna be like, "Stop."
Yeah,
I'm not going to a second job.
So like,
I just came from my job, TJ. Stop telling me that.
So like,
or when he goes to the weather, I'm gonna be like, "You're not a meteorologist."
You're not Dan Brunoff.
Yeah, you're not Dan Brunoff. Stop.
So like, instead of what you would normally say under your breath, you just say it louder to him.
Shut up,
man. The other day, he kept going. I'm leaving. I went to the bathroom and I was leaving after you guys. And he goes, "Oh, it's gonna be a great season for the Rangers. Go Mavs. Go Stars. Go Canes." And just rattling off all these teams.
He is the hype man of DFW Sports. Loyal as hell. I appreciate it.
There it is, another edition of Life with TJ with his own dating advice. And Bobby has found some deal breakers. Do not direct us towards Peyton.
Right.
New show mandate. We're not allowed to bring up Peyton's dating life anymore. So we can just talk about it amongst ourselves.
Right. Yeah. This would not be directed at Peyton. It maybe is just good things for somebody. Let's just say one of us here on the show were single.
How about Wolchuk? We'll do this towards Zach.
Oh, yeah. Okay. We can do that.
I don't think Zach has ever, slapped back at talking about his dating life like we got reprimanded here on this show.
I got slapped back a little bit when we were at training camp. He called me a B, and we got into it a little bit.
Really?
But we've gotten over it. But he saw how triggered I got at being called a B that day, and so now that's his bit. He loves to call me that because he knows I get very upset.
If you want to trigger him back, you know what it is that he got triggered by me that one time. Just call him Scotty.
Scotty? Oh, okay.
Call him Scotty.
Oh, I like that.
I called him Scottie Pippen one day.
Oh,
he got real
he didn't
mad.
like that.
Yeah, I was trying to take a cheap shot. Do you understand the reference, RJ?
No.
Okay. Do you understand it?
No, that's why I'll call him Scotty. I don't get what it's in reference to.
I was calling him Chiafalo was Mike.
Oh.
And Zach was Scotty. Ooh. I got under his skin.
That's only an insult for an insecure human.
What if I call him Coach? So this is SciPost.org, which turns out they aggregate a lot of the different studies that are out there. So I always like to check it out. And this one caught my eye, not for any particular reason of anybody who might be behind the glass on the board. The title is Relationship Deal Breakers. Study identifies the most repelling factors for romantic relationships.
Repelling.
And so this is a survey of American college students revealing that being apathetic and gross are the most repelling factors when people are evaluated as potential long-term mates. In the context of short-term mating, I don't like the term mating, it's just talking about, looking for somebody to date. The most repelling factors were being gross and clingy. So across the board, you don't want to be gross. That's bad hygiene habits. Everything else makes sense. But in the long term, the repelling is don't be apathetic. Don't just kind of be blasé. And then in the short term, don't be clingy.
Okay, but what do you mean more apathetic? Like coming across like you don't care?
Yeah, apathy, like just kind of just
going through the
flip
motions.
into it. Yeah, and just, life is life, which makes sense. If
Like,
you're looking for somebody,
that wrestler, you see the girl at I think it was at the Knicks game, who wasn't responding or looking at that dude. It was I think it was a WWE superstar, and she was just like not caring one iota.
Liv Morgan.
About what this guy next to her was saying. That made me think of apathy.
Yep. So analysis of the participants' response showed that based on statistical criteria, relationship deal breakers can be grouped into 6 categories: gross, addicted, clingy, promiscuous, apathetic, and unmotivated. Apathetic and unmotivated feel like one and the same to me. In the long-term mating context, both men and women related apathetic as the greatest deal breaker, followed by gross, then clingy, addicted, unmotivated, and promiscuous. So promiscuous was the least down there, because I'm sure in short term they're all about the promiscuity, and then as they get married, it's more like, let's keep that in house a little bit here. Men rated all groups of deal breakers except gross as greater deal breakers in the long term than in the short term mating context. The difference in ratings for the two mating contexts was on apathetic and unmotivated. Gross was seen as equally repelling for both short and long term mating. So Peyton, I'm just throwing it to you, not as a personal thing for your dating. I'm just curious for you, what you find. Do you find that somebody just being gross is high up the list for you as I don't want to deal with that?
If I haven't like met them for a while, like if I've been dating, my thing is like a year and we can start farting in front of each other. That's
oh my god!
But yeah, if it's like the first date and stuff, and you're being gross, let's not do that.
Who's the grossest person at the station?
Eric Chiafalo.
Is that like his rhetoric though, or because I don't think he's physically gross. Like, I mean, he seems like he generally.
Why do you say Eric?
Keeps up?
I mean, it just because he wears Crocs all the time.
Yeah, you can't wear Crocs to be clean.
No socks. I mean, it's just it's a dirty look.
I'm interested in clingy. These other things are obvious, right? Don't be gross. Don't be lazy. Don't be this. What is?
Stop growing.
How would you qualify, define clinginess?
I might say, like, for instance, if I was texting a girl and she didn't respond within an hour and then I sent a second message, I might say that was clingy, especially way too early before I had even. I mean, that's crazy, right, guys? Like, to do that would be like, who would do something like that?
It depends on how well what the relationship is, how well you know her. Like, especially early on. Like,
let's pretend it's 6 hours in, maybe on Instagram.
Yeah. I wouldn't think, unless she does it first. Like if she knows that you're busy and she just like sends something and then sees a meme and then sends you the meme and then sees another meme. Like, we're on this group chat. We'll just keep sending memes all day. Like, I'm up with 4 other people. So I may just send a few things in the morning. I know there's no response coming. So I'm just going to keep peppering them just because I see them and I want them to see them eventually.
Was clingy a thing for you?
It is a thing now, I would say.
That you don't want clinginess now. That's interesting. So in
no,
the long term, you don't.
I always tell my wife, I'm like, she's like, no, I'm going. I'm like, all right, I want some alone time, And she's like, no, I just love you so much. I want to be around you all the time. I think half of it is to irritate me, but she's just like, no, you're never going to be. We're going to be in the same coffin, same ground. And I was like, no, I want to get away from you a little bit. We need to separate a little bit. And she's like, nope. So, I think the biggest, how do I say this? The Kristen boys separate, like boys night factor. I might be able to get away with a boys night once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
With Amanda, it's not going to be consistent.
Yep.
With my wife, there's 2 different ways to react to something. It's, oh my gosh, right? So like we're watching, Bravo Celebrity, Vanderpump, right? There's a huge scandal. It's a huge cheating scandal. There's 2 ways to react. One woman could look at it and say, oh my gosh, my husband would never do that. I really have it good. The other way to react is, see, guys are capable. Guys are capable of that. So instead of my wife being like putting me up higher on the pedestal, it's always a reminder of something crazy can always happen. So my boys' nights are going to be limited. And I make fun of her calling her clingy. That's why I was thinking of clinginess in my mind. Like every event, I mean, I do want her to come to every single station event that we have. Otherwise, why are you marrying someone if you're not going to have a blast with them? But I want her sometimes to say, go out with the fellas. Go out separately, go out. But she's always texting me saying, I know you're having more fun than where I am at my event, so I want to be with you guys. So she's trying to compliment me by saying I'm more fun and the social scene that I'm in is going to be a bigger blast.
Yeah.
But I try to, insult her and make fun of her by calling it clingy.
Kristen, I know, she's always been great about, I'm going out with the guys and I'll be back. She's never like put up a roadblock to that or said, well, I'm coming or anything like that. And I want her to come to things.
Yeah, she never says that.
Like I want her to come to things, but she had like one of the things that she ran into was if she wants to come somewhere and I want her to come somewhere.
Yeah.
If she will ask if anybody else is coming, like any other girlfriends or wives. And if they aren't, even if I'm like, but it's cool, she doesn't care and she won't come. So, okay. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I didn't hear anything you just
I
said in the
know.
last 15 seconds.
I know. I was trying to power through it and I couldn't because there was all that. But what was any of these 6 big for you when you were dating? Or any of the 6 that you really tried to avoid with Sarah? I would imagine you try to avoid grossness with Sarah.
Like she's very clean. There are like, you know, I'll break wind. I'm not gonna hold it in. That's bad. I wrote too many stories.
Was she bothered by the hemorrhoid incident yesterday?
Oh gosh.
You texted us
she
about?
was like, you need to get that checked out.
What happened?
So I mean, all right, if I must tell the entire world,
you must.
Did you text us or email us this?
I texted.
If you email it, it's for show. All right. So if you texted it, you don't have
whatever,
to.
man. I don't care. What the hell? So yesterday I was wearing like these white shorts, like kind of cream colored shorts.
Boy, cream. We just keep going.
And I go to I get to the gym and I go to the bathroom, and I was fighting for my life in there. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I was fighting in there a little bit. It took a little bit of a while. Usually my colon is a machine.
Machine gun colon wasn't there.
Colon. This was not like that. This was a slow process. Okay.
Gosh. Almost said thick.
Yeah, I did. So
With
I
two C's.
clearly had a little bit of a hemorrhoid popping. Clean up, go back out. I made a huge mistake. My first thing that I did, because it was starting my workout, I sat down. It was shoulder day, so I sat down on the bench for shoulder press, and I got up after doing my 3 sets, and I kind of turn, I look, and I was like, oh no, and I had just like a red streak down the back of my pants. It was about the width of a pen, the length of a pen, maybe your finger width. And it was just blood.
It's the whole Tarantino movie in your underwear.
So I went back to the bathroom. First of all, I hiked my shorts up so like my shirt would be long enough to cover it. Went back to the bathroom, and it was one of those like handicap ones. It was a bigger one, like a bigger bathroom.
Yeah.
I had like the paper towels. I'm cleaning it up. I'm wiping it down. Go back out there, finish my workout. But I sprinted through that thing, man. I was like sidestepping everybody, walking backwards. So like nobody could see me from behind. Always against
Michael
the wall.
Jackson there moonwalk into
always against the wall. So I don't know. So she was like, "We gotta get this thing checked out." I don't know what happened, but there you go.
Hemorrhoids develop, they say, from straining. So it sounds like you've been lying to us about machine gun colon, because those don't just happen overnight.
It's a machine, man. You're right. It doesn't happen overnight, but it's a machine. I go like 3 times a day.
No, I think if you really had machine gun colon, you wouldn't have had the carry situation you had.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's hook you up with the Weezer tickets and bring on Mike Florio. Is Michael Irvin about to be a lot richer? Lamar Jackson collusion? Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Cowboys in on Odell or Jalen Ramsey? Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, after this. And this, of course, is DFW Security.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Bobby is fist pumping on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Here on Sean and RJ, Mike Florio is getting set to join us from ProFootballTalk.com. We got to talk about all the different rumors. Is Michael Irvin going to be in the clear legally? DeAndre Hopkins, Jalen Ramsey, possible rumors to the Cowboys. Is Derrick Henry getting traded? Calvin Ridley reinstated. Just a ton of different stuff to get to. And right now the big story is Diana Rossini from ESPN is suggesting that Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets are even closer to working this out.
That'd be interesting to see. The compensation to give Green Bay and the compensation to give Aaron Rodgers. Those are the things that are most intriguing. Look, is this going to make them a Super Bowl contender? Sure. But, I mean, they're still, at best, the third best team in the AFC. At best. And that'd be behind Cincinnati and Kansas City. I think Buffalo's clearly 3.
Yeah.
Clearly behind the other 2.
Yeah.
At best, the Jets are ahead of Buffalo if they get Aaron Rodgers. But I don't think there's a way they're ahead of Kansas City or Cincinnati.
I don't even know that I wouldn't have them ahead of Buffalo even.
I probably wouldn't either.
I mean, depending on what version of Aaron Rodgers you get. If he's playing really well and the defense shows they can replicate it, now we're talking.
All right, let's bring in Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com on the Diamond Factory hotline. He was early at the Super Bowl with us and late today. Good morning, Mike.
Well, I was also late because I missed the call twice because I forgot to turn my ringer back on after my show ended. So I don't know how late I am to arrival at the spot, but I apologize to your producer for not answering the phone. But it's great to be with you guys. We had fun. You guys had to cut me off. I was about to drop an F-bomb, I think. I can't remember what it was, but you got me going.
Hey, what is this new novel? A new novel, April 25th, a mob book? Did you write a mob book?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where you're getting your information.
Oh.
Yes.
Are you pranking me?
That's just not the kind of setup I was hoping for. I was hoping for something a little more effusive, not confused, not like, what is this?
How can I not be confused?
I want you to use your influence over your audience to get them to go buy it. It's only $4.99. What can you buy for $4.99 in today's world? Well, I'll tell you what you can buy. You can buy the ebook version of Father of Mine, available April 25. It is a mob tale set in the small town where I grew up, where the mob was everywhere. And I know because my dad was a bookie connected to the crew that ran the town.
All right. Wow.
And it's inspired by true events, which means everything else is made up. But some of the stuff that the folks in the book do actually happened. And, but names have been changed to protect the innocent and to make sure I'm not wearing cement shoes somewhere. But it was a product of the pandemic when we were just kind of sitting around twiddling our thumbs. And I sat down one night and started typing, and, yada, yada, yada. 100,000 words later, here we are.
How much did you leave out, or how much were you worried while putting certain things in?
Well, I was a kid, and there weren't a lot of things I knew because I wasn't involved. And it's not like they came to the house and had meetings, and I was getting them drinks like Spider and Goodfellas. Like I didn't know anything that was happening. But you pick some stuff up just being around. I don't think there was any omerta that I was bound by. I hope not to find out that I was, wrong about that one. But yeah, all the people that were involved are dead now. So I'm not worried about anything that may come out. And a lot of the stuff that I found out about, I didn't know at the time. I learned about it later through the magic of Google. And some of the names that I've found and the things that they did or the things they allegedly did, like I knew these people. Like if I had known what I know now, I would have never gone into the same room with some of these guys.
The West Virginia mob. Who knew?
I never thought.
Very prevalent. Wow. And you try to make a story that is interesting to people. I don't want anyone to read anything that they aren't intrigued by and entertained by. And I try very hard, and I've written multiple books now because I just found that I have a knack for doing it. I don't know if it's any good, but the idea is you want to hold people's attention, especially in this day and age where our attention spans are so short. You can't meander around for 10 pages. You can't meander around for 5 pages. Yeah. You got to get to it, or they're going to put it down and they're going to say, I wasted my $4.99. I could have had a pack of cigarettes, or at least, 3/4 of a pack of cigarettes.
Gallon of gas.
Gallon of gas. See? Now, look, you got 5 minutes talking about this book. That doesn't happen on any other radio show after you insulted my intro.
Well, it would have been a lot less if you would have just given it a great promotion on the way in, and I wouldn't have had to spend time talking about it.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. So we want your legal expertise on the Michael Irvin thing, but this Aaron Rodgers thing right now is picking up steam as we speak. Diana Rossini saying they're getting even closer. You think this is basically a done deal, Aaron Rodgers to the Jets? Why is Green Bay just wanting to move on so easily? What are we talking about in terms of possible compensation? Where's this thing stand?
Well, look, I think this was a done deal the moment that the Jets brass got on the plane and flew to California, right? They're not going there to vet Aaron Rodgers. They're not going there with all these different eyes to inspect whether or not this is the guy they want being their quarterback. They went out there to kiss his ass. When you are on the fence about whether or not you want to hire somebody, they come to you for the interview. When you pack up the team owner, the team owner's brother, the team president, the head coach, the GM, the offensive coordinator, and you fly across the country to him, you're trying to convince him to come to you. And the fact that the Packers allowed it to happen, think back to 2 years ago, the night before the draft, 49ers called the Packers and said, hey, any chance you trade Aaron Rodgers? And they laughed and hung up. Now, what are they doing? They're letting the Jets talk to Aaron Rodgers. They're ready to move on. And I think the Packers, I said this earlier on our show on Peacock, PFT Live, I said the Packers are kind of like the team that's up 4 points with 3 minutes left in the game, and they're just trying not to screw anything up. Like they're not saying anything. They're just kind of letting this go, and they're just hoping that the Jets and Aaron Rodgers get sufficiently comfortable, more specifically that Rodgers gets comfortable with the Jets, because I think the Jets have already written a check. They've already sold their soul. If Rodgers wants to do this, the Packers get to move on. They get to avoid $60 million in cash expenditure and cap space this year, and they get to pivot to Jordan Love after he sat on the bench 3 years, just like Rodgers sat on the bench 3 years. before the Packers traded Brett Favre to the Jets. I mean, the Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers career arc is identical right now. I would advise Aaron Rodgers to maybe deviate from Brett Favre's career arc at some point. But right now, it's unbelievable to think this trade is happening. If it happens, and it looks like it's going to, and he's going to end up at the same team they traded Brett Favre to 15 years ago.
We love your Lamar Washington, Dan Snyder theory. Love it. But I want to know your reaction to all these teams lining up to say no Lamar, and how much are you buying into the collusion theory on the internet?
Well, the collusion theory is rooted in what happened last year after the Browns gave Deshaun Watson a 5-year fully guaranteed contract. They were part of a 4-team competition. They were the first team that was told you're out, and they had already pissed off Baker Mayfield, and they got desperate, and they cooked up the 5-year fully guaranteed contract as a way to swoop in and win the day. The reaction to that, including Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti, who publicly said this is going to make it harder to do business. You know, when that happens, and think of it this way, people say, well, how does collusion happen in the NFL? They get together 4 times a year and have meetings. It's like the CEO of McDonald's and Burger King and Taco Bell and Arby's all getting together 4 times a year to talk about how they do business. Why are you doing that? You're competitors. See, these businesses are supposed to be competitors.
Right.
They get together and compare notes on how they do things. And when it becomes clear through the conversations, can't prove it, no one's ever going to admit to it, but when it's clear that this is frowned upon, nobody wants to do a 5-year fully guaranteed contract with a quarterback. And I think that teams are closing the door before Lamar even gets to the porch because they don't want to hear him say, I want a 5-year fully guaranteed contract before they know. So they're preemptively saying no, so no one can say, oh, well, he asked for a 5-year fully guaranteed contract and you said no. And all these teams said no when he asked for a 5-year fully guaranteed contract. They're trying to avoid it. They're trying to short circuit it. I think that's why it's played out the way that it has so far. But again, it only takes one team. And I like that you guys are on my Commanders theory because it makes the Commanders better, clearly. It sticks the next owner of the Commanders with the bill, and it gives Dan Snyder an opportunity to give the powers that be in the NFL the middle finger on the way out the door.
Do you really believe Tom Brady is just a kitten owner at this point, or is he actually going to come back?
I believe that at some point in June or July, he's going to wake up and say, what have I done? I still want to play football. He said on his podcast he still wants to play. And Jim Gray, who co-hosts the Let's Go podcast with Tom Brady, said to him at one point, you know, you said that you'll retire when you suck and you don't suck, so why are you retiring? And Brady said, and I quote, I believed it when I said it. And you know what dawned on me the other day, guys? That is a powerful license to say whatever you want to say. It's the George Costanza, it's not a lie if you believe it. It's next level. I believed it when I said it. It was true when I said it. It's no longer true. But it was true when I said it. And I just don't rule anything out with this guy. And I think once he processes time with his family, and especially if it's the Dolphins, because 2 of his kids live in Miami, you know, I think the 49ers at some point may wake up and say, we got Brock Purdy with the messed up elbow. We got Trey Lance that we're not sure we can trust. Why don't we finally say yes to Tom Brady because he's been trying to get there, I believe. Definitely in 2020 he wanted to go there. And I think something was going on last year, too, once the Dolphins' door got slammed in his face after the Brian Flores lawsuit was filed and the Dolphins couldn't proceed with Tom Brady and Sean Payton. But I'm not ready to say this guy's not coming back. And whether it's June or July, whether it's injury happens to a starting quarterback early in the season, whatever it may be. You know, I always thought Brett Favre would do a Roger Clemens half season at some point, and he never did. I could see Tom Brady doing something like that if the right opportunity arises. And who knows? Maybe I've said I'm not going to believe he's truly done until he doesn't play for a full year. Maybe with him, I'll say that I'm not convinced he's truly done until 2 years go by without him playing.
And your website 4 minutes ago just tweeted Scott Zolak, Patriots broadcaster, former Patriots QB, says Brady playing for the Dolphins is definitely 100% in play.
Wow.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com here on The Fan. All right, your legal perspective on the Michael Irvin case and Michael's press conference yesterday.
Well, when I got the notice of the press conference, and I remembered that Tuesday was the day that they were due to get information from Marriott, my first conclusion was they must like what they got.
Right.
You're not calling a press conference to say, well, you know what, based on everything they gave us, they're right. And Michael apologizes, and we dismiss the case. So I think that what they got from Marriott, they liked. And Marriott is acting like a company that has something to hide here. They have been kicking and screaming when it comes to not giving up the surveillance video. And then what I gleaned yesterday was when it was time to turn over the video, they told Irvin's lawyer, we're not giving it to you. We'll let you see it. Michael can't see it. We'll only let you see it, and we're not giving you the video because the lawyer said that he filed a motion yesterday to force them to actually give him the video. So they have been very reluctant and recalcitrant and combative unnecessarily. And I know they have a defense like we don't really own the hotel. It's just our name on it. I don't know if that's going to fly. The bottom line is somebody apparently overreacted. Somebody instigated with NFL Network a complaint that got Michael Irvin pulled from the Super Bowl week coverage. And the one fact that I think is very important to remember here, Marriott is a longtime sponsor of the NFL. And my guess is that the NFL was willing to jump when they got a complaint from proud sponsor of the NFL. And this is part of what you learn through the discovery process. How high up the chain of Marriott did this go? How many alarms were sounded? And how high up NFL Network's ladder did it go? Because when they and hey, NFL Network may have some liability here at some point if Michael Irvin chooses to pursue it. But man, it sure feels like somebody dramatically overreacted based upon the representation of what's in that video, the accounts from the eyewitnesses that Michael Irvin had participate yesterday, and those guys have all been named, I think, in court papers. I feel horrible for Michael Irvin because I feel like somebody made a rash decision, acted on it prematurely, and now the question is, can the legal process be engineered in a way that gets him a fair amount of compensation for what he, by all appearances, unnecessarily endured?
So you're feeling great if you're Michael or his attorney.
Well, you're still upset that it happened.
Yeah.
That's the thing. When you have any type of civil case, you're always better off not having had the thing happen that caused the lawsuit, right? Whether it's an injury or you had a job that you lost, anything that's bad enough to justify a viable civil lawsuit, it's better if it didn't happen. So there's nothing for Michael Irvin to be happy about. But as it relates to the lawsuit, there's been nothing so far that has caused me to say, Michael may have a problem, other than the fact that he spoke publicly when he should have said nothing early on. We talked about that 4 weeks ago. He shouldn't have said anything because it's clear that his whatever happened is unreliable because he was drinking and he doesn't remember. But we're apparently becoming aware of other evidence that makes his testimony unnecessary, that there's nothing that should have caused anyone. I've seen nothing. I've heard nothing that should have caused anyone to complain about Michael Irvin. And guys, I'll tell you this, if Marriott had something that was a smoking gun, we'd know about it.
Last thing, any smoke to the Cowboys and DeAndre Hopkins, Jalen Ramsey, Odell Beckham as we're all getting ready for the Dak extension?
Well, they've made it clear that they're still interested in Odell Beckham. The problem is I think Beckham's going to want more than he should get at this point because he needs to reestablish to the league that he can still play at a high level before he can get the kind of contract he wants. The number that was being kicked around last year was $20 million a year. DeAndre Hopkins is definitely available, but you better be ready to pay him on the way in the door. I think Ramsey and Hopkins and also Derrick Henry, the reason those three guys are available, common reason, they want new contracts. And, Hopkins technically is making $27.5 million a year, but this year he's making $19.5. And he's seen the market go haywire. He's going to want a new contract. Jalen Ramsey, there was talk last year early in training camp, maybe just before the start of the season, about Ramsey wanting a new contract. That subsided because he still had 4 years left at the time. Now he has 3 years left. I think he's going to want a new contract. So you better have a way to placate these guys financially if you bring them to town. And I know Jerry Jones has been talking about them making a big move in free agency, but don't just go chase a star. you want to get somebody who's going to make the team better and help the Cowboys get over the hump. At least put them in a position where they can beat the 49ers if they meet them again in the playoffs.
The Godfather, Mike Florio, father of mine, a mob book, April 25th for $4.99 on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, Don.
Never go against the family.
Never go against the website. Mike Florio, Diamond Factory Hotline. You may be able to play video games with Luka Doncic after what happened last night. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
Fan segment here brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Bounce feed to Marshall, back to CJ. Pop another three. Oh! Rumble, young man! Straight away! Rumble!
It was Kyrie in the third, but CJ McCollum in the fourth. As Luka Doncic leaves with the thigh injury, the Mavs lose to the Pelicans last night. They fall from 5 to 8 in the Western Conference. And Luka, after the game, said, it's not good. He's been hurting for over a week. Should the Mavs have sat him out second night of a back-to-back? More Jason Kidd second guessing. Should you maybe sat him against the Pacers and hope to get that win at home without him, even though they ended up losing? So that's Luka laboring. Also picks up tech number 15. And Porzingis goes off for 43, 5, and 5. So it was a lovely night for the Mavericks. What are we looking at, Dr. Ralph, with hamstring strains with this MRI set for today?
It depends on the grade of the strain. Like we saw, and we just Googled it. 10 days to 3 weeks on a grade 1. If it's more severe, it could be longer. I texted my buddy, who's a athletic trainer. So I'll find out what he says. He hasn't responded yet.
Is this the former one?
Current XFL.
Oh,
whoa!
Yeah,
Arlington.
Well, they're all in. They're all. No, he doesn't.
Like what team?
All the teams practice here.
Yeah.
So he's a league trainer, not like a team specific one.
No, it's a team specific. So he has to go. I don't remember what team it is.
Oh,
he has to go to whatever host city that they play in, but he's based with that team during the week.
So when they say thigh, this is the hamstring or it's the quad, because that'll change it. So if it's the front of his thigh, that would be the quad. If it's behind it, it's the hamstring. The quad, that's the hamstring recovery time. The quad recovery time, there are 3 different grades. A grade 1 injury recovers within 1 to 2 weeks if they rest the muscle as much as possible. And it can take longer to recover from a grade 2 or 3, in some cases over a month. So if it's related to that quad, then that would be, either way, I don't think you want the hamstring or the quad being messed up, because soft tissue stuff is just dicey to deal with sometimes.
Ask Miles Austin.
Kevin Durant slipped in the layup line, went down with a sprained ankle, missed the Suns' win over OKC. Arizona papers and publications are suggesting he could be out 4 to 6 weeks, maybe missing the end of the regular season and the start of the playoffs for that last night. But he slipped for some reason.
Yeah.
So with Luka sidelined, you may be able to catch him on the sticks, as the kids say. Is that what they still say, the sticks?
In terms of the joysticks, yeah, that's a golf term for me. Sticks are your golf clubs.
I know that on Chappelle's show 20 years ago, Chappelle was saying, "Here, pick up your sticks." I'm not as active in the gamer community anymore, but I know that was relevant 20 years ago. I don't know that it still would be.
Are you a consistent gamer?
Oh, I am. Yeah, me and the homies, we definitely hit up Warzone.
Okay,
daily basis.
And what are you playing that on?
PS4.
PS4.
PlayStation 4, yep.
Okay.
Wow, Mom and Dad haven't got you a PS5 yet?
Nope, I'm still saving up for it.
All right, so where did you find this, Bobby? Luka. Maybe Luka.
Oh no, this is Luka when you hear it. This was went viral on Twitter the other day.
Kyrie's a big gamer. Maybe that's our most attractive way to keep him here. Him and Luka can game together.
Exactly. That's the way to get him linked up. But there was a Twitch streamer. His name, I believe, is according to this, Determined Oblivious Crab Corgi. So that's his name. But he was playing Overwatch 2. Which is a video game, I suppose, that children play. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying children like immature. I'm talking about when you use like the kids today, like that.
I'm sure the adults today.
I'm sure, and I'm sure all of them are smarter and more successful than me, and so it's fine. Whatever. This Twitch streamer just decided to start chatting. You know, he was in a group playing with some people, and he just decided to start chatting with one of the people that was in his group, and the voice sounds pretty familiar, I think.
Yeah, any hobbies, Donatello?
Yeah, I play basketball.
Okay. Well, you go to a gym
You're
or you play
Donatello.
on the team?
Dallas Mavericks.
You're on the
Wait, what?
Mavericks.
Wait, like varsity or?
No, real.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait, can I have your autograph?
So these guys clearly know nothing about basketball.
Varsity.
These guys know nothing about basketball.
All right, when hearing this first clip, are you totally convinced that's him?
That's him.
That's 100% Luka. And so they decide.
Hang on a second. Having full disclosure. I assume everybody east of Vienna sounds the same. I assume they all have the same accent.
That's true, but it does sound like the delivery and the enunciation sounds very much like Luka. And so these guys decide to, I guess, start Googling around a little bit while they're playing, going like, who is this guy? Let's figure out if we can find out who he is.
So this is what's supposed to happen on a radio hotline. Like if someone randomly calls the hotline and it's a star or a big name, and it's like, no, you can't be calling. I don't know if you have any instances of this when someone surprisingly calls. The producer has to like fact check them before throwing them on the air. Like, all right, give me your birthday. What's your sign? What's your favorite food? If you can find any of that on Google, because you're not expecting someone to just randomly call in.
You're not expecting somebody to just pop on your Twitch and go, I play basketball for the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah. What about radio show wise? Anyone? I don't think we've ever had that someone on the hotline. Well, they don't have the hotline number, a lot of people, but even going back, working your other jobs.
I can't think of a situation where that happened. Maybe when Michael was doing his show.
Yeah.
But I didn't answer the phone that day.
So they wanted to verify Luka.
They were trying to fact check him a little bit, and that's difficult to do when these guys don't follow basketball at all. And so they're throwing some questions out to him based off of their quick research.
You're Luka Donovic.
Yes.
Okay. I don't really watch NBA. I'll keep it a buck, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I just heard of the name. Chat, what's Luka Donovic's... Wait. Luka...
My lord.
When's your birthday?
28th of February.
Well, he actually knows. That's... wait, I googled that. You're actually right.
I know. I'm him.
Well, stop interrogating the guy. If he says he's the guy, he's the guy. Leave him alone.
Hey,
Yo, bro, can I get your autograph? By the way, I just offended you.
People troll me all the time, man. Wait, but Krilo, please.
Me too. Okay, we can combo here.
Alright, let's do it.
And Luka just starts getting back in the game. But the Twitch chat...
can combo here.
That Twitch chat is like blowing up when he's like, so you're the... And everybody's like, this is Luka, dude. Like, this is Luka Doncic. Y'all have no idea. But Luka Donovic.
That's awesome.
You're Luka Donovic.
You are Luka Donovic. And I like what he says. People troll me all the time. And then Luka goes, yeah, me too.
Will someone know the next time, CA's out there, if he goes, all right, I'm here with Luka Donovic. If someone just says Luka Donovic to him, will he know instantly what they're referring to?
I bet he does.
Okay.
I bet he would know.
So how does it work, Peyton? Like, you just randomly decide like a video game to jump into? Like, how did he randomly end up in their game?
So if you don't have like a full squad, you can get like custom squads or like a fill basically, which like, if you're playing squads and you only have 2 people.
Is it like a fantasy draft where you can like go into a different league? Like
it's all randomized. So whoever queues up exactly as you do and whoever needs 2 more partners, they'll join, or however many are per team. I don't really play Overwatch. But yeah, it's basically just a random fill.
Yeah, that's for little kids apparently.
I didn't say, and now the Twitter.
Children.
Now we've got the text freaking out. I just meant
As
like
it
the
should.
kids
You call them
today.
children.
I was basically referring to how old I am, not how I was trying to talk about how I'm out of touch. That's what it was for.
877-881-1053. So we'll hold our breath for the Luka MRI today with the thigh issue and injury after losing to the Pelicans last night. Do we now have the Brock Purdy rule for the NFL draft? Is Max Duggan going to benefit? And who from TCU are the Cowboys eyeing right here in Fort Worth? Bobby tells us next in Below the Belt on The Fan. But first, Sean Sharif here.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Howdy, gentlemen.
Howdy.
Brock Purdy may have made your boy Hendon Hooker some money, RJ Choppy.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to slander the man anymore. Old Big C Brock.
I'm sorry to say this, but like I am a play. If Hendon Hooker goes to the San Francisco 49ers, that's my team. I root for my university's players.
All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
Well,
so who have your
quarterbacks.
other teams been? Who
Quarterbacks.
was the last quarterback to get drafted with a real chance to play in the league?
It's been a while.
Josh Dobbs.
Josh Dobbs was Jonathan Crumpton, Eric Ainge.
Oh, he was such a disappointment.
Yeah, he was. And then Peyton.
And then which one of the Clausen brothers was a letdown there too?
Not Jimmy.
Jimmy was in Notre Dame.
No,
Casey was the quarterback, and so was Rick at Tennessee.
What about T. Martin?
T got drafted like the third or fourth round by Pittsburgh. Never really did anything.
Yep. So this is an article from Sports Illustrated coming out of the Combine by Connor Orr, and I thought it was really fascinating. The Brock Purdy effect. Experienced college quarterbacks are moving up draft boards. The 49ers quarterback's success as a rookie has other NFL teams thinking about players worth taking earlier in the draft. So you're always looking, I think, at big ceiling players. Clearly in the draft, you're looking at high ceiling players, but specifically at quarterback. Like teams are always wanting to gamble on traits, and that's why Josh Allen gets picked in the top 10. That's why Anthony Richardson is a guy that so many people are thinking so highly of. And the idea for a lot of years has been that when you have a guy who's played 4 years in college as a starter or 5 years in college as a starter as a quarterback, there's almost more to nitpick, and that there's more to look at and say, well, this guy doesn't do this well, and this is here and this is there, and that they'd almost rather take a gamble on somebody who they don't know much about, because they go, well, here are all these traits, and you haven't necessarily seen a bunch of stuff that has caused you to feel negative about them. That's why, compare two players on that same roster, Brock Purdy, what he stepped in and did as a guy who nobody really wanted to take a chance on, drafted as Mr. Irrelevant, versus Trey Lance, who went 3rd overall and had very little tape, but had all the traits in the world. And so Connor Orr said that coming out of Indianapolis, he was informed by people around the league of what is now being called the Brock Purdy effect. And that when you look at what Purdy was able to do and the calm that he showed and how advanced he seemed to be in terms of, his IQ and things like that, that it was a little bit of an eye-opener to teams. That teams went, maybe we've thought wrong about this. Dak Prescott was a guy who stepped in, played really well as a rookie after being a 4-year player. He went to the Senior Bowl.
Two pretty similar circumstances for Dak and Brock. The rest of these teams are going to promise that you're going to drop them right into a win-now situation.
Yeah.
You could argue San Fran had the best roster in the NFL last year. You could, say they had the best defense, and you got Debo and McCaffrey and Shanahan making it easy. So we got to tag that along with it.
So there's a lot to this. This used to be,
and Dak had an amazing line and other weapons and all that stuff because of the Romo injury.
Yeah.
They're a team ready to win.
So this used to be one of, Parcells' quarterback things. 3rd and 4th year guys. Prior to Cam Newton, very few quarterbacks succeeded off of 1 year of college. And you can argue whether Cam was a hit or not. He had the MVP year, but he was only got one extra contract as the number 1 overall pick from his original team. That many would say is a failure. But guys generally who have over 1,000 snaps seen in college at the quarterback position perform better than guys who don't. That there's a history in the NFL of that. Again, Cam is one that didn't necessarily see that.
Trubisky was a 1-year starter who flopped as well.
Yeah. So like guys, Mark Sanchez, guys who have that 1 year and they get drafted super high don't necessarily fit the mold.
Connor writes here, he says, position players are better than ever. Offensive schemes are better than ever. Defenses are at a bigger disadvantage than ever. While a team should never give up its search for a Patrick Mahomes, there is a great deal of value in finding a quality point guard who can simply distribute the football to the talent. This is especially true if we remain in a Vic Fangio world where defenses are more focused on containment. So a few players in this year's draft class: Hendon Hooker, Clayton Thune from Houston, Max Duggan from TCU, Malik Cunningham from Louisville, among others, could see more teams clamoring for their services earlier than they may have a few years back. As it was explained to me, perhaps 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks will become 3rd, 4th, or 5th round picks. There's always been a reach at quarterback. That up until last year when you had Malik Willis and all those quarterbacks sliding into the 3rd round, there's generally been a reach on quarterbacks as, hey, this is such an important position and it's such a lottery ticket. We've got to take Kyle Bowler in the 1st round. We've got to take J.P. Lossman in the 1st round, and going through those guys. So that's always been there with traits guys, not so much the guys who have been average talents who just show they're smart quarterbacks who can distribute the football, but Brock Purdy changing some of that for guys like Hooker and Duggan specifically. So Hooker, we've talked a lot about how he's kind of a 2nd round pick. If he's, the knee obviously complicates things a little bit, but is it outrageous to think he could slide into the back end of the 1st? If teams are looking like, hey, there's
a lot of quarterbacks being mocked like in the top 10 of these drafts. Too.
Yeah, you're talking about 4, almost universally people have 4 quarterbacks in the top 10 right now.
Yeah.
And then it's a drop to probably Hooker as the next one. So any team that needs a quarterback in the next 20 picks isn't going to be a little tempted and maybe look at the Brock Purdy thing and go, you know what, let's dabble here. Let's get in on this.
I could see 4 teams taking a shot at him after.
Finally, we got the Gallup drop. But Peyton, you need to get the previous breaths.
Or just clip those breaths right there.
Just clip my breath.
I could see Washington taking a shot at him if all the 4 are gone. I could see Tampa. I could see Baltimore, depending on how Lamar goes. And then Minnesota.
Yeah.
I could see those teams. Other than that, I don't see anybody in the last 7 or 8 picks of the draft Jacksonville, Giants, Cowboys, Buffalo, Cincy, Philly, KC. I don't see any of them taking a shot. Then you get to the second round. I mean, is Chicago in play? Is maybe Indianapolis doesn't take a quarterback? Are they in play?
A lot of people were really impressed with Hendon Hooker, how he interviewed, how he did. Max Duggan was a guy who impressed a lot of people. Max Duggan's trajectory is wild when you consider he lost a quarterback battle last year.
Yeah.
And he still came out and was a Heisman finalist and ran blazed. I had no idea he was that fast. When he went out there at the combine, ran a 4.5, 4.40. I did not think he was that athletic. So you see the athleticism of a guy like Duggan as well. And you see his IQ and in general, what a steady field general he is. Duggan's a guy who could have gone from potentially undrafted before the season started to maybe he's somebody who gets picked in the top 100. So interesting right there. Max Duggan's TCU teammate. The Cowboys like him. Oh,
there you go.
That sounds just graphic.
That's amazing.
The Cowboys have interest in one of Max Duggan's TCU teammates. And I know a lot of people hear that and they go, oh, is it Steve Avila, the interior offensive lineman? Is it Quentin Johnston, the wide receiver? Nope. We told you guys coming out of Combine that this is going to be a draft where they address running back again. And they like Kendre Miller, the running back out of TCU.
Mm-hmm.
He did not test this week at the Combine. He will test at his pro day, I believe, at the end of this month. But the Cowboys are fans of his. 5'11", 215. Last year, he rushed for almost 1,400 yards, 6 yards a carry, 17 touchdowns. And you remember when Sonny Dykes has been on the show a couple times, he's always made sure to highlight Kendre Miller as somebody that was a big part of what they do. And that, yeah, while we like to push the vertical passing game, we're not the team that we are without Kendre Miller. Got size, can, really work as a complete back for the Cowboys. And so I think that that's somebody that they definitely have interest in. In fact, I was told that they've already, while they didn't meet with him at the Combine, they've got a private workout scheduled with him sometime in the next several weeks.
Random running back question.
Mm-hmm.
What is, because we talked about the size with Bryce, what is the Deuce Vaughn?
Man.
Because he's like 5'6".
And he's so good is the problem. Deuce Vaughn, and that's relevant here to the Cowboys. Deuce Vaughn is from Kansas State, is a shifty, exciting running back, and he is also the son of one of the Cowboys' national scouts, Chris Vaughn. And so
conflict of interest.
That's some interest right there. But you're right. Deuce Vaughn is about 5'6" if he had heels.
What's the round range for the TCU back?
I think most people have thought he'd be early day 3. I think he could go third. So third or fourth round there. And then the other Texas tie here at running back. Cowboys also met formally at the Combine. We heard they didn't meet formally with Bijan Robinson. Everybody thought that was kind of odd. Like, oh, I thought you guys had some interest. They did meet.
Is that a misdirect play?
Potentially. But man, I just view Bijan Robinson as such a prominent football player that it's hard to misdirect with that guy. Like, everybody should know that you have interest. But the guy that they're interested in at Texas is Bijan's backup, his running mate. It's Roschon Johnson. And Roschon Johnson is their prototype, man, in terms of big, tough, physical runner, complete back. He came in at 6 foot, 220 at the Combine, averaged 5.5 yards per carry at Texas, split in time with Bijan. And that's a guy that I think they really, really like. Those are, if you're looking at, don't take a running back in the first round or the second round. If you're looking at who could the Cowboys potentially take in the third round as a value person to pair with Tony Pollard, Kendre Miller from TCU, Roschon Johnson from Texas. Those are two names to be aware of.
Below the Belt every single morning at this time on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, one of our favorite basketball players growing up, involved in a drive-by shooting. What is Kyrie thinking right now about the Mavericks' life without Luka? And you thought Luka was bad with the refs. Wait until you hear what this guy said last night. Final hour Thursday edition, and Choppy's going to tell you why there's no excuse for the Cowboys not to win the NFC, all in the final hour after this.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hardaway, left corner, Holiday. That is blocked by Jackson Hayes. Taken out of the air by Najee. And this, baby, is over. New Orleans wins at 113 over division rival Dallas. They score 106.
Yeah, that was the final last night. What a crazy night in the NBA. Kevin Durant gets hurt. Ja Morant gone for 4 more games. 2 of those against the Mavericks, fortunately for us. Brandon Ingram gets hurt against the Mavs, and Luka leaves in the third quarter with the thigh issue MRI today. Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell with you on DFW Sports Station. Luka saying it's not good afterwards, but I'm worried about Kyrie. What's Kyrie Irving thinking right now? And where would the Mavs have to fall? Or what's the outcome for the Mavs season that has Kyrie Irving say to himself, this isn't the right fit for me. This isn't going to result in a championship. Or do you think it will strictly be about what top 5 or 6 team in the NBA gives him the money he wants? Or has he already made up his mind? I mean, obviously all these are impossible questions, but my scary scenario is Luka's out for a week or 2. We plummet to the play-in, or maybe even outside of the play-in. What if the Mavs miss the playoffs? Let's go worst case scenario. What if they miss the playoffs? Kyrie Irving out of here?
There's way too much chatter to me from insiders out there and discussion around the league when you see some of these reports about executives that everybody unanimously seems to be saying they all think he's staying in Dallas. And
Woj, Chris Mannix with us the other day.
Yeah, Woj, Mannix. There was that article in Bleacher Report that referenced like 3 different NBA executives who all said they think Kyrie stays in Dallas. So to me, that level of confidence makes me feel like they all have a pretty good sense that regardless of what's happening here, he's in Dallas and that Dallas is the fit for him right now. At that same time, I vividly remember working a Mavs broadcast for up there at the arena for the first time Rajon Rondo arrived in Dallas, and he was due to be a free agent. And I remember talking to people up there and going like, I kind of want to go buy a Rondo jersey, but I want to make sure he's here first. And I was told by everybody, they're not trading for him like that. They're not giving that up without committing to Rondo and having him be here for a while. So you're safe. You can go buy the jersey. So I bought the jersey. And then, of course, he was gone in like 4 months.
You bought the Rondo jersey.
Yep.
I thought that was going to work, too. I thought it was going to be beautiful. Beautiful game.
It was beautiful. It was a beautiful disaster.
So what do you think? Like, let's say Mannix is like, I'm not offering him the 4, right? So, I mean, let's say the Lakers offer 3, but the Mavs offer 4, and he wants to be in L.A., and he has LeBron, but we're offering the longer deal. I'm just worried that he's like, I can't win a title here, and not making the playoffs or being in the play-in with Luka out isn't making the best impression. Not that it's Luka's fault.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you have injuries, even the least understanding person in the world can understand the reasoning behind that.
But this feels like a college recruitment.
Oh, for sure.
So like, you need everything. The Longhorns with Arch, like they needed, I'm guessing, everything to go perfect, everything to go right. First impression. And you got to go over the top and hit every nail on the head in order for Kyrie Irving to say, you know what? I never thought about Dallas Fort Worth. I never thought about the Dallas Mavericks, but this is awesome here. This is fantastic. And if anything goes awry, or there's any little, there's no margin for error in terms of making that impression on him. That's what I'm worried about.
I mean, look, it's certainly possible, and there's going to be people tugging at him from everywhere. LeBron, KD, who else knows, right? Who else wants a piece?
Isn't it amazing how we're sitting here talking about Kyrie Irving being an attractive option to anyone else? That is the craziness and the bipolar nature of the sports world. In Brooklyn, it was cancer. We wouldn't take him for free.
Yep.
We wouldn't give up anything for him. Stay away. And now we're worried about him leaving. That is the insanity of the sports world.
I mean, we're enamored with
talent,
people, talent, names. And oftentimes we ignore fit. People ignore fit all the time.
Yeah.
In the interest of talent, whether or not that's right or wrong, that's just the way it is. General managers and such, almost cursed there. They fear being irrelevant. The owners fear being irrelevant. They want to be relevant. What are the Mavericks today? The Mavericks are relevant.
Yep.
They're a relevant team not because of Luka.
Well, because of both.
Because Kyrie though they're relevant because of Luka, but they're nationally a different story today than they were 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Because they got Kyrie Irving, who is a talent, but also a bit of, lunatic, enigma, quirky, whatever you want to call him.
Yep.
That's why.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that to me, when you look at the thing that I'm a little concerned with, or not concerned with, you want them to win basketball games while Luka's out coming up here. I'd almost be a little bit more uneasy, though, about the idea when you say, what if you go forward and you lose these games and you risk losing Kyrie? I'd almost be a little bit more worried that if they go on some run, let's say over the next month, let's say Luka's out for a month, they play however many games that is, 13, 14. If they come out of this and they're 12-2 or something, and you look at it and go, well, okay, you were 2-0 to lead off the Kyrie Irving. You beat a Kings team on the road that's one of the better teams in basketball. Now you've gone 12-2 during this stretch, and then in between it, you've got what? I saw you taking the picture from Sports Center earlier. What was it, 3-6, and all of their numbers look worse than before the trade when those two play together. And so I would be a little bit more concerned about the narratives that might come out and how that might impact the thinking of maybe Kyrie ends up thinking, you know what, this works better when Luka's not here.
These are the Mavs clutch time numbers. Before Kyrie's debut, Mavs 20-14, win percentage 588. Point differential plus 27. All right. Opponents were shooting 37%. That's the Mavs clutch time numbers. Since Kyrie's debut, 3-6. Win percentage is 333 compared to 588. The point differential is -7 compared to plus 27. And opponents are shooting 10% better. 47% versus 37%. So those are the clutch time numbers. Luka gets hurt and picks up tech number 15 because a referee was finally tired of him staring them down. So he got teed up last night. Well, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to Raptor Fred VanVleet in his post.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that most nights, couple of the, out of the three, there's one or two that just the game up, and it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bullshit tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. Most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs. They're trying hard. They're pretty fair. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit. They come to see the players. I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was, and it's been disappointing this season. You could look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal.
What type of fine is that going to be?
Oh man, that is.
What's the max fine for?
I would say if the max fine is a one gamer, that's it. But I don't think it's that high. I can't imagine it's that high. $50,000.
How bad did Cuban get fined back in the day when he really went off on the official? That was 6 figures.
Owner's probably different, right? You probably have a responsibility not to do that.
Right.
Yeah, so he got fined $500,000 in the past. Van Gundy, wasn't he? You remember during the playoff series, Jeff Van Gundy, Rockets and Mavs years ago, he got 6 figures. But yeah, I would guess, I don't know, 50 probably for probably 50.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Man, one of our favorite players growing up, the Rain Man, Shawn Kemp. This story developing late last night. Shawn Kemp involved in a possible drive-by shooting.
Raining bullets.
In Washington. No one hurt, thankfully, but he's been booked on a felony drive-by shooting charge for one of the greatest dunkers of all time.
Great dunker. Just that Sonics team was
so fun.
So fun. So fun to watch. It's a sad kind of ending.
Police said 2 vehicles near the Tacoma Mall had an exchange that led to shots being fired. One of the cars fled. A gun was recovered. And 4 hours later, Sean Kemp booked felony drive-by shooting charge. Man, is he lucky nobody got hit and nobody died. So that was the Sean Kemp news last night. There's just certain guys, I hate to say this because it's a shooting, there's just certain guys that like give you that childhood reminisce feel. They're not on any Mount Rushmores. They're not, they're not the A alpha stars in the room, but just those awesome, cool players that you remember growing up. And like Gary Payton, higher profile. Sean Kemp's not a Hall of Famer, but Sean Kemp was just a badass,
Oh, I loved Sean Kemp way more than Gary Payton.
It's like Don Mattingly in baseball for my age demographic growing up. It was like
he was my favorite player.
Don Mattingly was just cool. You know what I mean? The mustache. I'm just trying to think who it was in different sports, but Sean Kemp was awesome, man. His dunks were filthy.
Yeah,
he was kind of like, and I thought of Antonio McDyess as kind of like the JV Sean Kemp. Antonio McDyess had nasty throwdowns too. Was he your bathroom site?
No, he's my locker room site. The bathroom site was
team. I can maybe.
No,
help.
he was a coach. It was a coach.
Oh, Alvin. It was
Alvin Gentry.
Alvin Gentry. You ever heard this, Roberto?
Mm-mm.
I walk in the restroom at the Vidara in Vegas, and I go in the bathroom, and Alvin Gentry, I see him at the urinal, and he backs away from the urinal. His pants are still unbuttoned. I don't think he knew anybody was in there.
No.
I got a great look at his kneecap, let me tell you. Oh, gosh. I'm probably breaking code here. You're not supposed to talk about that, but
good for him.
Hat tip, Alvin Gentry.
Speaking of Alvin Gentry, he was always somebody. I remember he had one of the cooler stories of any NBA head coach that I heard when he got fired by the Pelicans. I know New Orleans reporters said that when he got fired, he wanted to say goodbye to the beat reporters who covered him. And so the day after he got fired, he took all of them out to dinner in New Orleans just to say thanks for covering the team the last 5 years while he was there.
Oh, well, that's good.
What's this Kendrick Perkins setup?
So we all have been playing, we played the Reddick audio yesterday of him really going after Kendrick Perkins and Kendrick Perkins going, I did not, over and over again. But one of the things Kendrick Perkins did claim is that 80% of the MVP voters, or maybe over 80% of the MVP voters for the NBA are white. And that is apparently not true. And so yesterday, First Take had to issue a bit of a correction.
I want to correct something here from yesterday's show. When Kendrick Perkins said 80% of NBA voters for the MVP award are white, the NBA publicly announces the voters each year. And after review, it is clear the panel is much more diverse than what was portrayed by Kendrick Perkins, and we wanted to make sure that we corrected that today.
You know what that also is? That's the NBA saying, correct this. You need to straighten this out. Here are the documents. The leagues will do that. If you say something like that implies something about the league's process of giving awards or anything else, they'll reach out and let you know on those broadcast companies like, you need to fix this. Here's the actual data. You need to issue a correction right now.
Now, did you notice she didn't give a number?
No.
It's not 80, it's 78%. It's not 80%. 78.
But it said much more diverse.
Much more.
Well, we should be able to find that, right?
Maybe. So in the NBA, does the NBA pick the voters? Like the NFL doesn't, right? It's AP. Is it not? College football, they don't pick the voters.
No. It is a group of voters for MVP. It's not just like the AP award.
Right. I know, but the NFL, does the NFL select who those voters are?
I would guess it's some NBA Writers Association probably selects them.
All right,
but it's within NBA influence.
We got Aaron Rodgers even closer to becoming a New York Jet this morning. RJ is going to tell you why there's no excuse. No excuse for the Dallas Cowboys not to be playing in the Super Bowl. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to
Tolbert Garage Door.
This is Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call us today for our $50 garage door tune-up special. 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, Chop, sorry, but we have to put the Cowboys winning the NFC on the shelf again for just a second. Things keep coming up. And that thing that just came up is from Tolo Diego, who sent us Kyrie Irving releasing a video on the internet. I was like, is this old? This is from NBA New York. But then I listened to it in the commercial break. He's mentioning Dallas. I can't tell what type of smoke this is in front of Kyrie.
This was apparently on his Twitch last night, by the way.
Incense. There's some people, I think, that can actually look at smoke and determine what type. Is it weed smoke? Is it candle smoke?
Vape, sage.
Candle. I don't know. This is a very free-flowing smoke.
Incense.
Here's Kyrie with a video he made recently.
For 3 hours and you think you know who I am. You see a few posts. Oh, Kai's woke. Kai got it. Oh, Kai is, oh my goodness, he just doesn't fit into the mold of all the other people. And then, man, he's different. He's crazy. He's arrogant. He's this. He's that. He's this. All from seeing me from 3 hours. You get all that. Kai, what's Kai gonna do this summer? Does Kai like Dallas? What happened in Brooklyn? What happened in Boston? What happened in Cleveland? Why did you leave LeBron? Why did you leave Jason? Why did you leave Katie? Why did you leave all these people? For 3 hours. Get to ask all these legitimate questions. As if 21 hours every day wasn't happening after that. Me. You would think that I'm the cancer in the locker room, as if basketball is an individual sport that one person is supposed to take blame for. It's 15 guys on the team, and I'm the one cancer in the room. That's what it's portrayed as. That's what you guys get. That's what they have fun doing. That's why these older, bitter gentlemen and women keep my name in their mouths every day.
Where is this coming from?
Now,
that's definitely weed.
That
mind worked in a different way right there.
Well, I mean, we read that article that long, I can't remember what it was, New York Magazine or whoever had said that there was scouts or executives who said he's your stoner friend from college that would always talk about weird stuff. Like, that's just the way his mind works. Now, to be fair, we don't have it here. I know he takes a lot of Q&A and stuff like that, so it's very possible he was just responding to a question somebody threw at him in the Twitch.
Right.
And just said something like, how do you feel about being portrayed as the bad guy?
Do you know when this was from?
I believe it was last night. That's what it seems to be from the way everybody's indicating, but it's definitely from his Twitch.
Okay, so maybe it was a question. Because for him just to launch into a tangent, when I haven't seen anything nationally, I haven't seen anything recently talking about him being, woke or crazy or arrogant or a cancer in the locker room. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that this was coming from a Twitch question.
And I don't have a problem necessarily with what he said. Like, in fact, I don't.
Well, I do.
You have a problem with him saying,
we're not judging Kyrie Irving off of 3 hours of game time.
Mhm.
Like, let's keep it real.
Sure.
Kyrie Irving has said the most unusual, crazy, disruptive things in the National Basketball Association. I'm trying to think of another player. I'm trying to think of someone else who could be in the conversation. Like, Kevin Durant usually speaks about hoops, about basketball when he ticks people off. Kyrie is on another universe in terms of the things he has said and done as of late. So let's stop acting like, oh, he's putting on a Mavs jersey, like the rest of these Mavs homers in the Metroplex who love to, completely forget about everything before he put the jersey on when no one wanted him here and called him a wacko. Kyrie Irving has done plenty to deserve those conversations. It's not just about him as a basketball player on the court. It's everything off of the floor that he has caused. He caused it.
yes, and I get all that. And I'm I was the one out of the three of us here who I think said, like, I wasn't thrilled. I didn't want Kyrie here. Not because of any basketball reasons. I wouldn't want him around. He's been really good so far, and he's behaved so far. We'll see how it goes moving forward. But I don't have a problem with what he's listing out here, which is in general, even these things that you know about me off the court and these things that you have questions about, you don't have the full context of what is going on in my life to know that. You see me play basketball, and then you see the headlines related to controversies, and you don't know what led up to the controversy or what my thought process was or anything else. And the other point being, whether it's true or not, it's at least a fair point to throw up for skepticism, is to say there's 15 guys on the team, and I'm just going to be the one cancer in the room every single time. Like, there's a lot of different personalities that you got to get to mesh.
Well, the place where he's probably the biggest disaster was in Boston. So you would have us point the finger at Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum or something else over there with the Celtics.
Brad Stevens, maybe?
Brad Stevens, maybe. What's your take, Ralph?
I can't get into his mind. That is the most difficult thing.
Yeah.
Is trying to get into his mind. Like, does he have a point? Yeah, he absolutely has a point. There's no way. If you really tear it down, peel back all the layers, there is really no way for any of us in the media to know any of these players.
Sure.
We don't know them. People who are in the locker room every day, they don't know Dak Prescott. They don't know Dak. They don't hang with Dak.
Most of them do not know him, but yes.
Yeah, like unless you hang out with him once a week outside of the facility, in his not in his work person. You know the work personality, but you don't know the other personality. It's really hard to make a snap judgment on any of these guys. It's probably not fair to them either. We do it. It's our job to do it in a sense, but it isn't fair to those guys.
So Rye tweeted, "This has to be from last night. He got into it with some Pelicans fans because they were bringing up the screenshot courtside to him." I retweeted a video when he was telling these fans, "You're going to tell me how to play basketball?" And someone was yelling something at him. I couldn't decide if the audio was good enough to use of what the fans were actually saying. I thought it was just typical trash talk back and forth. And Kyrie's like, "You're going to tell me how to play basketball?" So I saw that from some of the Pelicans fans. Maybe he's reacting to that. Here's another clip about Kyrie talking about sports gambling.
Gambling and sports betting has completely taken the purity away and the fun away from the game at times. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. So, work is work, but the support around it can be very distracting. You know what I mean? There's a difference between being a diehard fan and supporting your team and loving your team versus somebody that's betting on a parlay or somebody that wants to hit. And don't get me wrong, I don't want anybody wasting their money on me. But god dang, this whole community of gamblers that's come into the game of basketball, y'all tell me what y'all think. Want to gamble? Why don't you gamble on something that makes sense to you? And if you gamble on me, I'm not going to tell you whether it's a good gamble or a bad gamble. I'm just saying, you gambling, you going to win or lose. But that doesn't mean sliding into people's DMs or wishing bad on them or doing the extra shit that goes on, man. It blows my mind sometimes. You feel me?
I feel you, Kyrie. I feel you.
Yeah, RJ,
Yeah.
You in the gambling community.
I would never ask a player about gambling. Ever. Never do that.
Oh, yeah. These comments to these players when they cost someone a parlay or fantasy,
so stupid.
What are you doing?
So dumb.
When I was fortunate enough to sit courtside that night,
well,
I was just thinking to myself, Bobby dared me to have fun with Carlisle, and I was like, no freaking way possible. I was like, what am I doing if I'm screaming at one of these players? I'm a 41-year-old, and I'm gonna sit here and talk trash, even with Russell Westbrook. Now, if this game 6, game 7, and it's chaos and people are trash talking and there was a dirty play, maybe you suck, or maybe a funny taunt, but sitting there screaming and yelling like the guys next to me were already getting on the officials in the first minute of the game. The referee turned around in the first minute, Mavs Pacers, and goes, "Already, guys? You already starting?" And it's just like, what do you that's a lot of energy to go ahead and burn up. But getting in Kyrie's DMs or any other players' DMs when it comes to winning or losing a game or complaining. So there he is talking about the purity or lack thereof.
Yeah, you are. If you're in your 20s and you want to ride a player at the courtside, fine. If you're a 45-year-old man with your kid sitting there, like, come on. What do we do?
Also, let's see. I have a Tolo sending me this. I'm not going to retweet it. Thank you, Sonny. I just got to make sure, but there appears to be, some people think they have the video footage of Sean Kemp with the drive-by.
Oh.
Broad daylight, but I can't tell that that's Sean Kemp. The internet's starting to pick up steam with it, so there we go. Anything else from Kyrie, Pepe?
I think that's it. Well, there might have been one. Yeah, there was one other shorter clip that Bobby sent me. We'll play it.
How am I free if I know my people aren't free in Africa? How am I free if I know my indigenous people are not free in Australia? How am I free if I know kids are still working on the cobalt mines in the Congo, making Teslas?
That's a very Kyrie quote right there. That's the most Kyrie quote of the three that we played.
Well, I was thinking that I tweeted Kyrie this. Man, he needs to do preferably with us.
That's right.
I think he's the type of dude that could really benefit from a sit-down interview. Now, I know what Kyrie and LeBron and everyone would say back. I don't need a sit-down interview. I'm my own media entity.
I got the shop.
I'm my own conglomerate. I'm my own company. All that is true. But sometimes I think when you have someone asking you questions from the, like the people's perspective, an average fan perspective, it can really help you out versus Kanye just bloviating and just going wherever he wants with direction. Because as soon as you make that second or third turn, the majority of us go, you're cuckoo.
Mm-hmm.
You're crazy. I would love to just sit down. And I guarantee you we know he'd be fascinating. I think he'd be so likable if Kyrie Irving walked in here for a straight hour and we just asked him things like, where are you the most misunderstood? Like, do you regret anything? Kyrie comes across to me as very, very well educated, more educated than me on many different issues. And if we can bridge the gap on, there's a loss in translation from where he takes things that's not controlled whatsoever. And I just think, I always said Kaepernick should have done a freaking sit down 30-minute interview with somebody to explain things and convey. For those that thought that he was just doing the NFL return as a money grab, were you willing to actually be a backup? Were you willing to take a minimal salary? None of these things were ever conveyed. And to hear someone sit down and say it to another person, I think does a lot for that interview subject.
See, I think Kyrie can gain nothing from that. He's already making $45 million a year. He's going to get $45 million a year in the next contract without sitting down.
Oh, no, I'm not talking. He's not going to benefit monetarily.
Right, but so a lot of these guys, and to me, that's like Colin Kaepernick, you were not changing anybody's mind. If you were against Colin kneeling for the anthem, you were against it because you thought it was unpatriotic. Nothing he could have said, I don't believe, would have changed a single person's mind. You either were with him or you were against him. I don't know that he could have said it. Maybe he could have. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, he could have altered my thinking. I'm not one way or the other. I wasn't, I was like 50-50. I thought he was blackballed by the NFL, but I was questioning some of his intentions in returning. I would have liked to hear from him. I always like to hear from the person. Sure. And I think at the end of the day in this country, yes, when it comes to those political things, we're locked in. But man, we have sympathy. We have sympathy. We love a great story. We love when people are genuine. We love when people are just real. I just think Kyrie sometimes, and you may be right, he doesn't give a rip. He doesn't give a rat's ass. If I was his agent, I would just be like, let's do a sit-down interview with someone to try to put it through a translator or the conveyor belt to clear things up and make it a little bit more relatable to those who think that you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So thanks to Diego, Bobby, and Peyton hopping on the audio. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. RJ will tell you why the Cowboys. No, we'll do that tomorrow. Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Let's get you over to K.
On to Crosstalk with the KMC.
You could, even if he's not here, you
See
can
you on
still
spring
say,
break.
Yeah. He'll be back next week.
All right, in the merch store, where did he go?
I think he's just like hanging out with the family and stuff.
Oh, is his kids are on spring break this week?
Yes, Plano ISD is on spring break this week.
We have next week.
So do we.
Or whatever school district his kids.
You guys going on any trips?
I am, but a short trip. My kids are very excited. I am taking them next Friday morning. We're leaving to go to College Station for LSU #1 in the country. By the way, LSU might have the #1 and #2 pick in the draft. Their center fielder most likely will go 1. Their starting Friday night pitcher might go #2. Right now, he's mocked #4 to the Texas Rangers. But so I'm going to go to A&M LSU for the weekend with my boys.
Nice.
And then also they're like, dude, I'm like, yeah, we'll leave early because they want to get to like a Buffalo Wild Wings or whoever we sponsor here. And
Eagles Nest.
Yeah. And watch the tournament like at College Station. So when we get down to College Station, they're like, hey, can we like get down there and make sure we go eat at a place that has the tournament on and stuff like that. So it should be a fun weekend.
You guys have done a tremendous job of influencing your children to follow all your likes, especially Choppy.
Have I?
I don't know about you.
My older son's dream school is the University of Texas. So I do not believe I have excelled.
Okay. Like the top 3 things you love that he loves has copied.
Yeah, he loves cards. He loves sports.
Loves plain generic food?
No. Oh my gosh. You guys would be shocked. He would fit in with all of y'all so much better because he's like, oh yeah, you do need to go ahead and add this and that and whatever.
Bob is not in that category.
Okay, well, most of y'all in this little round table here would enjoy him. He's a foodie.
Didn't you pick on that list of like 58 things? There was 31 you wouldn't try or eat.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know liver was one for me because I did try it earlier in life. And I was like, I'm not a liver fan.
Chewy.
I won't eat it. But like everything else, I'm like, I've either tried it or it's fine. Like I might not love some of those things.
This would be like 4 or 5.
But what about like entertainment? Like your taste in movies or music?
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. He also loves Legos just like me and Star Wars. And
See?
Yeah.
I think it's very common.
Is it?
Especially boy to father.
Boy to father. They generally will root for the same sports teams you do. They like the same kind of interest that you like. If you like baseball, they like baseball. If you like golf, they like golf.
Good.
I think it's generally
my daughter's a little bit different, obviously different gender, and so she's 18. I mean, we
sure about that?
Love each other, but I hear you.
I'm glad you laughed, Mike.
But
that could have been a non-laugh.
But it's always different, right? I mean,
yeah. Does she mimic her mother? And Bobby, do your girls mimic your wife?
I would say a little bit, but not as much as son to father. She mimics more of her aunt. Her Aunt Allie loves art. It was an art teacher, still does art. I think she teaches art privately now.
Hippie.
Like sometimes I call her a hippie.
Yeah.
But
had to be.
I'll tell you though, you mentioned you're going to the A&M game. My kids, like my older one at least, they were not in on Tennessee at all.
Yeah, he got him Tennessee, aviation,
but
Jeter.
A&M was my worst recruiting trip.
But Tennessee, they were eventually gonna like it. It's like I always talk about it. So like but their baseball program, like my son is all in on that baseball program. They're fun. They're all over social media. Like that's what really got him into it. It wasn't me. It was like I liked them, but then like he discovered their baseball program. He's like, holy cow, I'm in on this.
All right, so no one's going to Mexico for spring break. That's good because a do not travel warning has been issued for spring break.
Is it because of that cruise ship?
I would think it'd be the Matamoros kidnapping.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is where I do watch both news channels, not a lot, but I do watch CNN, which is the Democrat news channel, and Fox News, which is
the road, Mike.
Republican news channel. And
if you think CNN is Democrat, what do you think MSNBC is?
I don't watch that.
Huh?
So I just I have DirecTV. I either go to 202 or 360, and it's amazing how they can cover the same story in totally opposite ways.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
or think the top story is something completely different.
So last night, real quick, Mike.
I hear you.
I was just
on
going
that.
around the local news channels at 6 o'clock. they mimic each other exactly with the timing. Michael Irvin was at the top of every single one, and then like a murder or this and that. But like the national news channels, the hierarchy and the importance of the stories, totally different.
And so CNN was covering something different. I think it was on it's on Fox News getting sued. And I was like, I don't care about this at all. Like, fine, sue them, don't sue them. I don't care. I turn over to Fox News and they're like, dude, Mexico, don't go there this spring or don't possibly go there this summer. And I'm like, is this a Republican thing or is this a real thing?
So,
and you and I are both going.
Yeah, so I'm going. I'm going in end of April, early May. And you're going too. It's
you were going.
No, we're going. We're going.
So it's not refundable, I'm sure.
It's not refundable. B, so like the people you talk to, like if they're on the right, stay away from Mexico. That's just the way it is. Like the people I talk to that are like Fox News viewers, it's my mom, my friends. Don't go to Mexico. You guys are crazy for going to Mexico. And I'm like, I don't care. I'm going. The place that I'm in, that we're going to, does not have a travel warning necessarily. Well, it's not in the red or the yellow. It's like it's okay.
Okay.
If that changed, would you still be like, well, what can you do? And just go anyway?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if I was in the red.
Chuck made happy hour plans in the middle of the hurricane the other day, the tornado. He's like, we're not missing happy hour. Hey, if he's not missing a $3 queso in the middle of a tornado warning, he ain't missing all inclusive.
If you're going to a 5-star resort,
yeah,
I think you're going to be fine. Look, don't listen to me because I don't want anybody to be like, well, then I'm booking now. But I think, look, if you go to Windmill Suites in Mexico, you might be in a little bit of
that's fair. As the trucker.com text line says, Mexico's safer than Chicago. I mean, that might be true. I don't know.
I went to Chicago in September with daughter, sister-in-law, and wife, and we had a great time. They let you know. They say, look, you know where the Chicago White Sox play in the South Side? Do not go there. You're going to be in big trouble if you go there at night. There's going to be major issues. As long as you stay in downtown Chicago, you go to the north side of Chicago, like around Wrigley Field and stuff, you're going to have a great time. And we ran into no issues in Chicago. But they also tell us, like, the taxi drivers or Ubers or the people at the hotel are like, we would stay away from this area. If you stay away from this area, you'll be fine.
Kevin, what's coming up on the show?
Hold on. Are you going to Mexico too?
Yeah.
I care about your safety as well. What's the story?
Well, you asked me second. But I'm actually probably, no one else, I don't know if anyone else has done this. I'm taking my in-laws on vacation.
Oh, we go with our in-laws on vacation almost every year.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, your eyes just, that was
super pumped.
That wasn't a great endorsement look.
That's our Galveston trip usually. Now we don't go to Mexico, but
I said, you know what?
Splurge for the brown water of Galveston.
Yeah.
My kids like Galveston better because they like the waves. And I'm like, because we took them to freaking the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, the waves aren't really there. And I'm like, this is beautiful, clear water, this and that. And they preferred Galveston over the Bahamas.
No, my in-laws are fun. They deserve a vacation, so I'm like, I'm gonna treat y'all to a vacation.
When are y'all going?
June. I can't remember what I put in Tim's mailbox. I think it's June.
I want you to be safe, man.
Thanks, man. Is this because we talked off air the other day? Now you care about my safety?
I always care about your safety.
One conversation.
My question is, will the Mavs be on spring break in mid-April?
Oh, what a tease!
Wow. Yeah, that's going to be our first segment. All the disaster that was last night to kick it off. At 11 o'clock, my buddy's an idiot. And at 12:20, love y'all's feedback if you have any thoughts here.
Okay.
What would be the dream title matchup for every sport for TV executives? So TV, because everyone's like, oh, the NFL's rigged against the Cowboys. The Cowboys would be in the Super Bowl every damn year if the TV executives put it together.
Okay, so give me the AFC team, Bobby. Cowboys versus...
Pittsburgh, probably.
You can see that.
Okay, are we talking about, like, market or, like, player?
No,
because I don't care about saying Kenny Pickett.
And see, that's up to you. But I think the brand might draw more than a specific player in the NFL. In the NBA, I could see that being a different deal.
I'll go Raiders, Cowboys.
Okay,
that's another big one. I would just wonder if the Las Vegas move still has people angry.
Okay, baseball, Yankees, Dodgers.
Yankees, Dodgers.
Yep.
I would say Cowboys, Steelers myself. in the NFL. I could see the Raiders, though. I could see
But the Pittsburgh market is small.
That's okay. I mean, the NFL has shown that it's market proof.
They're the AFC Cowboys, though, in that like there's terrible towels in every state. It's not just Pittsburgh.
All right, Lakers,
Knicks.
That's interesting because I'd wondered about the Bucks too because of Giannis, but I know that is a crushingly small market compared to the other ones. So
the Bucks.
I'm just going by team. I don't care. Like I'm just talking about in any given year.
I don't want to give away mine because we have a whole segment on this. Why do you pick the Knicks over the Celtics? If the
Lakers are in it.
Way more fans.
Okay.
And the New York starvation, right? They haven't had any success compared to Boston.
They're the Cowboys of the NBA.
Boston's got.
Oh yeah.
Like everybody like. There's not a single Nets fan in New York City. Like, there's 30 million Knicks fans.
What would you put for college football?
Ohio State. I learned this from a TV executive discussion. Like, all the networks are like, the Ohio college football market is insane.
I would say Ohio State, Texas.
That's what I was thinking.
Ohio State, Texas. If not Ohio State, Texas, then maybe Ohio State, SC.
Do you think Notre Dame is still up there for TV executives?
Yeah, I mean, Notre Dame, Ohio State. The other thing is, like,
not after the Manti documentary.
You've got to look at also.
Is NBC still paying a whole bunch of money?
They
for
are.
them?
I mean, that's right. Like Notre Dame's had the most fans of anybody.
That Jack Collinsworth.
They have more fans than Ohio
Like
State.
a hated broadcaster.
If you got one of the rivalries, people might care. Like if you somehow got Ohio State, Michigan in, or you got USC, Notre Dame in, like those would probably draw. Really
I'll change it. I would do Notre Dame, Texas. Notre Dame's much bigger than Ohio State. They've got every Catholic in America is a Notre Dame fan. It's insane.
How big was the Texas
I left
SC
the
draw?
Catholic, so I left Notre Dame. I
Sure,
guess.
a lot of people did.
Texas SC draw was, I think it was a really good, really highly rated game. Any combination of USC, Texas, Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Florida.
To end this, I actually do like Michigan more than Ohio State, but I love teasing Derek Hall and that I'm going
dotting
for
the
Ohio
I
State.
and everything.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's the KMC Masterpiece. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Mike's favorite, Joey the Jet Erickson, a.k.a. Slim Scotty.
I feel not a lot. I feel a little naked today without Corey or Derek here.
Okay.
It's just me and you.
You think we should just bring somebody in to help with the show?
Yeah. I
Okay,
tell you
Carter,
what,
we got a
if
mic
you are,
open. Come on down.
I'm on the Twitch right now. I'm going to say hello to the Twitchers. If you'd like to come up to the station and do 4 hours of radio, you'll probably miss the first 2 segments, but probably right around baseball nuggets you could get here if you think you're good enough to do this.
Just a little tryout?
Yeah, you try out. Get a 3-hour tryout with Kevin and me, or Kevin and I, however you'd like to say it.
Knowing the difference will not be prerequisite to get you in the door. I don't know if our bosses would love that.
Man, we have a lot of people right now who are coming in. It looks like we're going to have a rotating segment. Like you get one segment, you get the next segment.
TJ's going to be busy down there.
Yeah, do we need to send word down to TJ?
I would, but traffic stinks. That's from Swaggy Booties. One guy says only if you go political. Like I only want to talk political.
You know what? Since somebody said that, I'm not going to go political, but I want to get everyone's gauge on this. 877-881-1053 from the 972. Kevin, what is a neutral national news station? Thank you. That's a great question because man, oh man, some of the sites that have been neutral forever, even like the Associated Press, have moved one way or another, to be fair. And so I'm really curious what everybody else thinks about that, because I've had conversations with Reggie that he was like, oh yeah, this place is neutral. I'm like, that's crazy. And so I'm curious where everybody thinks, because I hate for my answer to be, I don't know. I don't know if that place exists.
I don't know
anymore.
either. I feel like, I don't know this, but I feel like local news, whatever one I'm watching, 4, 5, 8, or 11. I know supposedly I'm supposed to just say one, but they all seem to be normal to me.
Yeah.
I don't feel like when they're covering the weather in Dallas-Fort Worth that they're really Republican weather or Democrat weather, or when somebody gets murdered or something, they're not like it's a Democrat murder or a Republican murder. I just feel like they're reporting the news. And I did see a guy do a stand-up comedy on this, and I thought it was great. He said, listen, you know when you watch the morning news, they're telling you all of these good things. Like, hey, waking up in the morning and what's a great breakfast to have and where's a good place to eat. And they have all these really positive stories, I feel like, in the morning on the news. And then you get to at nighttime, whether it's like the 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock news, and like, all right, man, like this dude's loose and he maybe escaped from prison. And like, why don't you give me all the bad things this morning to get ready for? Like, hey, there's a murderer on the loose in wherever. I won't name a city, but like, and there's this happening that's really bad. And they don't do that until like you're ready to go to bed, and then you're frightened going to bed.
I think we've got the answer. So several people have texted in. Let's just say several people have texted in answers that I very much disagree with. However, I do know one neutral news station on the radio. It's 1080 KRLD. And like, I'm not BSing about that. I know that they're one of our sister stations, but they legitimately like report the news. And here's the news. Do with it what you will. Or here's an update. They have all kinds of like great criminal justice updates and everything like that. So yes, I think 1080 is your good neutral way to go. In terms of TV news, I don't know. Like, watch both sides, decide for yourself. Because if you're just looking for a straight neutral source, I don't know if that is out there in the world. All right. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to bring you a neutral breakdown of last night's game because for the Dallas Mavericks, it felt like a disaster across the board. We can talk about the game. I'm sure we will talk about the game, but let's just cut right to cut number one, where this is Luka describing how his body feels.
It's not good. It's been going for 1 week, maybe more. I just can't really push up that leg. Just getting my rhythm, running. I can feel it, but mostly probably on the jump shots, because we need both legs. So pushing off has been really hard for me. I will try to play. I think first quarter wasn't that bad, but then it kept going, so it got really worse, especially in the third. We just try something, just to stay together. I don't know, but it didn't really help.
Now, we made allusions to this yesterday because Derek, remember we had Derek Holland on, and one of the great things about his seats is he picks up stuff that maybe don't get picked up on the broadcasts. And he kept talking about, like, he made reference to his leg, maybe his knee. We weren't entirely sure, but his leg. And so I have to admit, Mike, when Luka didn't come back after the third quarter because they said injury, I thought this is a we're losing badly injury. And he just was like, it's a back-to-back. I'm going to take the rest of the night off. So I was still optimistic that it wasn't an injury that would cost you time. Right. I don't know if you felt that way at all, but that was kind of my takeaway on it. And then when he said that, I thought, oh, crap. In addition to the loss, which dropped you several spots.
It's bad. I don't know if bad's the right word, but to speculate on an injury that we have no clue what it is, right? We know that it's a leg injury.
Quad, thigh,
We don't know if it's a bad bone bruise. We don't know if there's a minor tear. I have no clue. But it sounds like, and it looked like the way he played the last two nights, especially as the game went on, maybe it wasn't so much fatigue in that fourth quarter that the Mavs beat the Jazz where he scored 0 points.
Yeah.
It might have been that he was really and you could see he was dragging the leg. Like maybe he's like, I can't really do anything special. Maybe, I don't know this, against Phoenix. He makes that shot to tie the game 99 out of 100 times. We've seen him. Like, in a way.
He said his friend texted him, was like, come on, dude.
Yeah. And maybe right now he does need a minimum of 2 weeks off of that leg, which stinks because he just had the All-Star break. I don't know. And he's not specific on when he heard it, how he heard it. Was it practice? Was it in the Phoenix game? Was it before the Phoenix game? And so I look at this and go, yeah, they're in big trouble. Where you look at the standings, yes, I know they're jumbled up. They were in 5th place. Now they're in 8th place after last night. And they could probably fall to... if they lose the next game, right now there's a little bit of breathing room between 8 and 9, not a lot, but a little. But it just looks like with this injury, Luka's probably going to miss. There's only 16 games left?
I believe that is correct.
He's probably going to miss 5, I'm going to guess, if not more.
I believe actually 15,
15. So I believe he's going to miss 5 games, and hopefully not more than 5, hopefully less. Hopefully he just misses a game or 2. But if he misses 5 games, and I know, hey, the I hate Luka Kyrie fans, we're 2-0 when Luka doesn't play. Like, good luck. Good luck with doing all that for an extended period of time. Just like Luka, good luck with doing it with an extended period of time without Kyrie. If Kyrie were to get hurt and Luka were to be healthy, I just look at it and go, I think this pushed them into the play-in series. I don't know if it's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, but I think now this injury, I think you're looking at it going, how in the world are we supposed to have more wins than the top 6 teams at the end of this?
And I feel like we talk about this. We've talked about it ad nauseum for the last 2-3 weeks, is every game can fluctuate so much. I definitely hear what you're saying without Luka, but you win your next game, you could theoretically pop right back up to 5, just like this loss dropped you from 5 to 8. It's just, you don't have one more game. You have 15 more. And if you're right, if Luka's going to miss 5, whatever the significant amount of time is, you look at the standings and you see, okay, if you're one game better, you're in 5th. But then if you look at it, if you're 2.5 games worse, you could be in 13th place. That's the reality of how tight spots 5 through, honestly, 13 are separated by 3 games. And it sucks that Luka got hurt, but it also sucks that you lost that game, because that was a very
before the game started.
Exactly. As the game went along, it seemed like a very not winnable game. And I know Tim Hardaway Jr.'s end stat line, we talked about how hot he was, looked pretty solid. That was a lot of pickup in the fourth quarter, where the Mavericks, I have to admit, made the feverish rush down to, I think, 5. I don't know if that's the closest they got, but I think it was 5. And I thought, okay, maybe we pull this out. And in my mind, Luka was still the we're losing injury, not the I'm injured. Right. But instead, they don't complete the comeback. You find out Luka said maybe a week, but the way he said it makes you feel like maybe longer. It was an S sandwich last night.
Can I I'm going to add a little bit of positivity to this, kind of questioning something with it, is with Luka most likely being out for a few games, hopefully just a few and not the rest of the season, do you think that the coaching staff will take the risk in playing a kid that can get you 30 points in 30 minutes, or will they go with Frankie Smokes, who's going to get you 0 points in 30 minutes? But this is why I'm not a big fan of, I'm going to put his name on blast a little bit here. I think Jason Kidd 1, but I'm going to go with Sean Sweeney number 2. I think that they are so, I don't want any mistakes, that they don't even care if you create anything good. They're like, I don't care if you do anything good. Example, Christian Wood. I don't care if you score 20 points on 8 shots.
Yeah.
That was worthless to me because you made so many mistakes that I can't live with you. And Frankie, the human cigar, smokes Ntilikina. He doesn't do anything positive in a game. Horrible in a basketball game. If you're asking him to do anything positive, he will do 0 things positive in a game. But he's probably not going to make any mistakes. He's not going to turn over the ball because he's never going to try any pass that could get somebody open. He's just going to pretty much, hey, you take the ball here. So, look, I didn't make a mistake, coach. Didn't turn it over. It's like, yeah, well, you created absolutely nothing. Hey, I drove the ball to the basket, but I didn't want to shoot it because it might have got blocked. So now I'm just going to pull it back out and hand the ball to somebody who's not open. Hey, defensively, I'm in the right position. I can't stop anybody really because of my size limits me at times. And it's like, it seems like Jason Kidd and Sean Sweeney love the guy who does nothing positive in a game, but also doesn't do anything negative. Where you're like, you're going to have to live. Jaden Hardy's going to throw the ball in the third row.
And you're going to be like, what the hell was that?
He's going to take one of the stupidest shots you've ever seen in your life. And you go, hey, dumbass, 20-year-old, pull your head out of your rear end.
He's talking about you, Joe.
Right? And it's like, okay. But you know what that 20-year-old can do? On 13 shots, he might score 30 points. He might get so hot that he helps you beat the Utah Jazz. And I'll live with that. And I hate coaches. I'm going to put this out. I hate Jason Kidd for this. Jason Kidd made so many mistakes. Still won Rookie of the Year. But I remember watching his early career at the Mavs. And it was great. He made the All-Star team his second year. And he was... But do you know how many mistakes you had to live with because he played at such a fast pace and would throw the ball off the backboard to the other team? And you're just like, what the hell was that? And the next play, he'd make a fantastic play. You're like, I don't know if I've seen a play that good in a long time. And it's like Jason Kidd, who made so many mistakes as a young player, refuses to give kids that are way more talented than Frankie Smokes a chance.
I think you will, because I think that Hardy is a much better secondary ball handler than Ntilikina. Like, again, ideally, Hardy would always be an off guard. I'm not saying his future is the point guard on this team with Luka or without, but I think that Hardy can distribute the ball significantly better than Ntilikina or pick up the pace of the offense. And quite frankly, Mike, I don't know if you're going to get that in the next game. My prediction would be
Frankie Smokes.
You need a game or two for the full, like, I wouldn't predict it against, do you play the Grizzlies back-to-back? I know the next game is the Grizzlies. Yeah, you do play the Grizzlies back-to-back. I think at least one of those games, you're going to see it the way it was until they realize, well, this might not work the way we hoped it would. Yeah. And then maybe that jump starts Hardy, and you obviously hope that Green can get going again. And you at least see some youth movement to, like, build on going forward. Because here's my concern, Mike, and I don't know if you think about this at all. This is a bigger picture thing. Is even if they bounce to the tournament, let's say they bounce to the tournament and they get eliminated from the play-in, they don't even make the real playoffs. If you watch these last 15 games and Hardy and Green are like rolling together, I think at least you're like, okay.
It gives you a little bit of the Josh Howard, Marquise Daniels.
Yeah.
In the crap-ass year of the of the Antoines, Jameson did win Sixth Man of the Year. Booby Walker didn't do that good for us. But when you looked at that year and you lost Steve Nash, you saw two young kids in Josh Howard and Marquise Daniels start impacting your team. And you're like, okay, this really stinks. And it was like, oh no, but you saw two kids really help you late after knowing what had just happened to a season where you went to the conference finals to now you get eliminated in the first round and you lose Steve Nash. Is Jason Kidd to me, you're going to lose that game. You're down by whatever it was, 16 at halftime or whatever. Like, you're probably going to lose that game, and I'm not going to blame him for that loss. But once again, when you watch that game, you're like, you know what? Jason Kidd is reminding me so much of Steve Nash in Brooklyn. He's reminding me of Magic Johnson trying to coach the Lakers for a short amount of time and Isaiah Thomas coaching multiple organizations.
Yeah.
He is one of the greatest point guards I've ever seen play, and I'm going to give him credit for last year, which will probably keep him the coach next year.
And I think that's fair.
I think Jason Kidd is now falling into, I'm one of the greatest floor generals in NBA history, just like Nash, just like Isaiah, just like Magic Johnson, but he can't do it from the sideline. He just can't. And for some reason, the greatest players in their sports really struggle with coaching from the sideline. You'd think they'd be great at it because they coach from the point of view of, I have the ball, I control tempo, I control flow, I control who gets the ball. But they're some of the worst coaches in NBA history.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I am excited to see how this plays out. Oh, yeah, if you're looking for an update, there's a lot of sadness on the fan text, not just about
Are they
the
coming
Mavs.
in to help us out?
No, I'm sure they would, but also there's a lot of sadness about finding unbiased news on the national TV level. We established 1080 as your go-to locally, but on the national TV level, I see a lot of sadness out there, and that bums me out as well. Coming up next, though, it can be players or coaches. Which three Cowboys have the hottest of seats for 2023? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day.
And Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation, it's always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I bring this up for a very specific reason, and I'm kind of focused in on one very specific player. But my question is, it can be coaches, it can be players. Which 3 Cowboys do you think go into 2023 with the hottest seat? And just to tip my hand, and hottest seat in terms of they might lose their job, not hottest seat in terms of you were sitting back and watching and being like, you are working those silver pants. All right, I wanted to clarify. So if you have thoughts about that as well, I do not want to censor you. Feel free to send them in. Is the Cowboys and Tyron Smith are working on restructuring their contract?
Yes.
That is such a fake fist pump right there.
This is the year he's healthy. I feel it. That he's going to play all 17 games where he's never going to be on the injury report, and we're going to get the Tyron Smith of 2016.
You know what? To be fair,
which was the last year that Tyron Smith, I believe, was a healthy football player.
And I think I can't remember if it was on Pro Football Talk. They were like, Tyron Smith ran into some injury concerns last year. I thought, no, you have really undersold the breadth of how long this has been going on. So I told you what I thought they might do. I thought they might just move on from him outright, because if you do it post June 1st, that would save you $13 million. And this is the last year officially on the contract, even though next year he still has a $4 million salary cap hit, even when he's out of contract. But when you hear this, here's what I wonder is they talk pay cut, but I wonder if they talk pay cut and also say, we'll kick you some more guaranteed money for 2024, because that feels like it is the MO of the Cowboys. That is what they did for DeMarcus Lawrence. That is what I believe they will do for Dak Prescott. That is what they did for Ezekiel Elliott. Like, you see it time and time again. Is Tyron Smith's at the top of my list, because if they're restructuring, that means they're planning on keeping him. And if they're planning on keeping him, they're planning on keeping him as a starter. Like, you remember when we talked with Steven and Jerry, they're like, we asked about the idea of him rotating or maybe coming off the bench, and they're like, I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. And I get that. I'm not disputing that. But, like, so is Jason Peters, and you were okay with rotating him.
The great news is you know who's about to go in the Hall of Fame?
Zach Martin.
Well, Jason Witten. And he's a Hall of Fame tight end.
Yeah.
We should bring him back after losing. I mean, he's playing at his, if you're a Hall of Famer, you're always in your prime, according to the Jones family, or when you're watching a telecast like Jason Peters and Tyron Smith are future Hall of Famers. Yeah, you know what? They're like 5 years away from being in the Hall of Fame, because they are old ass players who struggle at times. And I'm very happy with what Peters did last year. Great job. Tyron Smith, he did come back.
He did.
And he played.
He struggled at first. I think he did get better. I will certainly agree.
And so I'm not, opposed to bringing him back, but I'm just looking at games played, and I was wrong. 2015 was the last time he played 16 games. It was 13, 13, 13, and 13. That's 2016 through 2019. So each year he missed 3 games. And then in 2020, he played 2. In 2021, he played 11 of 17, and then this year he played 4 of 17. I'm expecting him. I think 13 is out of the possibility. I'm expecting 8 would be what you get out of him. He's going to miss 9 games. Maybe it's opposite. Maybe he plays 9, misses 8. But, hey, I think that when you're the Cowboys, hopefully they're smart enough to understand, fine, bring Tyron Smith back. He's going to miss half the season. And you're just maybe hoping that it's early in the season so he's healthy in the playoffs. I don't know which one they want.
I mean, I think they saw that play out last year, and we were told, what was the kind of the running joke is meat of the schedule, right? Meat of the schedule.
So now we know the meat. So when we talk to Jerry, the meat is the final 4 games of the year.
Yeah. I still don't know if that played out the way they thought. So
he also thought Dak Prescott with 7 screws and a plate in his thumb was going to miss 1 game.
I remember that. And that's tough, because if you ever see Ridgeway play, remember, that's who they moved off of, so they didn't have to put Dak on injured reserve. And we were told, but he was in the meetings, and that was a cool deal.
I think what's tough is when Jerry says stuff like this, there's people in the media who actually believe it. And then like Ezekiel Elliott, I remember talking to Mickey, and we're like, no, they told us he was hurt all last year, not 2022, but 21. Like, yeah, he was dealing with all those things. Like, no, we asked Steven and Jerry throughout the season, like, there's something wrong with Zeke, right? Like, he doesn't look the same. And they're like, no, he's perfect, man. He's perfect. Then the season ends. They lose to San Francisco at home that year. And then a couple weeks later, we're like, hey, guess what, man? Zeke was dealing with injuries, and that's why he's going to be awesome in 2022. You know, It's like, hey, you guys lied to us for 8 weeks about Zeke. You know, let's not go back revisionist history and say that Zeke was dealing with things when you guys specifically came on 105.3 The Fan and said that Zeke is completely healthy.
From the 214, isn't Tyron going to be the swing tackle at this point after a restructure? Don't have to worry about him missing as much if he's just a good paid backup. I'm just telling you from my own Cowboys perspective. I hear your text, and I think it makes sense. And I know there are people who disagree with some of these reports, but my concern is the Cowboys get stars in their eyes, and they're like, you want us to move off of both Tyron and Ezekiel Elliott? Are you crazy? Even though what you see in front of you is all of the savings that can be had for players who are not operating at the level you want them to be. You might well be right, and there might be other people who disagree with me. I'm just worried because I've seen how this organization works, because my initial thoughts were Tyron Smith, Ezekiel Elliott, and Mike McCarthy. And you can make an argument that those two players won't even be on this team. And if that's the case, I think that's just fine. Okay. But I worry that they will be.
I think Tyron's your starting left tackle next year. So for 8 games.
And then Tyler moves to left guard.
Tyler has to learn 2 positions. Tyler's going to be a starting left guard, and then for half the season, he's going to be your starting tackle.
That feels like something the Cowboys will do, and I don't love it just because I thought Tyler Smith, especially as a rookie, especially with the late start he got for that, I thought he did a heck of a job at left tackle. Plenty of room to get better. I honestly thought you started to see elements of this offensive line. When you lost Terrence Steele, you started to get hurt a little bit more, but with Terrence Steele supposedly ready to go, he's going to be cheap. He's going to be $4.2 million. I can live with Steele, Martin, Biotish, McGovern, and younger Smith. And I know with McGovern, they would have to get something done there, but not every single person you don't need to have Tyron Smith, first rounder, Tyler Smith, first rounder. Like, it doesn't have to be like that, because I think Connor McGovern, for way cheaper, can give you something serviceable.
I guess you just worry about McGovern his first 3 years didn't really develop quickly, and neither did Connor Williams. So you get to like their 3rd or 4th year, like, all right, now they're starting to develop into a starter, where it seems like the Cowboys, I'm going to give them all the credit in the world. Man, whoever they take in the first round is an immediate impact.
Yes,
like they have for a decade, besides Taco Charlton, they're like 9 out of 10 in somewhat having immediate impacts from their first round picks.
Yeah, and so the other person I put on the list was Mike McCarthy. Yardbarker on their list, they put Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy, and Neville Gallimore. Quite frankly, I do not know if Neville Gallimore makes his way to this team in 2023. And as far as Dak Prescott goes, I am more convinced than ever that a contract extension will get done. Let me point it out.
I bet Gavin Dawson good money that he's still the starting quarterback in 2026 here.
Wow. And so he says no, I'm assuming.
Right.
That.
He feels like he has 1 to 2 more years. And I'm like, no, Jerry does not want to work that hard, and neither does Steven. You know how hard it is to move off of a good quarterback to try to get a great quarterback? They're gonna be like, dude, we're keeping him until he physically can't play.
So the fundamental difficulty about moving on from Dak, and again, I just want this known before people start destroying me on the fan text. I'm just delivering you what I think will happen. Is there's no part of me that's saying this is what needs to happen or else we're all idiots. Is Dak Prescott's salary cap hit over the next 2 years is $101.3 million. Then the next 2 years, what do the Cowboys do when they get in this emergency type of situation? They either restructure, which usually includes tacking on another year or giving guaranteed money later on down the line, or they do a contract extension. I am firmly of the belief that they will give Dak Prescott a contract extension to help lower that money. And what they're going to say is now all of a sudden Dak gets a, whatever the hell you want to say. If you want to go with the Daniel Jones thing again or what he did last time, 4 for $160, fine. If you want to say it's going to be 4 for $180, fine. I'm not here to judge that part of it, because what they're going to say is his salary cap, because people are going to be like, oh my gosh, $45 million a year. What they're going to say is, did you see we just lowered his cap hit by $25 million? And they're all going to high five and be like, we've done it again. We're geniuses. Prepare yourself, because I firmly believe that is what's going to happen. And I see people texting in and saying this is one of the reasons that the Cowboys run into problems time and time and time again. And then from the 817, don't you mean 2036, Bassick?
No, he won't be healthy by then.
Okay.
But I do think
What's your cutoff point? If you had to guess right now.
He's 30 this year?
Yes.
7 more years.
Okay. So you think 29.
Yeah, 2029, I put Dak's job in jeopardy with the Cowboys. And I'm not being sarcastic. I know I can be.
I know.
People are like, are you being? No, I do think that he is the starting quarterback for the next 7 years of the Dallas Cowboys.
From the 903, their biggest people on the hottest seats this year: Tyron Smith, Michael Gallup, Anthony Brown. Anthony Brown is another really interesting one. I want to see what they are going to end up doing with him and his contract. From the 972, McCarthy, Dak, and Zeke. And from the 972, off with Kevin's head for sharing his opinion on Dak's awful contract. To the guillotine you go. I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen. I've been very clear about this. Personally, I think you take the hit now. I know that the Cowboys have other salary issues. I think you take the hit now and wait it out, because in these next 2 years, if you don't already know what you need to know, you will. And you either one way or another, you take the hit now, figure out how to move on if you've decided he's not the guy. Or what I think the deal is, Mike, I think they've decided he can be the guy. And so what do you do for those people? You give them contract extensions. You lower their salary cap money. And again, everyone can high five one another and go back to hanging out and doing non-football stuff.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, we'll talk Texas Rangers, but also the Castro family. I know what they do to when Cubans lose in baseball next.
Oh.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. More than just Silverados. Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu. All of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if we still have it, but if you've never heard Mike Bassick's rendition of this song, it is truly incredible. Now,
I do like this song a lot. I just don't know the words. So I just make up things. I don't know a lot of the words, or sometimes I do know and still mess them up for fun.
Okay.
But you've been in the car with me for that.
Yes, I have. It is something. Now it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay. Do you want to get to Rangers first or World Baseball Classic?
Rangers.
Okay, let me click on this link here then. People are asking me, especially because the Dallas Card Show starts kind of tonight. It's kind of VIP tonight, and then it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday out in Allen, and you and I always go to it, have a blast doing it. We love collecting cards.
On Saturday, yeah.
A lot of people will ask me on social media, Mike, who are you prospecting? Because that's a big deal in baseball.
Yes.
Because in the other sports, you can't.
You get to see them straight away.
Like right now, if you wanted to buy, I'm just going to throw out Quinn Ewers or the other Manning kid who's going to, I always forget his first name. Arch, okay. Well, that should be easier for me to remember since that's his granddad's name, right?
Sometimes there are things, I think it should be easier for you to remember. Like you go, what's that guy's name again? And we said it's Mike. That we're like, you should probably get that.
Like Jake, who's the guy who's the grounds crew guy.
Yes.
Who I asked what his name is and then immediately didn't listen to what he said his name was.
That is one of your children's names.
Yes. So, well, you know what? Congratulations to Jake Bassick and the 8th grade Bishop Dunn basketball team. As last night we were at beautiful Bishop Lynch High School, and those guys won the Dallas Parochial League championship. So that was really fun. So last year they were kind of a really good team, didn't win it. This year they went undefeated in the regular season. Probably in this game were maybe like a little bit of an underdog if this game was in Vegas. St. Monica has a very good team, 6'7" kid who can play.
Wow.
Yeah. In 8th grade. And then they have another point guard who's a really good player. And they were up and winning for quite a bit of the game. But in the end, Bishop Dunn comes away with the championship. So congratulations to those kids. Let's go to the Texas Rangers here. Who are we prospecting and why when it comes to cards, or who are we watching? I think this can be fun for a whole bunch of different reasons. I won't really get into cards and what their cards are or anything, but here is the article. I'm on MLB Trade Rumors. I always find this. I always try to tell people early on in the season, if you want to kind of get around the league news, what MLB Trade Rumors does is they take a lot of the articles around the nation and they throw it onto one website. So, like, I don't have
It's kind of like Pro Football Talk. I feel like Pro Football Talk kind of does that.
I'm never going to pay a dime to Dallas Morning News. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of the people who work there, but I'm never giving a dime to them for multiple reasons. But you can find a lot of the Dallas Morning News articles on MLB Trade Rumors. They're going to take Evan Grant's article and they're going to reduce it down where they don't get into trouble for it.
Yeah.
But they're going to reduce it down to 1 or 2 paragraphs to give you what Evan Grant wrote in the Dallas Morning News. So here's the big hype prospects to be watching right now in spring training and as this season goes. And there is a Texas Ranger on this list.
It's got to be Evan Carter, right?
It is not, because these are guys that they think are going to affect the major league team really soon.
Can I take one more guess?
Go.
Cole Reagan.
It is Cole Reagans. So I will jump down to the Texas Rangers, Cole Reagans, and this is what they say about the 25-year-old. Reagans, we've been trying to tell you.
Yes.
I watched him. It was a wow moment for me when I saw him throw one inning against the Dodgers when we were there last week, and now other people are picking up on this wow situation. I do think Cole Reagans right now, I think, has a 50% chance of being in your opening day team. And
due
being
to
one
injuries?
Of your due to injuries, I think he's going to be one of your 5 starters to start the year. And then hopefully the guys that you've paid a lot of money and traded for and all those things, that they are in your rotation, and Cole Reagans drops back down to AAA.
Yeah.
Because too bad he makes $15 million. You can't beat out a $15 million pitcher. It's impossible to do. Reagans averaged 92.1 miles an hour with his heater last season, so it raised a few eyebrows when he hit 99 miles an hour the other day. With a number of Ranger starters banged up, there's a decent chance Reagans will nab a start or two early in the season. I'm withholding enthusiasm until he maintains velocity in longer outings because he's gone 1 inning and 3 innings. His last outing was 3 innings, and he struck out 4 guys in that. I believe he gave 1 run in 3 innings, but he has a 1.5 ERA last I looked.
When you're pitching, when is it that I know you can dial up velocity for like maybe 1 pitch, but like when is it that you felt like consistently maybe your velocity would drop, or do you have to like stagger yourself so you can hit the same velocity all game?
It's a great question. I could never, there's so many answers to this because everybody's kind of different. Everybody's similar in this, but I would have buddies that I would pitch with that would say, I can throw 97. I'm just pitching at 94. And I'm like, I was trying to throw the ball 97 every time. And it said 84 to 88 on the radar gun. And I'd be like, I don't think you can, man. I think you feel like you can, but you can't know when you're going to throw 97 or when you're going to throw like 93.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, my first guy, I get 2 strikes tonight. I'm going to hit 97. And so this is Pat Strange, who is my buddy. I don't think he made the major leagues. High draft pick for the Mets. But other guys could do this. Is he got to 2 strikes, and the next pitch he threw 97. He looked right at me, and he's like, I told you, I can throw 97. Now, he can't really command it as well as he wants to, and that's why he couldn't. Now, I wonder this, to your question. Nowadays, everybody's saying just throw as hard as you can every pitch. We're not going to hold anything back. Just if you can throw 100, throw it 100. But for Cole Reagans, here's where I'm impressed with. When I saw him throw, he was throwing 95 to 97 in the 1 inning. And it was a short outing because it's 3 up, 3 down. Just looked beautiful doing it. Is that day, it was raining. The mound was wet. It was not fair to the pitchers to really judge them because of how wet the field was. And it was probably 48 degrees outside, maybe 50, right? When we were there was the day that you guys went to Sonic.
Yes.
Good. Okay. And I was like, oh my God, he's throwing. And there's maybe 1,000 people in the stands, maybe less because of the weather, because it was such bad weather.
That was really bad.
And so I'm like, dude, he's throwing 95 to 97 right now. But I understand this article saying, hey, I need to see his next outing will be 4. Then his next outing will be 5. I need to see kind of in 5 innings, 65, 70 pitches. When we get to pitch 50, is he still throwing mid to high 90s? Because if he is, this is real, right?
Yeah.
The other thing too is, you don't really get as big of an adrenaline rush in spring training as you do in a regular season game. Now that wears off. You talked about tiredness. I can answer this real quick. There's going to be 2 times during the year, if you're healthy, that you're going to feel dead arm. Now, sometimes your velocity won't drop during a dead arm period. The best way I can explain it is if you've ever got punched in your arm or punched in your leg, and you know that soreness that you feel like kind of that, it doesn't hurt, but it feels dead. It just feels weak. Your arm will feel like that probably 2 times during the year. I would say 1 time is going to be late April to mid-May. Somewhere in that time, most pitchers will go through a little bit of a dead arm phase, and then you'll pop out of it, and you'll feel better. There could be 2 or 3 starts where I just don't feel good, but I'm not hurt at all. I know I'm not hurt, especially after you've gone through it a few times during a season. And then usually sometime, I would say in late July, early to mid-August is another good time frame of when you're going to feel like for some reason your arm feels really heavy.
Yeah.
Another way to explain it, instead of dead arm, is my arm feels like it weighs 10 pounds more than it should.
Right.
And it just feels tough. And you're like, I'm not throwing hard. And sometimes the radar gun will not tell you. It'll say, dude, you throw 94, you're still throwing 94. You're like, man, it doesn't feel like 94. It feels like 88.
So if we're doing the math again, 94 is not 94.
It is on the radar gun, but in your head, you're like, it just doesn't feel like my arm feels so slow or so heavy that it just doesn't feel like I'm throwing the ball with the speed that I want. And you fight through it as long as there's no pain in this situation. And then all of a sudden, you don't know why, but your arm kind of bounces back from it, type of deal. And so, I'm excited about Cole Reagans and what he could do. I do think he is going to be starting the 5th game for the Texas Rangers, if not the 5th game, because I don't think you want to push DeGrom. I don't think you want to push Gray. I don't want to think, because you have a game and then an off day, and then sometimes you can have a 4-man rotation to start the year off.
Yeah.
I do not think with the injury history of the Texas Rangers, you want to do a 4-man rotation to start off this year. So I do think they're going to pitch 5 and give DeGrom and possibly Gray and possibly Evaldi an extra day. But I'm going to be honest, One of those guys will probably, I'm not telling you which one because I don't know.
Yeah.
I bet one of them will not be on your opening day roster because of injury.
Okay, gotcha.
And also, Odorizzi looks like he's not going to be ready for opening day.
By the way, in case you missed it the other day, Odorizzi has his name tattooed on his back in Old English font.
Okay.
That's just a thing. I just thought maybe people would want to know.
Real quick, going through this list, I might not get to Cuba. I can get to it later, and Mike likes it. There's plenty of show left, and, whenever you guys want to come up here and join us and be part of the program.
Still don't know if we should be doing that.
Jordan Walker, I've mentioned him before. He is the 20-year-old outfielder for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
He is having a very good spring training, and he looks like...
His cars are going bananas.
Right. So you're late on that if you're trying to do a card thing on him, but Jordan Walker is definitely a guy, if you're late in a draft and you're like, you know what, I want to take a kid who might surprise people and be the rookie of the year, Jordan Walker for the Cardinals is a guy that you might want to look at. Brett Beatty, he is a third baseman for the New York Mets. He is a guy that they think can have a pretty immediate impact in the major leagues this year for the Mets. We talked about this. I don't think it'll be to start the year, but Jack Leiter's high school teammate, Anthony Volpe, 21-year-old shortstop for the New York Yankees. They think that he has a good chance at some point, probably more June-ish, to come up to the major leagues and have an impact on the New York Yankees. Oscar, I'm going to say Colas is how I'm going to pronounce it. He's an outfielder for the White Sox.
Okay.
And then
I am not familiar with him.
Drew Jameson, who is a 25-year-old starting pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So I just wanted to give you, when people ask me in spring training here, I just gave you, obviously, Cole Reagans is on this list. They are saying now Cole Reagans looks like, because of injury and because of how impressive he is, it might not be Dane Dunning and it might not be Glenn Otto. He's probably right now jumped ahead of those guys to be your sixth starter, which might end up being your fourth or fifth starter to start the year because of injuries.
Excellent and insightful baseball nuggets.
So much for Mitch Moreland, so much for me possibly becoming an umpire, and so much for Cuba.
Well, we'll get to talk with Jared as well, and Mike likes it. Right. I'm just excited that we got classical music again. It makes the baseball nuggets feel so classy. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they the Buffalo Sabres? Let us know at 877-881-1053. We'll do it next on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. This one's hurtful to start off from the 240. My buddy's an idiot. We'll call him K. He's shorthanded at work today, and his coworker keeps asking for outside help, but K keeps shooting it down. Hey, look, if we were told by the bosses, sure, just bring on anybody who shows up in the lobby and wants to come up. Great. I don't want to waste those people's time. I believe they'll show up in the lobby, and then our bosses will be like, what the hell?
We can get TJ. He likes talking sports.
I would put TJ on air. He has lots of
He went to the Utah-Dallas game the other night.
And it's safe to say he could fill a segment?
Yes.
Yeah. I
wonder how it would go. I mean, I know it would go. There could be some great segments where we do have great listeners who are really good at this, and then we could have listeners that think they're good at this, and then we're like, we love you. Thank you for listening.
It's very fair. Sometimes you might listen to us and feel that way.
For sure. Half the people I've blocked, or really all the people I've blocked, feel that way about me. But.
From the 951, am I an idiot for buying a 2002 Anaheim Angels jersey? Is that the team that won the World Series over the Giants?
I think so.
Or am I off a year?
No, I think you might be. No, you're right, because I faced them in 2003 and I beat them.
Oh.
And I remember going, dude, I'm beating the defending world champs. They still sent me down to the minors. Didn't matter.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I definitely think you got a job.
Sometimes they say be better, and I'm like, but I was better, and you still sent me down.
Yes.
That's why I know, like real quick with Cole Reagans. That's why I know there's nothing he can do when you're paying every starting pitcher like $15 million or more. The only guy he can possibly beat out, and I don't think he can beat him out, is Andrew Heaney.
Yeah.
Because they could put him in the bullpen, but you're still paying Heaney. Isn't it close to $15 million?
I think it's 12 and a half.
12 and a half, yeah.
From the 817, you guys let me up twice. We definitely let people visit the studio, but just the disconnect from that to, hey,
turn
why don't
on
you
the mic?
jump on air? There's a big gap there. But yes, people are welcome to email me if you want to come hang out. Like, we do that all the time.
Yeah.
From the
Cards.
Yes. But yes, if you want to buy cards from Mike and his side hustle, which is apparently running at this business. From the 817.
It's a great way to meet people.
That is.
I don't want them coming to my house.
That is very fair.
I like you people, but I'm worried about that.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't want these people at our house. Up here, it's fine. For the 817, my buddy's an idiot because he wants to trade for Derrick Henry. I will say this. If you're like, you mentioned it yesterday, if you're the Bills, I'd maybe even listen to the Dolphins, and you want to make your trade for Derrick Henry, I get the logistics behind that. But if you're like rebuilding and you want to have that guy, then I think that's crazy. If you think you're like right there, I do understand the logic of trading for Derrick Henry. From the 806, my buddy is an idiot. He got a ticket in his work truck his first day on the job. I'm the buddy. It's me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry about that. How about this? I love my buddy, and I'm not calling this buddy an idiot, even though you're supposed to. I'm just wondering if I guess I'm going to have to call him idiot friend, was watching college basketball yesterday and was shocked at Jim Boeheim getting fired after 47 years, or was like, it finally happened. He was running off of that Carmelo Anthony championship for a long time.
What a fascinating way this story has been portrayed in the media. Like, I don't know how much you looked at some of the headlines. There are so many that say Jim Boeheim retires after 47 years. And I thought, I don't know, dude, like 2 weeks ago, maybe it was last week, he was saying, well, we got to figure some stuff out. Hopefully we can. Otherwise, why wouldn't he just be like, yeah, once this is over, I'm going to retire. So, yes, I also think they politely asked him not to come back, which, you know what? It's probably been a long time coming. When you're snapping at the student journalists and stuff like that, it's like, why can't you be more positive? I understand that this has probably been building for a while.
Every year, I'm not a Jim Boeheim fan or hater, but he was always leading the charge of every year they didn't make the tournament.
They got jobbed, yeah.
They got jobbed, and we should make the tournament 479,000 teams. And you're like, everybody should get in. And I'm like, I don't think so, Jimmy. But that's the way he wanted to run it, because look at how many bowl games there are. And now we're finding out in the NBA how much it really stinks to have 20 of the 30 teams in the playoffs, as we find that teams are finally trying. I will say this, watching the NBA has been fun recently, whether you're turning on TNT or ESPN. Teams are actually trying at basketball after the All-Star break. You just have to have October, November, December, January, and part of February where you can turn on a game, and about, I will give it 50% of the time, you're going to find one team doesn't care to play basketball that night.
Yeah, I understand that from, oh no, is this directed at me again from the 2 and 4? My buddy's an idiot. He thinks Tyron Smith is going to play all the games. Okay, that is not me, because I do not think that.
Your buddy's an idiot.
He
hasn't done that since 2015. Do you know how old I was in 2015?
You were 36? 37?
I don't know. Who could ever
You don't know?
I was born in 1977.
Okay. So depending, 37 or 38. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, mostly 37.
This is going to be, that's fair. This is going to be the most shocking entrant into My Buddy's an Idiot today. That's the bar I'm setting. Are you ready?
My buddy keeps playing Holiday.
Oh, that is a Maverick shot right there. Do you think that's
he
dumber
almost made a shot.
Than this is?
-30 plus minus.
The WWE is in talks with gambling regulators in Colorado and Michigan to legalize betting on high-profile matches.
Okay.
What?
You can bet?
I mean, sure, but would you really want to do that when the decision has already been made?
On WWE?
Yeah. And
I know somebody in the WWE, I definitely want it. In fact, you are now in Back to the Future where you have the book.
Yes. So I have seen, they have betting odds for wrestling events all the time, but I've always wondered where you can bet on some of these. And you know what usually happens? It'll be like, oh, Roman Reigns is -200. And then the day of the event, it'll say Roman Reigns is -2,000. And so you're like, okay, so clearly somebody who works there is like, yeah, we locked it in. He's going to win.
But should you always bet on the favorite then in that case? Because you just have to bet a lot of money to win a little.
Yes. And so I don't understand why this would get secured. They said they're working with Ernst & Young. I think this might be the Academy Award people as well, to secure scripted match results in hopes that it'll convince regulators there's no chance of results leaking to the public. Well, like I said, these betting odds would wildly shift right before the event, so the results always leak to the public. But yes, they're going to try to get more organized WWE gambling.
Okay. I think it's funny, and I don't mind it. I will say this. My buddy's an idiot when you look at box scores and you see Justin Holiday, who has a brother who's good at basketball. As I read an article, they're like, do you know how bad the Atlanta Hawks were at wing play and how bad they needed somebody to step up? And they were like, you're not good enough. And the Mavericks are like, you should start.
I am 100% with you on that from me.
Frankie Smokes played 9 minutes. Justin Holiday played 16 minutes. That is 25 minutes according to math. They went.
Although we did just establish maybe math is not your number one strong suit.
They went 0 of 6 for a -46 in the game, plus minus. My guy Jaden Hardy played 17 minutes, went 4 of 5 for 11 points in the game, and was a +3. I'm not saying
get him out of there.
It's just amazing to me how these people, and I'm going to call you these people. I don't know who you are, but Rick Carlisle's the worst coach ever. He can't develop any players. Yeah, you try to develop Mo Ager, or you go try to develop Nick Fazekas, who can't run. We drafted almost a paralytic to play in the NBA out of Nevada.
Oh, my gosh. That feels too harsh, Mike.
How he ran, it looked like when Forrest Gump had the braces on his legs.
Oh,
I was like,
my goodness.
We drafted a guy who can't run?
No.
Pavel Pakolzin. I know he wasn't part of Rick Carlisle.
All of that.
But you're like, oh man, this Rick guy, he's horrible. Dennis Smith Jr. would right now be Isaiah Thomas if he wouldn't have had Rick Carlisle his first year in the NBA. Yet here is Jason Kidd, who's playing Justin Holiday and Frankie Smokes instead of Hardy. You love Frankie Smokes, don't you?
I don't. I love the name because it went from Nilakina to we don't know how to say it, so we're going to call him Frankie Nicotine to now Frankie Smokes.
Yeah, please let him go play in overseas. Frankie Smokes belongs overseas, averaging 14 a game, making $3 million.
From By the way, for people asking, hold on, does that mean you're admitting wrestling is not real? I would never say that. But
It's just fixed.
It's predetermined, which is what my wife said in our wedding vows, because our wedding vows were very strange and very unique to us. That's a true story, Joey. I also said I would always keep the house stocked with shredded cheese. Those are in our wedding vows. Mike was there. He can tell you. From the 254.
Do you think I can repeat your wedding vows?
No, but like you told me, you said you were really nice about it too, because the next week you went to another wedding and you came back and you go, he had maybe kind of a more traditional wedding. Like you were really gentle with the way you paused and said more traditional wedding, which is fair.
You came into the Darth Vader.
To the Imperial March. That is how I walked down the aisle.
I wish you would have got a Darth Vader like original costume that cost like $1,000
and walked
in as Darth Vader with the breathing thing.
Batman shirt, of course.
Yes,
yeah,
underneath.
Right.
With your, I guess, mother.
I had a regular suit on and everything.
With Brandon as a stormtrooper.
Yes.
Like if you could do it all over again, that's what you would have done, right? And then you would have taken off the mask. Except you would have gotten a professional costume person to paint your face like the dead Darth Vader when Luke Skywalker took his face off.
Too
and then
far.
Jess
he took his mask off, not his face off.
Jess is marrying dead Darth Vader.
Let's pivot from the 254. My buddy thinks I'm an idiot for wanting to draft Deuce Vaughn from Kansas State. All right, we talked about this maybe a day or two ago.
I got some really good Deuce McAllister rookies if you're looking for those.
Deuce Vaughn, 5'5", the shortest person ever logged at the combine, though that's since 2003 when they started keeping records of that. Also, I'm not saying that these people are idiots, but do you think that it was an idiot decision by the Colorado Police Department? Because they said Ja Morant showing the gun on Instagram was not proof he had the gun. They could not. That's true. They could not corroborate.
It's like when you make a kitty face on there or whatever.
That's not
like,
real. That's a good point. He could have been using.
It was like I don't know what they call those things.
A filter?
A filter.
A gun filter. Ooh. Well, you know what? That's what they came away with. They said they could not find witness complaints who would also agree that he had a gun. So the video, they said,
nobody snitched.
No dice.
Kind of like the Zeke DJ thing.
Yes. I remember.
We can't find him, so no charge.
Yes, I have. Well, we've probably both heard more information about what exactly happened there, which is neither here nor there. But yes, so no charges for Ja Morant. So obviously that is great news for him. But you know what, Joey? I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 9. This is probably unfair. There's no good reason, except for the fact that we're playing them tonight. Let's go ahead and hear cut number 9 and figure who else is an idiot.
Center to pass. Lettinen. Shot. Tip. Save. Rebound. Still loose. Hull. They score! That's it! Yes! 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 The Stars win the Stanley Cup! The Stars win the Stanley Cup! Brett Hull and the Dallas Stars are Stanley Cup champions finally tonight.
So the Buffalo Sabres can be idiots because
in your face, Buffalo.
They kept whining about his foot being in the crease for like 10 years or whatever.
I thought that was last night.
No, they do play tonight. So we're still in the regular season, Mike. I feel like you followed us enough to know that they're still in the regular season. So I decided to take an unwarranted shot at Buffalo just because we're playing them tonight.
And they lost 4 Super Bowls.
I remember being in Akron, Ohio when that game happened. My dad was in town watching me pitch AA baseball. Yeah, I did. I was like, we did. I'm pretty sure I did.
You went from, no, we did.
I remember watching it,
sure.
and I'm pretty sure I stayed up till like 4 a.m. when that goal finally happened.
Okay. So Dallas Stars and the Buffalo Sabres, I believe, get going at 6 o'clock tonight. So you know what? Maybe I'll have to bounce it Forgiveness Friday if the Stars lose, because for the love of God, every time we do any prolonged discussion about the Stars, they crumble right in front of our eyes. The last segment we did, they lost the very next game in the last 7 seconds. So maybe I will reappear in Forgiveness Friday tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to Mavs Pelicans, but also talk about KD and some of the big questions for the rest of the NBA going forward. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. That consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
McCollum, they throw a double at him, force him to give it up. Now back to CJ. Another one! 3 in a row!
We were just talking about hockey before that awesome highlight of the Mavs losing again. And do you believe in miracles? Because I had a live read.
You did.
And by the way, if you would like for us to sponsor your product, we have plenty of inventory available, and we would love to start sponsoring things. Okay? So just if you are a business listening right now,
True.
I have a lot of empty space that I need to cover. But I was able to do my men's tea clinic. Love Men's Tea Clinic. Been with them for a decade now. And it kind of threw me off because I had to run down to McDonald's as my stomach said, you better eat something right now. And I was able to run down 11 floors to McDonald's, get an order, run up 11 floors, and then be on the microphone before we came back from break. Do you believe in miracles?
I was thoroughly impressed because I thought you just came back and I wasn't sure where you went. And then I saw the bag of food and I thought, good night. You made it all the way down. True, the McDonald's is like right there, but still, that's incredible.
There's a lot of running. And TJ heard his name on the air today already. So TJ's like, do you need me? I'm like, hey, we might.
Mike's like, let me enjoy my McDonald's. And then TJ, you jump on.
TJ, you jump on here.
All right. So do you think we need to talk a little bit more about Mavs Pelicans, or do you want us to talk about some injury problems? It's not just the Mavericks. You're seeing it across the league right now.
I think right now we've covered the Mavs. Disappointing, scared about Luka's injury. Let's go to the other team that took a Brooklyn net.
Okay, so can we take a quick stop with the team that you were playing last night with the Pelicans? As you saw, the update is that the Pelicans announced yesterday that Zion will be out for at least 2 more weeks due to his hamstring strain.
I heard he's hungry to come back, though.
Is that, I see what you're doing there. He hasn't played since January 2nd. And so now you're looking at the potential that he's back in late March, maybe early April. So this could be like another multi-month injury. And it just goes back to the discussion we had when he was drafted. The discussion we had that first year is, if he plays, he's great. He doesn't play a lot.
No. And I don't know how much to expect when he does come back. I mean, he's barely played basketball this year. He is a heavier guy. Again, he's very athletic for how heavy he is and big and strong and physical he is, and he can run and he can jump, even though he's probably still 10 to 30 pounds overweight, probably where they'd like for him to be. But it's very tough to be in great physical condition when you're always being hurt, because then you have to start rehabbing that injury. And so I just look at the Pelicans and I go, man, in a weird way, they're stuck with him. Like, I don't know what, because they signed him to the max deal, and I don't know how you can count on him. I mean, he is in year 4.
Yeah.
It feels like he's in year 2. This is his 4th year in the NBA. And
he's played 114 games.
In almost 4 years now, because we're down to 15 games left.
Yep.
Wow. And they maxed him. I understand why they had to max him out. I totally get, because the talent when he plays in the 100 games that he plays in, you're like, dude, he's probably one of the top 20 players in the league and could possibly be a top 10 player. But I don't know what New Orleans does. Unfortunately, if he does come back and he's completely healthy, that could be a team that jumps you in the standings.
You want to know this is one of the craziest numbers I think you'll hear all day. Zion, this is his 4th year, as we brought up. He's played 29 games. That's the second highest of his career.
Oh my gosh.
29 games is the second highest of his career. The other 2 seasons, he played 24 and 0.
I wonder what there's still a lot of time for him, or not a lot of time. I wonder what his historical kind of, will he be, bust is maybe too strong of a word, but right now he's been a bust.
Yeah.
And in a weird way, he made the all-star team, or,
absolutely.
like they vote him in because people want to see his athleticism and everything, but like he's been a bad first overall pick.
Yes, absolutely. Now, you brought up the Suns. The Suns were, and we talked about this yesterday, I believe the second favorite to win the NBA championship. Despite the record discrepancy, they were going to be favored in the West, or at least I believe you saw that they were going to be favored in the West. And then yesterday, during pregame shoot around, Kevin Durant goes off. He's jumping up for, it's just kind of like a layup drill. And he twists I believe it was his left ankle when he was trying to push off on it. And that was the first thing I told you. I thought he was screwing around when he did it just because I saw the fall. I didn't see the push off. When you go back, he's just pushing off. He twists his ankle, and there was a report from the Arizona Republic, I believe this morning, that there is concern that he has a grade 2 sprain, which is typically 4 to 6 weeks. Now, there's some projection there because they say there's fear. That doesn't always mean that's the case. In 4 to 6 weeks, we'll see. But that would definitely knock you out for the rest of the regular season at least.
Yeah, and I remember coming on the air, and I can't remember which friend it was of mine, but I put Phoenix in the NBA Finals. I said, man, I think this is going to put them in the NBA Finals. I think it'll be Denver versus Phoenix as long as they don't match up beforehand. Those are going to be the two best teams. And I go, Mike, he's going to get hurt. He always gets hurt. And I'm like, I know he's hurt right now. And this was right when he was I didn't realize it was so long. He missed 20 games in a row, I believe.
Yeah.
With the MCL sprain before playing in 3 games for the Suns until getting hurt again?
I have to go double check, but it was not a lot.
And so you start looking at it, and my buddy, I guess, is way more right. Like, yes, Phoenix did get a great player, one of the greatest players of all time. But at this point, after the Achilles injury, he can't stay healthy. He's just a guy that he's better than this guy, and Tyron Smith is a Hall of Famer. I don't want to knock on him, but he's in that Tyron Smith category. Like, you're hoping for 40 games. 50 is awesome in a regular season, and you're hoping he's healthy for the playoffs. And now they're going to run into a situation where I do think chemistry matters. Talent matters more. Chemistry does matter in the NBA. They're going to play at best 10 games together before the playoffs, and that's probably stretching it that he's going to play in 6 or 7 games before the regular season's over.
And somebody brings this up. I know this is about Zion, and we were just talking about Kevin Durant, so we can kind of bounce back and forth. Is because I do think this means you're a bust from the 945. I don't believe health alone can make you a bust because when he plays, he's amazing. That's not a bust, is it? I think it is. Because, and this is the thing that we talk about with Bo Jackson all the time, is I think people misconstrue what I say. Is I'm like, if you took him, and I realized Tampa was dumb to take him number 1 back in 86, he's like, I'm not playing for you. But like, he was the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. Had everyone known he would be eligible again the next year, instead of the Raiders kind of taking a flyer, he would have been the number 1 pick or number 2 in that draft as well. And he played for 4 years. Like, that is not what you would expect from that.
Right, let me ask this person. If Wembanyama, 5 years from now, has played in 100 NBA basketball games, because right now they're big Zion fans, or like, you would go, oh my God, I know he's a different player than LeBron. The next LeBron, the next Michael Jordan, the next person that's going to affect the NBA in a way that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
Plays in 100 games in 4 years. He averages 25 games a year. You'd be like, that's I don't care what he did in the 25 games per year. You'd be like, it's great that I get to see him. Like, man, can you imagine if he played in more than 25 games a year?
And it is unfortunate because a lot of those times the injuries, they can be freak injuries, they can be whatever. But I do think the team looks at it from the availability perspective. They're looking at Zion 4 years in. You've played 114 games. They have to be furious about that.
Yeah.
Like, you really...
If right now, Josh Green, I know I'm Josh Green. Josh Young is not the first overall pick, but 8th overall pick by the Texas Rangers. He's going to be your starting third baseman. If over the next 4 years he averages 50 games a year, because I have to double it because of if he's playing, we're going to go, son of a gun, man. Josh Green, even though he's
happened to all the hype.
Yeah, he's hitting 10 home runs a year in 50 games. That's good. If we played that out, that would be 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. The problem is he's only playing in 50 games a year.
Yeah. No, and so my other question to go along with this, don't get me wrong, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination saying this player is going to be a bust. I want to make that very, very, very clear. But do you look at Luka now going forward and think you're going to be out probably at least 15 games per year? Because he's already missed, I think, 10 this year. He's going to miss, another, well, we'll see. Hopefully not more than 5. But then last year, 17. The year before, only 6. The year before that, 21. The year before that, 10. Are you just going to have to be like, maybe it's load management, maybe it's injury. Probably he'll miss 15.
He's so freaking awesome. So I want to put that out.
So awesome.
He's one of the 5 best players in the NBA.
sure.
As long as he can come back and play, let's say, the final 2 weeks of the season, I think he will still make first team All-NBA. So it looks like he would, in 5 years in the NBA, coming into the league at 18 years old, and then turning 19 when that season was progressing in February, he would be a 4-time first team All-NBA guy. If his career stopped there, you're going to find a short list of guys that made first team All-NBA four times in their career. And he would be 4 out of his first 5.
Yep.
At the same time, I don't know how motivated Luka is to become possibly the greatest player of this era, because there's a lot of commitment. When you watch things about Kobe Bryant, for instance, because I think Michael Jordan now is too old to bring up. I think most people just know him as a guy who made shoes, I think, rather than a guy who played basketball.
Right.
But for our audience, when you listen to Kobe and you talk about what he did, or you hear that LeBron is putting in over $1 million a year to his fitness, being at his age, to try to play at this great level, do we ever think that Luka is going to start waking up at 4 a.m. in the morning to get in workouts? Do we think that he's going to put in the work that Kobe put in, or even Dirk?
Yeah.
And that's where I think he's going to be great, and he's going to be historically great. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. But I don't know if he wants to put in the work and the effort that the greatest players. I don't think Larry Bird probably destroyed his body by working too hard. You know, I just think when I look at the history of the NBA, I just don't know if Luka has the work ethic of the greatest players of all time.
Okay. Interesting. Suns.
Who does? Remember did you watch the deal where even the Redeem team was like, Kobe, we're in Vegas, we just won. And he's like, no. I want to make sure that I'm better than you guys. I'm waking up at 4 a.m. And it started a trend on that team. But I'm not talking about Luka being great and being a 10-time or 15-time All-Star. I'm talking about, do you want to be in the category of Michael, LeBron, Magic, Larry, Kobe, Duncan? He's kind of like a Shaq guy, maybe. He might end up being more of a Shaq guy.
Who is an all-time great, but you can't help but wonder, could you have won 7, 8 championships?
Shaq was not a hard worker in the category of the greatest of all time hard workers.
And somebody brought up, this might be the most interesting case, but there are some other things happening. Gale Sayers. So Gale Sayers played for 7 years now. I realize the last 2 seasons he had a lot of injury problems. But if you just look at the other 5 years, guess what? He was first team All-Pro 5 times. So if you are 5-time first team All-Pro, I'll live with it. Now, did that prevent Gale Sayers from being literally the greatest football player of all time? Probably, but still a great to be sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What does history and the betting odds say about Lamar Jackson? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hi, I'm
Justice Hill in the backfield. Jackson trying to escape and run for it, and he's got it and more. Lamar Jackson down the sideline. Will they give it to him? They will. Touchdown, Baltimore.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Lamar Jackson as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits.
And we start. I'm surprised you haven't asked anybody to bring you biscuits, and that's why you had to run down to McDonald's.
I was hungry.
I know.
I couldn't trust people.
Is that go? Oh, yeah. That man, I'll tell you this. You watch Mike shrink time frames. It's amazing. And somebody will text in and be like, yes, I will bring this chicken in 35 minutes. And like within 8 minutes, Mike goes, where the hell is that person with the chicken? They said they were going to be here by now. That has definitely happened. All right.
I want to try to fast one day, but every time I think about it, I get hungry.
Drink a lot of water. Sometimes it helps.
Have you gone a whole day without eating anything?
Yes.
Out of a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being almost impossible or impossible, what would you put the number at?
I think it's like a 7 or an 8. It's not my favorite.
How
but
long
I think it
ago
can be done.
did you do it?
Maybe probably within the last few years.
Okay.
So I think it can be done. All right, let's talk about Lamar Jackson. I saw this, I believe it was from Schefter, who got it from another spot. In 30 years of NFL free agency, Sean Gilbert is the only player to receive non-exclusive franchise tag, sign an offer sheet with another team, and end up with the new team. That happened in 1998. He was franchised by Washington, signed an offer sheet with Carolina, and then they took the picks.
Speaking of burgers, do I have this right? When the Cowboys played him, like Burger King made a special burger for him in like Green Bay or something? Or was he Carolina Panthers?
Yeah, Washington and then Carolina.
Help me out, people. Do you remember who I'm talking about? There was
I don't think I do.
Like 350-pound dude for the Packers that they'd always talk about how big he was. For some reason, I thought his last name was Gilbert, and they made a triple whopper for him in Green Bay and call it the Gilbert or whatever it was.
Somebody on our fan text or in the Twitch will be able to help us out with that. But I think that just goes to show how maybe unlikely it is that Lamar Jackson leaves. And I'm really intrigued by the idea that y'all have brought up about, hey, maybe they're just like, fine, go see what's out there. And if you put together a deal that we find acceptable, we'll just match it. And if not, we get 2 first-round picks. Now,
do you think, give me either a percentage or that he's the starting quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens next year?
I'm starting to feel like it's 80%.
Okay, because you think no teams are going to give him they're just not going to waste their time?
They're not going to give him the contract he wants, so he's going to end up getting a contract that the Ravens are like, well, sure, we told you we would give you that all along. So,
all right.
Yeah, let's do that. Now, here's the interesting part. What if he does not go back to Baltimore? I know I just said 80%. I told you all along, I thought it would be the Falcons. The Falcons have taken a precipitous drop in the betting odds. Let's see if you can guess who the favorite is now. I was fairly surprised when I saw this team.
That they're going to win it all?
That they're going to get Lamar Jackson.
Well, since you're saying surprise, I'm going to guess not Washington.
Correct. They're below the Falcons on this list.
The Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh, they are 8th.
Oh, geez. Miami said they're out.
They are 7th.
The Packers and Jets are talking, so I'm going to not guess the Jets.
The Jets are still 4th, but okay. I hear you.
Well, then
I would have never guessed
Kansas City
this.
Chiefs.
Not the Okay.
You said you would have never guessed
I would have led the show with that. It's the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions are now the betting favorite ahead of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Indianapolis Colts to get Lamar Jackson. And I have to admit, I thought they were, I'm not saying Jared Goff's the man, although there were times this year where you're like, man, he looked pretty damn good. I thought they had set it up that they thought Jared Goff could be a multi-year quarterback as opposed to just maybe like 1 year. I think he still has 2 years left on his contract, but Detroit, now the betting favorite to get Lamar Jackson.
Okay, I'm going back in time for just a second because the Tuolos are the best. And this comes from All Day NFL. It was Gilbert Brown.
So
I had the Gilbert right. I just messed up, and I was like, dang it, maybe it's a different Gilbert. So thank you for the people. There's a few other people that texted in, but it was the Gilbert Burger, and it was Gilbert Brown.
Man, 254-214-469-682-940-810. I don't know where that is. 917-972. They were on it. Gilbert Brown. And from the 608, Gilbert Brown as well. So, man, our Tolos and Twolos showing out today.
That is why they should be in studio right now doing this show.
Look, you take that next commercial
Come on
break.
down.
Yeah. All right. You know what, Joey? You and Mike take that next commercial break. You wander down the hall and ask our bosses if that's cool with them. If they say yes, although I guess I probably need to monitor this discussion. If they say yes, then that's fine. Let's open the floodgates and let people come on down.
Nate Wilk Nasty's on his way right now. And by the way, there's a better chance that Lamar Jackson goes back to the Baltimore Ravens than me going back to McDonald's and asking for something soft serve, because I feel like there's always a 50% chance it's not in, and maybe like a 90% chance it's not working.
I could see that. Now, as long as we're talking about betting odds, the Jets, you mentioned the Aaron Rodgers discussion. The Packers,
the Jets went Tuesday, right, to go talk to Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, and apparently there is some traction there. The Jets at one point had 30-1 Super Bowl odds. They have now jumped up to 20-1. That trails only the Chiefs, Niners, Bills, Eagles, Bengals, and Cowboys. That now puts the Jets 7th in line to win the Super Bowl ahead of the Chargers, Jags, and Ravens.
First of all, very tough conference, the toughest conference.
I agree.
Very tough division with Buffalo, Miami.
Yeah.
Solid team. And, you know, the Patriots I still expect to be around a 500 team.
Yeah, they're not terrible by any.
So I look at that and I go, wow, they probably don't have to give up much, because they're like, look, we're taking on a crap load of money on this guy, and you don't want him at all, and he doesn't want to be there. So I don't think you're going to have to give up your first round pick. They obviously did a great job in the draft last year with a cornerback and wide receiver. Even their running back was a good running back till he got hurt. Why am I Breece Hall? Is that
Yes,
right?
Breece Hall.
He is having a great year.
He was going to be a rookie. He was going to be the offensive rookie.
Yeah, and so I look at, if he does go to the Jets, it's very tough because he has to get through all of those quarterbacks come playoff time, and he even has to get past Josh Allen to try to play at home in the playoffs at some point and win that division. But I'll tell you what, that Jets team last year, we said they just need a quarterback, and that's a 10-plus win team. And if they did get Aaron Rodgers, I would expect them to go, I would pick them to go 11-6 if they got Aaron Rodgers.
I see it. It feels like we're building up and moving closer to that. Now, I know you love the Jags. Have you seen some of the stuff Calvin Ridley has said? He got reinstated.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence said him and Calvin will start throwing in 2 weeks. He showed some genuine remorse from the Players Tribune.
He didn't say, I bet I have 10 touchdowns next year.
He did not. Here's some of the quotes include, it was a stupid mistake. I effed up. Worst mistake of my life. As opposed to the, I'm sorry if you were offended, or you know what I'm saying? Like, and this falls into very much what I believe. Either really apologize or don't apologize. Yeah. I do not understand the half-hearted faux apology, and it looks like Calvin Ridley because he wrote a whole big essay. Like, I just isolated those things, and so Trevor Lawrence is stoked to get it going.
I'm with you on that. I mean, when you read it, I don't think he did it verbally. He did it through written.
I have not heard audio of
but
this
I thought that it was a well-written, man, I believe this guy knows that he screwed up bad and is fortunate he's getting a second opportunity to play in the league, and now he is going to a team that has a really good young quarterback. That being said, I can't believe it's today. I wonder, and I don't know this, if they wouldn't have made the trade for Calvin Ridley at the trade deadline, would they have rather taken that second-round pick and given it to Arizona for Hopkins?
Maybe so, especially since Hop came out. I know G-Bag was talking about it yesterday, since Hop came out and said he's not looking to reset the market. He's looking for the best fit for him right now.
That would be the Kansas City Chiefs.
I know.
Come on, baby.
Well, root for the Cowboys to get that done, too.
He costs money.
You make a good point.
I'm 99% sure the Cowboys are out on DeAndre Hopkins because he cost a draft pick and money.
Yeah.
And those are almost no-goes unless you are getting. I think the Cowboys would trade their second and future fourth for Patrick Mahomes, but I'm still not sure.
All right. Do you want a couple rumors going around? There's word on the street, this might be another wide receiver that would not cost you anything in terms of draft picks then, that the Vikings might be bouncing on from Adam Thielen. So
great interview at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Bobby Beltonham, that was funny.
That look on your face, are you out?
I don't know how much he has left.
Yeah, okay.
That's where I'm at, is could you be picking up a receiver that, I don't think Adam Thielen's going to be a Hall of Famer. He has a very good career.
I would be inclined to agree with that.
I'm watching last year Minnesota. I just wonder how much he has left.
Okay. Yeah. No, I got what you're saying. And then interest in Jimmy Garoppolo, Panthers, Texans, Raiders, all popping up on the list.
No, thank you.
The Raiders, I guess, make more sense as opposed to the Panthers and the Texans. What the hell are the Texans going to do with Jimmy Garoppolo? Is that just a stall out for your rookie quarterback?
I guess so. That we have him there just in case. If for some reason we want to give this guy 4 to 6 games to watch, we want to watch him with a veteran quarterback. But I will tell you this, and I did this before the Niners-Cowboys playoff game. I went back and I watched the 49ers play the Cowboys here in Dallas for the 2021 season for that playoff, that first round. He was horrible. When you go back and watch that game, you're like, do you know how bad Dak Prescott and the Cowboys offensive line had to play to lose that game to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Yeah.
That's the amazing thing is I do put a lot of it on the offensive line. I'm not Mickey, and I love Mickey Spagnuolo, but Mickey will put it mostly on the offensive line if a quarterback has a bad game. A lot of times Dak has bad games, or when he has a bad game, it was his fault. He had a bad game. But that game, the offensive line was horrible, and Dak was horrible too. And you lost to a guy who pretty much gave you the game. Jimmy Garoppolo tried to give you the game and still won. I didn't go watch the next week's game when he played Green Bay because I didn't care to watch that before the Cowboys-Niners playoff game. But I just wouldn't touch that guy as a starting quarterback. I think, hey, you want a backup quarterback at I guess good backups cost about $8 to $10 million. I'm all for it, but I'm not touching that guy to run my team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our spring training showcase. Forget all the spending. Is this the biggest difference for the Rangers this year? 877-881-1053. You want to guess? Get involved in the conversation. Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk a little bit more baseball. In our spring training showcase is, I've heard multiple people say this, and you kind of referenced it yesterday. So I went back, thought about it some more, looked at some stuff, and I'm with you.
Okay.
This is a tweet from Jared Sandler.
All right. 127 miles an hour?
Yes, not that. Not that.
I think he just he did hit 100. MLB Network is, saying DeGrom hit 100 yesterday, but I think Sandler said he hit 127, which would be a little bit difficult, but I won't put it past him.
We probably should have led the show with that. I feel like we're really not doing our jobs here. He said, my biggest takeaway from spring training games thus far is the organizational depth. Watching after the starters exit is more fun this year than I can ever remember with Carter, Acuna, Foscue, Harris, Wynn, White, Leiter, Rocker, and there's others. And then you brought it up when we were out there, is you watch the 5th, 6th, 7th innings, you're seeing the Rangers win these like situations. And again, you bring it up all the time. I'm not saying they won the game, so we're going to be awesome. I'm saying the progress that this organization is making, you can see when our next level of guys go out there. Because for the longest time, this is what drove me crazy about the Rangers farm system. Oh, man, this guy in rookie ball, when he makes it, you're not going to believe it. Or maybe even this guy in A ball, watch out. And now it feels like this guy in AA, this guy in AAA, and it feels so much closer to being reality.
So I'm with you, and you have to watch what you say at times just being honest, I work for the Texas Rangers, getting to do the pre and post game show. So, there's a little bit of a connection there where you have to watch at times what you say. But I think I can say this is that from about 2013-ish to about 2021 going out there, and I guess 2021 we didn't go out there, but we went out there in 2020 and we got to meet Josh Young. It was great to meet the Rangers' first round pick, first spring training. He was in minor league camp. You would watch these games and you're just like, you're not interested in anybody.
Yeah.
Whether they were promoting, and nothing against these players, whether they were promoting Ronald Guzman or Ariel Gerardo or whoever it was. I'm just naming a couple guys off the top of my head, and Guzman might make the major leagues as a pitcher this year.
Which is crazy.
But I would watch him and I'd look at Jared and I go, Chichi Gonzalez.
That's the one I thought.
And I looked at Jeff Kavanaugh. I was sitting with him. I was like, I want to chart what he's doing. And I'm like, I don't get why they think he's good. I'm not saying he's horrible, but I'm watching Ariel Gerardo pitch. I'm watching Chichi pitch. And I'm like, who in this organization says these guys are going to be pitchers? And I'm like, maybe they can find a role in the major leagues as a long guy, or maybe a fifth starter at best, and they can just be healthy and eat up 5-6 innings and put up about a 4.5 ERA. But I was like, what are we doing? And these were our best.
Yeah.
The best of the best. And you're just like, I don't get this. I don't get what we're doing or promoting here. And now I will be honest, when you watch these guys, I believe Evan Carter is going to be a multi-time All-Star.
Okay.
He has to be healthy, but I see a special player there. I see one of the best center fielders in his prime. He's going to be one of the 3 best center fielders in the game.
All around or just defensively?
I think all around.
Okay.
Because I do think this. In his prime, he's fast and he's long.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be like a 10 triple, which is tough to do. Last year he had, I think, 12 triples in the minor leagues. I think he's going to be able to hit 10 triples. I think he's going to be able to hit 30 doubles and 25 to 30 home runs while scoring 100, driving in 100, and playing a very good outfield defense. And you can move, if you wanted to move him to right or left field, you could if you feel better about some other guy. But I think Josh Young I do worry about him the most because of his age and injury history. I love him. I think he's a great person. I think he's a hard worker. I think he can be a good player in the major leagues. But I worry about the Ranger fan who needs the result now. And I think that there could be some struggles early on in this year that people are like, see, the Rangers always promote these guys and say they're going to be great. And look at Josh Young. Because my son was asking me yesterday in the car about Sam Huff. And I said, here's the honest thing about Sam Huff. Okay. This is what happens to every organization and a lot of players, because there's only 25 now, 26 spots. They pump somebody up because they do like them a lot.
Yeah.
And I know this, I told my son, I said, I know it's a stupid, corny thing to say, but this is just like the Eminem song. Sometimes you only get one shot, one opportunity. And Sam Huff had his chance and he had his opportunity. And I do like Jonah Heim, but Jonah Heim is just a guy.
Yeah.
And Mitch Garver is an older guy who you don't even know if he can throw a baseball consistently without getting hurt. So they're going to really limit his catching opportunities. And then you have Leon, who's kind of a backup third string guy. They never expect him to be really anything more than a nice backup in the major leagues. And Sam Huff is 27 years old. It's over. So I hate saying that for Sam Huff, but him establishing himself or being considered a prospect or anything, that's long gone. He had his chance a few years ago to do that, and it didn't happen. It doesn't mean he can't niche out a way to be a major leaguer and a backup first baseman, catcher, and maybe he does better than I think, but it can happen that fast that a Sam Huff can be a guy, and he's in an organization that was losing consistently.
Yeah.
He wasn't like, dude, we can't call you up because we can't take the risk in losing because you're not ready for this level. And so It's just, I tell my son, that's how fast it can happen in professional baseball, because you're drafting 50 new guys, or you're bringing in 50 new guys every year. Guys are trying to develop. You're trading for guys. You're doing all these things. All of a sudden, if you don't, when it's your chance and you've made it to AA, AAA, and they need you to perform now to show that you can do it and at the major league level, and you don't, sometimes it's over. You get $7 million out of the draft, it can change a few things. Sam Huff didn't, and most of us don't.
Yeah, I thought about that when Zach and Eric were talking with him. Is like, you almost forget about these people at times. And that was the dude.
Yeah.
Like, that was the dude.
Yeah.
And you know what? Because of that, we were talking about doing this at one point. We're going to reboot this segment.
Right.
We will do that tomorrow. The prospect you thought was going to make it and just didn't, because I was intrigued by a couple of different things. I was reading this article from Evan Grant, and so he's doing his Evan Help Us and going through the questions and everything like that. One of the questions was a homegrown rotation. Now, don't get me wrong, Mike. I'm not saying like you just watch.
It'll take a while.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's the pieces in place. I like this.
And so 2026, which I know feels like forever away. That's only 3 more seasons.
Right.
But the projection that Evan said you could see, now there's a lot that goes into this, is Jacob deGrom, Jack Leiter, Cole Reagans, Owen White, and Kumar Rocker.
Yeah.
4 of your 5 would be people that you drafted or developed along the way and everything.
Right.
And that would be incredible. That runs very antithetical to what the Rangers usually do and what they're doing this year.
I love this, that they have the ability to maybe develop these guys. And guess what? There's going to be a guy that maybe, if you're good at this, if you remember, Chris Young, for the most part, blew out all his pitching coaches in the minor leagues. He's like, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm now taking control of this. And you guys have had over half a decade to try to develop players and pitchers specifically, and it's not happening.
Yeah.
You know, it is not happening. And here's the deal, is that last year, Jack Leiter, hey, I put it on the player first. And I do think Jack Leiter is going to have a very good year this year in AA / maybe at the end of the year go to AAA. I think he's going to be very good and bounce back, and we're going to get excited about what Jack Leiter can do in 2024 for the Texas Rangers. But it didn't seem like anybody could help anybody.
Yeah.
None of the pitching coaches could help Cole win. None of the pitching coaches could help Jack Leiter. I put it on the player first. Don't get me wrong. The player has to figure it out. The pitching coach can't pitch for him. The pitching coach can't go out there and stand behind the mound and tell him what to throw and what to look for. There has to be an education on the mound that you get. But how was it that all of our pitchers that we were hoping would help out last year really struggled and couldn't get better? At best, they kind of just stayed the same. Now, Owen White was the one
Exception,
guy who did better. So I do like this. I will say this. All the guys that Evan Grant mentioned are not all going to be good. Some of them might not really even make an impact in the major leagues. It just happens. And then there might be somebody that we're not talking about that ends up being way better than we thought.
Brock Porter comes along.
Right.
Yeah.
And you draft the LSU kid 4th overall pick this year. Now all of a sudden you're like, dude, is he our best pitching prospect in our organization? And so I will say with Kumar Rocker, I watched his bullpen. This is not fair. I didn't get to watch him pitch in the game because I think he pitched the 8th inning when we were there and we left after 6 innings. We saw Jack Leiter. They took Jack Leiter out and we're like, you know, this is fun. We stayed for 6, 7 innings. Let's get back to the hotel and get ready for dinner. He looks stiff when he throws to me. I'm just giving you my evaluation. When I saw his bullpen, he was throwing the bullpen next to Jack Leiter, and when I watched his pen, it doesn't mean it was good. It doesn't mean it was bad. But if I was scouting him, and I've been asked to do this. AJ Hinch was one of the guys who said, man, if you want to do this, I'll send you to school in Arizona and you can be one of my scouts. I was watching Kumar Rocker and I was just like, dang, he looks like stiff and his body just looks stiff to me. It doesn't mean good or bad, but I didn't really love his mechanics that I was watching.
Before we go any further then, ask the baseball question, because Jacob deGrom threw a bullpen yesterday. You are in these bullpens looking to replicate exactly what you would do in a game?
The mechanics.
Or no? Okay.
The mechanics, yes. Because if you can't it'd be like shooting a shot if you're trying to kick the ball into the basket.
Okay.
That's what I get mad at Luka for. I'm like, Luka, and he's great, right? He still is able to score about 20 a game in the first quarter with D'ing around. I almost said the whole word, but you're like, you're not
Stay alert, Joey. Stay alert.
You're not even really preparing for this game. And I know you did. I've gone early enough that he's doing real work at like 5:30. Luka does real work, but from The last 15 minutes before the game starts, he is not working on his game at all, for the most part. And so when you watch a bullpen, what you're watching for is, I'm not really watching for where the ball goes. I'm watching a lot of his mechanics.
Okay.
I'm watching his load. I'm watching the separation of his hands. I'm watching his finish of his throw. There's other things you can watch. You can watch his head. Like Jose Leclerc, I like watching his head. When his head jerks really hard to the left side, I know that he's off. When he keeps his head quiet and his head stays on line, that's when Jose Leclerc is really good. That's one of his tells. You know, for Neftali Feliz, when he would give him a bad leg lift, when he wouldn't turn his hip, I knew exactly what he was throwing. He's throwing a breaking ball every time. When he turned his hip, he's throwing a fastball every time. That was something in the bullpen you start working on. You have to have the same leg lift, because if you're going to have a different leg lift on different pitches, people are going to figure this out. So I can see things like that.
And that's why I wanted you to tell. I didn't mean to slow you down, but I felt like how many people listening are like, what do you mean by that?
But with Kamar Rocker, what I noticed with him is after he released the ball, he seemed either his body wouldn't do it or he seemed hesitant to reach and finish the throw. He seemed to stay tall after throwing the ball. There was no reach. And when I'm talking about his right hand, you want to say reach to the catcher. Put your hand in the glove. You got to reach as far as you can. Extension. When you get done throwing a baseball, there's two places that are good soreness. One is your lat and two is your bicep. If you're sore in your lat and sore in your bicep, fine. That is your muscles working and your big muscles working great. If you're sore in your elbow, your shoulder, obviously, or your wrist, forearm area, we have some issues possibly with injury. And the way that he throws, I don't know if he would ever get really sore in his lat, because it doesn't seem like he's reaching far enough for me. But that was one bullpen.
Yeah.
Please don't take that for Kamar Rocker's not going to be good. He might be the best pitcher in Rangers history. But watching one pen of his in spring training, I was concerned with his mechanics.
And then I want to throw this in there. This is a great question from the 682. If I'm a Rangers fan that's been out on the Rangers for a number of years, should this be the season that I buy back in? Because it sounds like it. I'm going to take you to an article as opposed to us. This is from David Schoenfeld with ESPN. The top 5 teams rising up in Major League Baseball. So you go with teams that are under 500. Twins are 5. The Rangers are 4. Now, their mathematical projection is they improve from 68 wins to 79 wins, which I feel like would let down some folks in the Metroplex.
It'd let me down. If they play under 500, I'll be let down this year.
Absolutely. And so he brought up, you look at their record in one-run games last year, 15-35. You kind of bring that back to a more reasonable record, mix together a stellar high-priced middle infield, a new rotation with a legit number 1 starter, and a new manager, and you can envision a path to the playoffs and why the Rangers have become a trendier pick to pick up in the world. So I don't feel like it's just us because we carry the Rangers. We're like, Rangers are going to be awesome. I feel like I've told you many times when the Rangers, I'm like, doesn't look good, this feels different. Now, whether or not it ends up being different, well, who the hell knows? But I think it's an encouraging set of signs.
Maybe tomorrow, and it's an easy tease that you put in your tease, I'm going to help you out here.
I appreciate that.
How much more excited are you about this Ranger season than maybe the previous 3 or 4? Because I am just going to tell you without giving a percentage, I am really excited. Last night at 10-something p.m. when I got back from my son's basketball game, I turned on the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of turned on MLB Network, and I'm like, dude, I am really into I'm ready for this season to start.
Yeah.
I know we got a few more weeks, but I'm just like, dude.
As opposed to being
okay.
After opening day.
I know last year people were like, hey, I think they can be 500. I'm like, dude, I don't think so.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this might be my favorite segment of the day. 877-881-1053. If you want to text in, want to get our Twolos involved as well. What would be the dream title matchup in every sport for TV executives? 877-881-1053. The Cowboys will be in the Super Bowl. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Oh, are you taking my prediction right now?
The Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
finesse, speed, power. These are the words that describe the Los Angeles Lakers. In contrast, their opponents, the Boston Celtics, are a workmanlike team. They are determined to excel. Before Friday night, it was a confrontation, even at 2-all and about to explode.
KNC Masterpiece back
Pat
here on
O'Brien on
105.3 The Fan.
CBS.
I knew that you would love that.
That's when I fell in love with the game of basketball. At 45 years old, right around 84 to 86 and I will say this, my dad was nice enough for me, even though he was a big Celtics fan growing up, because obviously there was no Dallas Mavericks here growing up in Dallas, but I did have a Los Angeles Lakers hat, but for some reason.
What?
I did. The team I hate the most, I did in like 1985. After the Lakers won, I wanted a Los Angeles Lakers hat, and I got a purple hat in gold. It said Los Angeles Lakers across it, and that was it. I don't know. I think maybe because then they started ripping my heart out as a Mavs fan as I became more of a Mavs fan. I'm like, screw the Lakers. They're always beating us. But that brings back memories of falling in love with the sport right there.
And so this is why I was intrigued with this concept, and I can't wait to see what kind of feedback that we get on this. If TV executives run the show, they get to draw up the script. Everyone was joking about the Super Bowl script and all of that. What do you think is the preferred matchup in each preferred sport? Because it seemed like this morning when we brought up in Crosstalk, college football might have had the biggest debate in terms of who would go on there. But we can start wherever you want with this.
Okay. Seems like in high school football, it'd be Duncanville versus North Shore. I won't go that far.
We got a whole year off from that.
Okay. Let's talk about NBA since we played an NBA highlight. And Choppy did say Lakers and Knicks. I think that's a great choice. I think, unfortunately, it's always going to be Lakers.
Yeah.
Is that in the Western Conference? Remember, most people that cover sports are on the East Coast because of New York. Pretty much. Obviously, Philly and Boston play a major role in it. You're going to get a huge East Coast bias for most things. And the only team that really gets the love in the NBA in the Western Conference is the LA Lakers. So I don't even know. I think there's arguments for other teams in the Eastern Conference, but I don't even know what.
Be the Lakers.
Because
yeah,
I just think of all the other teams. Obviously, San Antonio, they had Tim Duncan, one of the 10 greatest players in NBA history.
Nobody gave a crap,
and nobody cared.
And I was thinking about that because you would guess that
he won 5 titles.
I know, and wouldn't you guess that basketball, the individual star, would have the most impact? You could make a really strong argument. The best 2 players in the NBA right now are Giannis and Jokic.
Agreed.
If you get Milwaukee and Denver in the NBA Finals, NBA TV executives are going to be like, F my life.
Yes.
So
I agree. And that's why I hate bringing this up during this conversation, but that is one of the reasons that maybe Kyrie and other players want to get to the Lakers. They love LA. They love the West Coast, and they love that is the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA. And players want to be there. That's why LeBron wanted to be there for multiple reasons, but the Lakers are it, man. Like, that is the team. Just like if anybody asked me if I could be a baseball player for one day and one day only in my whole career, who would it be for? I should probably say the Rangers because it's led to a lot of great things after my career, honestly.
Yes, you should.
But I think most people would say for one day I want to be a New York Yankee in pinstripes. I want to play at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah.
I know it's new Yankee Stadium and not the old one, but you say for just one day I can be on any team and that's it. That ends my career. I think you're crazy if you don't say, I want to be a Yankee for one day and feel what it's like to be in Yankee Stadium in pinstripes.
You get to make the decision. Are you going Lakers Celtics or Lakers Knicks?
For me, I would go Celtics.
Okay.
So I lean that way, but it's biased in just the history of Bird versus Magic on like Pat O'Brien opening up all of these series.
From the 682, Lakers and Celtics. From the 214, Lakers and Knicks. From the 214, Lakers and Celtics. So to your point,
did anybody put Sixers in there?
No, I think there would have been a time because obviously the NBA evolves, and I realize it's because of certain players. I think there was a time that the Sixers would have been right in that mix. I do not believe that time is right now.
Another thing too is just nothing against Jokic, nothing against Luka, nothing against Giannis. And I don't know if it's because they're foreign players. I don't know this. But it didn't matter that LeBron was in Cleveland. The media markets wanted Cleveland in the NBA Finals. They wanted LeBron in.
Yeah.
And it just maybe goes to show what LeBron had taken his level to. I don't know if they wanted him in 2007 when they got swept by San Antonio. That was a very lowly rated final. So,
it was.
But when you look at Golden State versus Cleveland, I don't think they wanted New York in that. I don't think they wanted Boston in that. They wanted LeBron James in those finals.
And I've seen this a couple times as we bounce around to football. All right, so you can pick any sport that you want, and Joey, you better have your Stanley Cup final ready to go. Hockey Hawk can run on down as well if he's probably busy doing more important things. But from the 214, Cowboys and Chiefs. From the 682, Chiefs and Cowboys, most money makers. I'm not going to lie, I do not believe the Chiefs would be in that game. I believe with all of my heart the Cowboys, because this is, of course, a fictitious world. In the real world, the Chiefs can make the actual Super Bowl. In this fictitious world, the Cowboys are like the Lakers to me. There is no other choice out of the NFC. But I also think it would be more like the Steelers.
Okay.
That would be their opposite pick. I saw somebody text in Bills. That's a great storyline, but I think from a viewership perspective, I think the Steelers have such a ginormous fan base.
I'm with either Steelers or Patrick Mahomes. I'm wondering if Patrick Mahomes is getting to the level, because remember, Tom Brady did start drawing viewers.
Yeah, he made the Patriots matter, because otherwise they're like, hey, we had Tony Eason. Nobody cares.
Right.
And that's the same with the Golden State Warriors. In the history of basketball, Golden State doesn't matter. I realize there was a time when the Warriors mattered, but like Golden State Warriors did matter, but then they were the biggest thing in basketball.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, that's interesting.
If you took out the Cowboys in the NFC, who do you think? Because we kind of have to, unfortunately, because the markets and the media people would love for the be the Cowboys. Obviously, we would here too. If you had to take out the Cowboys, who's the team in the NFC that they would say, if it's not going to be the Cowboys, which it never is, who do we want?
I feel like I'm going New York Giants, because that is a very historical franchise in an enormous media market that cares.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I know there are some spots where the enormous media market might not care. I think they do care about the Giants, and they care about them a lot.
I think the Giants, being in New York for a couple of years, the Giants are more popular than the Jets. The Jets are very popular too, don't get me wrong, because I even thought about, like, if this year Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets and the Jets were to make it to the Super Bowl versus the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Because you get the New York market there. But to your point, Pittsburgh has lifelong fans. You say the Giants. I say the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
I think
that is another big market
huge
area.
Following. I mean, I feel like I know a lot of San Francisco 49er fans, even in Dallas, Fort Worth, because of, I guess, Joe Montana. Now, that's a long time ago. But I just feel like when San Francisco comes to Dallas, 30%, if not, at one point when the Cowboys weren't supposed to be good, I felt like 60% of the audience was 49er fans like 4 or 5 years ago.
Wow.
At a Cowboys game. I can't remember what year it was, but I was like, oh my God, they've taken over this new stadium. So I'm wondering, I do like your Giants pick. I think it's a good pick. I'm just throwing out another team going, man, I wonder if San Francisco would be what they would want.
And we're bouncing around all the sports. Somebody said Cowboys Patriots. There was a time just a few years ago, I think for sure that would have been my answer. I do not believe that time exists right now. And then somebody asked, what about the Lakers and the Bulls? So the Bulls are really interesting to me because I think the Bulls are another team that, as big as Chicago is, as much as people love basketball, it doesn't feel like frequently they have been in the national spotlight without Jordan. I know there's a Derrick Rose
their whole
run.
history.
Yeah. Other than that, it feels like they don't move the national needle a whole lot.
I would say it would probably move more if they had, I think, Giannis or Jokic. Like,
That's
I think
fair.
That would be we put them on those in that market, I think it would be better. But Milwaukee and Denver's just a little bit of a tougher market, and as far as I can remember, Denver's never even been in the NBA Finals. So it would be their first time ever in the NBA Finals.
From the 682 Yankees and Dodgers. And if we do baseball, that comes up a lot, is another 682 Yankees and Dodgers. That feels like maybe the easiest one.
When we're there in Oxnard, they're talking Lakers 1 because it's in the middle of the offseason where nothing's happening. because free agency's already happened, the draft's already happened, and you're still turning on LA radio and they're talking Lakers first. They are talking Dodgers second. They're not talking Rams. They're not talking Chargers. Literally, if you're moving to LA and you're like, I love sports talk radio, I'm going to listen to local sports talk radio in Los Angeles. You're going to get Lakers as your number one topic and Dodgers as your number two topic.
The Angels factor
Angels go way down. It kind of, that's the thing about Trout, is he is in LA, but he's on the wrong LA team.
Okay.
I do agree. It is Yankees Dodgers, but I will throw this in because it then puts it in one city. I do think Yankees Mets is huge because baseball is so big in New York that I do think Dodgers
I feel like
them.
that Subway Series palpably eliminated part of the country. Is like, you know what? Now I don't care.
Right.
Like, I get why they should. All right, Joey.
But I'm wondering if the media people, the television people are like, dude, we're going to have every person in New York watching.
Don't answer this yet. I have put together my own hockey selection.
Flames.
Are very nice.
Not the Flames.
Saddledom's nice.
I'm going to give you, stop it. I'm going to give you my prediction, and you can tell me your prediction as well as if you think mine is stupid.
The North Stars.
I'm going Toronto and Chicago. That is my TV exec dream Stanley Cup final.
That's funny because Carter asked me the same thing. He goes, Toronto, obviously. Who else would you pin them against? I said probably That would be a dream matchup. That to be original 6.
Of course.
That or New York, I could put there. I would like to put Detroit, but they're in the East now, which sucks. I miss when they were in the West. But yeah,
remember
Toronto, Chicago. Yeah, they were really good for a lot of years.
Yeah, I would love it if you're talking about moving the Red Wings back to the West for whatever reason. I'm just going to go ahead and put the Rangers in the West as well, and then I could have gotten
they are in the West,
the New York Rangers. Then I think Toronto, the Maple Leafs, and the Rangers. I think that is your optimization, but clearly that is not going to be on the table.
Boston versus Montreal would be electric too. Ooh. Obviously, they're in the same conference, but that would be huge. That's a rivalry that's run deep for a while.
And college football, because this is kind of where we hit our impasse. By the way, people are shouting out for the Packers, 49ers, and Bears when you ask. The thing about the Packers, though, is I wonder if that market size is just too small, because historically, one of the greatest franchises of all time. The Bears and the 49ers, I see the TV appeal a little bit more. College football, I'm going Notre Dame and Texas. I'm not even doing the playoff. I'm just saying the final game. I think Notre Dame and Texas would be the game they want.
I'm with you on that. I do think there's more choices in college football where, you run into, I think the easiest ones are when you go to the NFC, it's the Cowboys. When you go to the American League, it's definitely the Yankees. And when you go to the Western Conference, it's the Lakers. There's really no argument on those 3 teams. It's like, dude, it's impossible to argue this. The only, thing is, and this is, Notre Dame is so big and such a huge following. Texas, in a weird way, has such a huge following. Is that, but you could
Cowboys of college football.
You could say Ohio State. When USC was in their run, they obviously had a really big following.
And I think they can get back there
because of Caleb.
I know. And what about?
I'm going to watch all their, I won't watch all their games, but I'm going to watch a lot of Caleb Williams next year because he looks like
he's fantastic.
A can't miss product.
What about Alabama? Do you just put them at a level below, or are they in that mix?
They're in the mix. I think the executives, they were so furious that they honestly had to put TCU in a game. They're like, son of a, all right. Thanks a lot, Alabama. We're gonna have to put TCU in here. And I know, hey, TCU, awesome year, got the upset, got to the national championship game, and then I forget how the championship game won. I think TCU won it, but I can't remember what happened.
You know what happened in the game. They did not.
They forfeited.
Well, you know what, Mike? That is very rude. Let's just say they were in the championship game.
Yeah. Oh, they were? Great. I forgot to watch it.
Hey, sometimes high-level sports don't work out the way you want, which leads me to college basketball. All right, because sometimes high-level sports don't work out the way I want them to.
I do think it would be Duke versus North Carolina.
And I think last year gave you a great indication of that. I would have to double-check the numbers, but I believe the Duke-North Carolina semifinal had 700,000 less viewers than the actual final. Okay. So, their final would have been 5 to 8 million more.
The only way I
probably.
change this, okay, because we're talking teams, is throughout the history of the NCAA basketball tournament, if you do get a Magic Johnson, if you do get a Larry Bird, if you do get, in a weird way, Greg Oden.
Are you going to say Michigan State and Indiana State?
No,
is that your answer?
I'm saying that it doesn't matter the team. If Wembanyama
and
was
Scoot
playing,
Henderson,
like, if he was playing for Arizona, like we'd say, no, Arizona is the one we want this year, and all the media people running on CBS, the tournament is going to go, man, we got to get Wembanyama, because whether when we were kids, whether it was Ralph Sampson at Virginia, Hakeem Olajuwon at Houston, Georgetown, and Patrick Ewing, like you wanted the premium best player. Obviously, Christian Laettner at Duke was huge because he was the best player, and they were hoping Shaq would make a better run, but they never looked good enough to make it. But in college basketball, it's changed because, honestly, none of the best players play college basketball. I will say that there's a kid here that is super awesome that might not play college basketball and just go the kind of one year G League kind of route and just
you see all the time, because probably the best player in college basketball right now is Brandon Miller from Alabama.
And I don't think they're clamoring for Brandon Miller to get, even if he didn't have the thing that happened to him with I'm not saying he murdered anybody, but being part of what happened there, is that I just don't think he's a big enough. He hasn't made his name. Like Zion was rare in the last 10 years. Zion is a rare person where we're like, dude, like I hope they make a run because I want to keep watching Zion play. But it has now become college basketball, which I'm going to talk about for just a second, and Mike likes it, and then move on, is just a sport now that is really tough to follow because you're not getting what we used to have growing up, where I just mentioned all the great centers, and then I didn't even mention Michael Jordan or,
like, and the thing I remember, and this was like one of the first great sports victories for my team, was in 1990, UNLV beat Duke by 30 points in the final. It was the most lopsided final ever. And then the next year, UNLV was undefeated, and they played Duke in the semifinals, and the teams were very similar. I know now Grant Hill's on the scene and everything like that,
and Thomas Hill from Lancaster. Let's go.
And but so much of that UNLV team and so much of that Duke team, which got its asses handed to it the year before, were back, and it felt like personal.
And you told me it's because UNLV didn't tuck in their jerseys.
I definitely do not think that is the reason.
Tuck in your jersey.
I definitely
look professional out there.
Do not think that was the case. By the way, since you brought Brandon Miller up, or since we brought him up, I just wanted to throw this out there. He did have some statements as part of the SEC media, and one of the things he did say was, "I never lose sight of the fact that a family has lost one of their loved ones that night. The whole situation is really heartbreaking. Respectfully, that's all I'm going to be able to say on that." Because obviously legitimately there are still pending legal issues, and they've been chanting lock him up and guilty. And he said, we hear the chants, which it almost feels like it'd be impossible not to. And he goes, I just feel like we really lean on each other to go places like that and try to pull out tough wins. So that's probably all you're going to get from him on the subject.
I will say to that, one of the sad parts of watching the Mahmoud Abdul Rauf documentary on Showtime when I was in the Super Bowl. It was that they were chanting at one point at Mississippi State, where he grew up, where he really was probably going to go to school and then ended up choosing LSU in the end, is they were chanting, who's your daddy or where's your daddy? I think it was who's your daddy during the whole game. Shaq talked about it. Chris Jackson talked about it because he never knew who his father was. And so it was, it was over the line, right? Well over the line. And I think we do a better job, even though it doesn't feel like it, I think we do a better job in society. Maybe we don't.
I think we
in
do.
our society in the United States.
I do think we do. Here's another example. Back in, I really like 90s wrestling. This is a live show, and there's like a wrestler who comes out, Alex Wright, and he likes to dance and stuff like that. The crowd is actively chanting the F word at him, like the gay slur, F word, time and time again. And it's not censored or anything. They're just, the announcer just like, oh, the crowd's giving him the business. So, I do think progress has been made, even if you don't progress to the point where you wish you were already. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for a little Mike Likes It.
Okay, so we are just talking about the greatest kind of matchups that the TV markets would want. And I was wondering this. I bring this up all the time, and it's really just to tick off all the football fans in the state of Texas. Let's be honest.
Oh, I know where we're going with this.
I'm just trolling you pretty much. And but I do feel like I am being honest here. It's just that people don't want to hear this. As right now, Baylor's winning 47-40 over Iowa State early on in the second half. Man, the state of Texas is a basketball state. It is not a football state. We might like football more,
I get it.
but right now, Houston is number 1 in the country. As we're getting ready for selection Sunday coming up, Texas is number 7 in the country. Baylor is number 10 in the country.
Yeah, wow.
So you have right now 3 Texas schools in the top 10. That never happens in football. Sorry, but in my lifetime, it is rare.
Yeah.
And now it is very common. It has been very common. I know Texas Tech has fallen off the map, and they're going to have to get a new coach, and things are going.
Do you want to talk about that at all?
That's not good. Like, I first of all didn't really know who that coach was.
Mark Adams.
Yeah, and then I was like, well, it looks like we're getting a new coach. Then I heard a few days ago before it happened that Beard was going to Ole Miss. I was like, really? He's getting a job that quick?
And there are a lot of people who are like, is Mark Adams going to go be on his staff now? That was the question. But he did, in the release, he did say, my lifelong goal was to help and be a positive influence on my players and to be part of Texas Tech basketball. However, both the university and I believe this incident has become a distraction for the basketball team and the university, which I care so deeply about. So he, quote unquote, stepped down. But it kind of feels like one of those things where they're like, hey, step down or we will have you step down.
Yeah. And A&M, just to get back to this, they're 18th in the country.
They've been streaking, too.
And TCU is 22nd in the country.
Man.
At no point in the last 15 years, when we get to an end of the football season, does the state of Texas have 3 teams in the top 10 and 5 teams in the top 25? Like, it just doesn't happen. As much as we love football here, we're developing better basketball players in this state of Texas than we are football players.
Or are we just convincing them to stick around?
Because like Jalen Hurts went to Alabama and Oklahoma.
Yeah, I think Texas became such a national football product that everyone started rating here. I'm not saying that Texas basketball isn't top notch, because it surely is, but I feel like people immediately think of football for Texas, and you just saw so many players ship off where you go back to even the 80s or even the 90s is like most kids, and I'm realistic, most football kids' dreams in the state were they want to go to Texas or, as a second option, Texas A&M. And it's expanded out.
I thought you were going to honestly say OU.
Maybe so. You might be right. But like that,
I got you.
That was the cluster.
And LSU. Those are probably the 4 schools. In this area, if you wanted to stay around the area, it seemed like in whatever order, Texas, A&M, Oklahoma, and LSU.
And I realize Texas is at the top by maybe a considerable margin. But now, or for the last, 10, 15 years, you're like, well, I mean, obviously I can go to USC and go where the hell I want.
So anyways, as you're kind of maybe flipping around the channel tonight, and you see kind of the Big 12 tournament, or A&M doesn't play till tomorrow, but if you turn on and you're going to see, man, there's a lot of Texas schools in this. That's right, because we're better at basketball than we are at football in this state.
Yeah.
Just kind of trolling, but I'm kind of also being honest.
I mean, via the results, I hear what you're saying.
All right, so I didn't get to this in baseball nuggets, but I wanted to talk about this because I woke up this morning and I said, this can't be right. Italy beat Cuba. Cuba lost to the Netherlands. Cuba's almost eliminated from the World Baseball Classic. This is not supposed to be happening. Cuba has, just to give you an idea, it's not just Cubans that are still in Cuba. They are using Yohan Moncada. They are using Luis Robert. They are using a few other major league players that have gone back and are able to play in this. Usually Cuba, once you escape from Cuba, and I know I use the word escape. I think there's different kind of laws now, but back when I was
asylum and stuff,
in recent history, you had to escape from Cuba to try to get to the United States and play. And I just thought of this when that happened again. And I've told this story before. If you've heard it before, I'm sorry that I'm repeating it, but I haven't said it in a while. I got to play for the United States Olympic team that was the qualifying team in 2006, and the tournament was in Cuba, mostly in Havana, but they would throw us into Podunk, wherever, Cuba, because we were the United States and made sure we were at the crappiest stadiums possible.
Right.
But we played Cuba in the championship game. The championship game, 2 teams qualified to go to the Olympics. So the United States and Cuba qualified to go to the Olympics. Canada and Mexico qualified to go to another tournament to try to make the Olympics. It was a very tough tournament. It eliminated the Dominican Republic. It eliminated Puerto Rico. It eliminated Venezuela. It's the toughest tournament to make to qualify for the Olympics. Well, we end up upsetting and beating Cuba. We win. Fidel Castro was still alive at the time in 2006. But he wasn't at the game because we were told he was too sick to be at the game. But the government, led by Castro, was so disgusted that a United States minor league all-star team would beat the Cuban national team that he had the police go to the hotel that they were staying at. They get to stay at somewhat a nice hotel while they're playing in like a international event. But besides that, they go back to, I hate saying this, but my wife thought it was really stupid of me, but I went into kind of one of their home shacks and I traded some of my equipment for Cuban cigars to bring them back home.
You're kidding me.
Right. And she's like, what did you do? And I'm like, well, I mean, they seem nice. They're very nice people. I didn't go into Castro's home,
That would be amazing.
But they were so mad at that team that we were told by our Cuban liaison, the person that also helped translate and make sure that we could go places without anything really happening to us. He said, yeah, last night, because we stayed an extra day, they said last night all the Cuban players were kicked out of their hotel at 2 a.m. Their bags were thrown out, thrown out of the hotel and said, find your way back home. Castro's furious.
Wow.
Pretty much. So you have disgraced our country. You've lost on our home soil to the hated United States of America. And so now this is not being played in Cuba. This pocket is not being played. I would say pocket, whatever they want to call it, bracket, type of deal where you advance to the next round.
Pool
play. Thank you. Pool play is a much better term than what I'm saying. But it just reminds me of, I'm wondering, besides the guys like Moncada and Robert and a couple, I'm drawing a blank on some of the others that are on the team that are major league players and they're going to go to Chicago or whatever. When they go back to Cuba, what's going to happen? That they lost to Italy?
Yeah.
And the Netherlands are pretty good. They have Xander Bogaerts. They have Jurickson Profar. They got plenty of major leaguers. That's not an embarrassing loss. And anything can happen in one game. But I guarantee you right now, the Castro family is furious. And I mean, they are going to punish those guys when they get back to Cuba. I'm not saying physically beat or anything, but it is not going to be taken well when they get back to Cuba.
And you hate to see it because you go back to, we talked about the 94 World Cup and they talked about the 2 Escobars and just all the threats of violence and everything like that.
Yeah.
That's pretty horrible.
Yes. Now switching to another thing that I talked about a little bit yesterday, but I wanted to ask you this. Is there something that you would somewhat do as a job? Like obviously we have to support families and everything, sometimes people say, I just want happiness. Sometimes responsibility is way more important than happiness. I'm kind of using that from Dr. Tony Evans. Hey, I want to be happy. Well, guess what? You're not always going to be happy. There's no way to always be happy. It's impossible. This is life. There's going to be adversity in life. And there's responsibility that you have, especially as a father and as a spouse. And if money was no issue to this, I've recently coached a baseball game 2 nights ago, went to my son's basketball game. By the way, the referees at the basketball game last night, they're probably not listening, but they did a great job. Hey, I can disagree with calls. The other parents can disagree with calls, but there's 3 referees. They did a great job. I would really want to umpire and referee baseball and basketball. Those are the 2 sports I really know the rules the best. And I understand football and everything, but I don't know how much I would enjoy calling pass interference or holding or whatever. I would really enjoy doing basketball and baseball umpiring, but there's a lot of time commitment to it. And from, just being honest, what I make now versus what I'd make being an umpire referee would definitely change a lot of things in our life. I was wondering, is there something that you would want to do? Like take money out of it. There's something that I can't do because I wouldn't be responsible with my family if I took this job.
So I don't know if this has been around for more than a week or so. I'm only aware of it in the last week. I already asked Jess about it. She said she's in. We take the 3-year cruise Are you
The
from
$90,000?
Yes. All right. Here's the deal. All right. It will stop at more than 100 countries, I believe, and go to all 7 continents.
Okay.
Over that 3-year period. I think it's $90,000 because the cheapest one is $30,000 per person per year. But you have to lock in for all 3 years. Here's the hitch that could be dangerous. I have never been on a cruise in my life. My wife thinks I would love it. They have on-staff doctors. They have working places. So I kind of want to talk to the people at Odyssey and be like, I want to sign a 3-year extension if you let me do this show from the cruise. And I just think that would be incredible to just live.
We struggled getting on the air in Phoenix, Arizona. Do you really think that we're going to get you on a cruise ship and you're going to smoothly run a show from there?
You know what? That's a fair point. You said I don't have to worry about money or other things. So in my scenario, I'm not worrying about the technical difficulties that come along with it. Is I can do the show from the cruise ship for the next 3 years. Brandon will be in college, so me, Jess, and baby Noah, he'll grow up on a cruise ship. The land world will be odd to him.
I love it. I know we're out of time, but me and my wife went on a cruise for our honeymoon.
Yeah.
The only issue that I don't know about you, but my wife, she immediately for the first whole day threw up because she got seasick. She gets car sick really easily, so I don't think we would ever go on a cruise again because of the seasickness that she went through, and it's probably worse now than when she was 23 years old.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, and we will talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to talk with Jared Sandler in just a minute. But before we get to that, unfortunately, we have two negative stories of the day that we haven't touched on just yet. You want to go basketball or golf?
Right now, I like golf more than basketball,
Okay.
just because my Mavs look like they are pooping in their pants down the stretch, but it's kind of injuries
You
related.
look like that, don't they?
Sorry, they've won 3 games in their last 10. That's not bad. They haven't lost all 10.
I feel like that is sarcastic.
They only played all of them at home, pretty much.
So in the golf world, and take this for what it is, it could be nothing. I'm just telling you the story as it exists. Tiger Woods is being sued by his ex-girlfriend, Erica Herman, over a non-disclosure agreement. So she's seeking $30 million in damages and dissolution of her NDA. And one of the things that's interesting about this that people have like really picked up on is supposedly they broke up and like Tiger Woods locked her out of the house and everything like that. So she accuses Woods Homestead Trust of pretty much misappropriating $40,000 of her own money. So like basically taking her money and putting it somewhere that is not where she thought it was going to go. And her lawyer in the complaint says they contend that the NDA, which she signed more than 5 years ago, is now you cannot enforce it because of the Federal Speak Out Act. And that came about in light of the Me Too movement. That act prevents NDAs from being enforced based off of sexual assault and harassment. So essentially what her lawyer claims is that she should be able to get out of this NDA because the accusation then would stand that she believes sexual assault or harassment took place. Now, that's a he said, she said kind of situation, but that's probably something interesting to keep an eye out on how this all plays out. All right. You want something happier now?
Yeah.
Let's go to Jared Sandler to talk a little baseball. Jared, before we get to baseball, I have a college football question for you.
All right.
So we had the segment earlier where we talked about the dream matchup for every championship game if TV executives got to choose. And one of the ones Carter said was Texas Notre Dame. Since the BCS era in 1998, only 2 title games have had more than 30 million viewers. Both have had Texas. If the TV executive got to draw up the college football championship game, who would they put in it?
Well, probably Texas, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as mediocre as their program has been for pretty much all of its existence.
That's
I mean, other than 2 stretches, once with James Street and then the Vince Young era, I mean, what have they really done? And I root for Texas,
I
but
can tell.
it probably is it Texas, Ohio State? I mean, I don't think as much as I'd love to say USC, the apathetic Southern California fan probably isn't going to drive that up unless it's a recreation of like Vince Young, Matt Leinart, all that star power. So is it?
Ohio
Texas,
State,
Ohio State,
Alabama, USC all came up. I think Notre Dame is a viable option as well, even if their program has struggled, just because they're such a national brand. People love to watch them lose too, much like Duke. Like as much as I love Duke, I understand that a lot of people watch hoping they'll lose. So I think Notre Dame makes sense too.
It's unequivocally not A&M.
Fair.
And I mean, there's nothing in the West. I'm trying to think. Like Penn State, no. I mean, I know that
I'd take
there's a pretty
Ohio State
strong
over
following.
Penn State. Yeah.
Yeah, I would too. Yeah, no, the Notre Dame one's interesting for sure. That's definitely, you're right. That's a brand. That's a blue chip brand with a big time following that doesn't really. It's not really local to a region, right? I mean, that's coast to coast.
Did you get a chance to hear the Martin Perez national anthem before the Venezuelan exhibition game against the Astros?
No, did he sing it? Did I miss this?
Yes, he did.
Oh, man. Oh gosh. Was it good?
I mean, I think so. Like
we don't really know the words
right, Kevin.
So.
I was going to say, I have to admit, I have not heard the Venezuelan national anthem a lot. It seemed good, but I don't want somebody to be like, oh no, I'm from Venezuela.
Yeah.
That was trash. Like, I thought it seemed pretty good.
Martin sings a lot. He's got a lot of practice. I think that I hear Martin singing just as much as I hear him talking. So he definitely has a lot of practice, but I don't know if I could. I'm not Simon Cowell. I don't know that I can really judge that, but I'm glad he did that. That's Tony Beasley-esque.
So, Jared, I know we've talked about this a little bit, and I was with you when Cole Reagans made his spring training debut this year and threw great, and you were there, right? You saw his 3 innings.
Mm-hmm.
They said today, I was reading an MLB Network or MLB.com article, and they said guys to watch for to start this year, early in the year. And they kind of had a prediction because of the Rangers' minor injuries right now in spring training and the way Cole Reagans is throwing. They're like, hey, we need to see him get to 5 innings and see if this velocity can keep up, as he touched 99 his last outing, is that they think Cole Reagans will be one of the 5 starting pitchers for the Rangers early on. They said maybe get a couple starts till guys get healthy.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think right now, as of today, I don't know if the bigger concern would be DeGrom or Eovaldi, but DeGrom's in line to be ready, and so is Eovaldi. Now things can happen. Obviously, there's still plenty of time for someone to have a setback or someone to get bumped. And yes, you're going to be cautious. It's not about making the first start. It's about making 30 starts, hopefully. But he's definitely the next man up. I don't even think there's a question that the minute there is a need in the rotation, as of now, it's Cole Reagans, and I don't know that there's a close second. I don't know that Glenn Otto, he's probably second, but I don't know that it's like a coin flip, right? Whereas when we went to camp, it was probably Glenn Otto number 1 and maybe Dane Dunning number 2. But Reagans has separated himself. But he's also, and we talked about this, Mikey, when we were doing the game on radio or webcast.
Thank you. Yeah, get it right.
Yeah, I gotta get it right. I mean, he's almost like pitching in a way where it's like, can you keep him? I mean, if the goal is to make the playoffs and you're going to be competing from day one, you have to balance, all right, is there more value in getting him to AAA so that he is ready to be in the rotation when he's needed, which will happen, right? I mean, you're not going to get 33 starts from all these guys. Or do you get him up at the big league level? Because right now he looks like he could be like I don't want to say a force, I don't want to overstate it, but like a big-time contributor in a multi-inning role out of the bullpen. So I think that's a decision they're going to have to make. My guess is they'll lean towards sending him to AAA if he's not on the opening day roster. But he looks like a first-round pick, and I don't know that he did last year. Last year was more like a great story, double Tommy John, everything that he had to, overcome. But, man, he looks like a first-round pick, and it has been a lot of fun to watch him.
And to your point, and then let's give it to Kevin here with his question, is last year Cole Reagans got his opportunity because he was one of the few guys in the minor leagues actually having a good year.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, I just on the conversation, I was curious what the Rangers' evaluation of Dane Dunning is, because I have to admit, I liked him better than Glenn Otto last year. I'm not saying with all the money they spent, he has to be in the rotation, but has he kind of fallen out of favor, or there's just too much depth at the moment?
Yeah, I don't think he's fallen out of favor. I think Dane is victimized by, he kind of is who he is, whereas with Glenn, I think there's upside that would exceed where Dane is at.
Okay.
The consistency with Glenn isn't there right now. He's not throwing enough strikes. Although, to be fair, Dane Dunning had some challenges with that as well last year. But there's nothing sexy about Dane Dunning. He is, a guy who probably at his best is a back end of the rotation starter who you'd like to be. I think Dane Dunning's path to a 10-year career, other than health, is being the guy who you can stick him 5th in your rotation and you feel good about, hey, he'll go 6 innings and give up 4 runs. But the problem last year was he wasn't even giving you 6 innings because he wasn't throwing enough strikes, and so the pitch count was up there. So you don't, your number 5 starter who's now giving you 4 1/3. That's just you need a little more stability there if he's not going to give you that sexiness. With Glenn Otto, he can throw in the mid-90s, and his slider is really, really good. It's again the C word, consistency. He's got the upside though to be maybe a number 4. Although I would tell you that the thing that Glenn Otto has that Dane Dunning doesn't is I think Glenn Otto could also be converted into a pretty good reliever. We look at these guys who they don't make it as a starter and they end up being really good relievers, and you forget that 5 years before, that guy had a 5 ERA as a starter, and people were just trying to like release the guy. Glenn Otto's got two pitches that play. This slider of his that's really good, and then a mid-90s fastball, and I think that could work as a reliever. I don't know that there's anything about Dane Dunning where I'm like, yeah, I see this playing better as a reliever than as a starter.
Now, Jacob deGrom received a 99 rating on MLB The Show, but I'm willing to bet our listeners are more intrigued by thoughts about the bullpen because you already mentioned it looks like he's on the right track now.
Yeah, he had the live BP yesterday. I mean, from a velocity standpoint, everything was as you'd expect. He threw 2 innings in the live BP, as best as they can simulate that with him sitting down for about 10 minutes in between the 2 innings. And so I think that you'll likely see him, if you do the math, let's put him on a 5-day rotation. You'll likely see him pitching in a game Monday, maybe Tuesday, the latest. All systems are a go for that, for opening day. Now, is he going to be able to rip it 110 times on opening day? They'd probably be a little more cautious than that, but I think the plan right now is still intact for Jacob deGrom to be the opening day starter. And it's, guys, I'm looking forward to it. Nolan Ryan, Yu Darvish, Cliff Lee, the Rangers had some really good pitchers. Lance Lynn was always a bunch of fun to watch, but I don't know. For my money, I don't think the Rangers have ever had a more talented pitcher wear their uniform than Jacob deGrom. And so I'm looking forward to watching him take the ball hopefully every 5 days.
But what about our buddy Ryan Drees, who started one of the openers for the Rangers?
Can I tell you something? I've never told you this, and I've only met Ryan once or twice. I don't think I've seen him since the old ballpark. He came up to the booth. You might have brought him up there.
Yeah, he listens quite a bit. He's in the area.
No, I know he's a listener, and so I'm hoping he hears this. You guys remember MVP Baseball on PlayStation 2?
Yeah.
I mean, no.
I don't, but
Yeah.
you're a lot younger than me, and I don't like video games.
So that was like the best. That was like peak video game days for me, and that was probably the best baseball video game I've ever played. I guess the show, I played it a little bit a couple years ago. That was cool too. But Ryan Drees was a badass in that game. I don't even know what his rating was, but I played with the Rangers in franchise mode, and Ryan Drees was awesome. I loved pitching with Ryan Drees in that game. So I will always have a soft spot for Ryan Drees.
Any fun Mitch Moreland stories you got for us?
Well, yes, a few. I was always envious of his beard. It was always so perfectly groomed. And I remember asking him once, like, how he does it. And he just kind of looked at me like, what a weird question. Get out of here. But when Mitch came back with the Red Sox, I remember sitting down and just talking. And we did an interview, and then we spoke for a while afterwards. And I asked him about hitting that home run in Game 3 of the World Series. And I didn't remember this, but I guess it was a long at bat, and he kept fouling pitches off, and it was against Jonathan Sanchez, if I recall. And I think the pitch before the home run, he fouled a ball off that bounced in the box and came up and hit him in the nuts. And he was like in a lot of pain and had to like call time and step out and try and like collect his breath. And then the very next pitch, he hits the home run out to right field. That it was the first home game, World Series, in Arlington, and the Rangers won that game to make it 2-1 in the series. But I don't know why. I always remember that. And then the other thing too is I always thought this was cool. It's still painful for me to think about 2011, but Mitch won a World Series with the Red Sox, and Ian Kinsler was added to that roster later in the year. And when they were in the 9th inning about to win the World Series against the Dodgers, Mitch told me that like he and Ian found each other, and neither of them were in the game, and they wanted to like be next to each other when it happened. Just the togetherness of what they went through in 2011. And so they were standing next to each other on the dugout rail, in that 9th inning. And I don't know, that was, I think maybe Rangers fans would find that meaningful, that, it still does hurt a lot of those guys, even though some of them have gone on to win a World Series like those two did with the Red Sox.
And I'm sure we could talk about this more tomorrow in the college basketball space, but how sad are you about poor Jim Boeheim there?
Yeah, what an awesome way for his career to end. I try to balance, like, this guy's clearly treated so many people poorly, especially in the media, which that's fine. He seems, he was always a curmudgeon, but there was something lovable about it, unless you just hated Syracuse. But it just has really turned. He's seems like just a grouchy, awful person these days. And I hate that, like, he whatever. He lost on a buzzer beater to the school that he said bought a team earlier this year. I guess it serves him right. I mean, it's incredible the run he had, but he probably should have stepped away like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious why he never felt comfortable running like a man defense. It's just, to me, like in terms
Like
of the
mix it up
development of
once in a
guys-
while, right? Like you know,
Zone or nothing.
Yeah, it was crazy. And like from an NBA player development standpoint, other than Carmelo, I feel like they've really come up short relative to the success they've had at the team level. Like, I mean, what am I missing here? Like O'Shea Brissett never really. I mean, like the last 15 years, 20 years, I guess after Carmelo and Hakeem Warwick, like what have they done? And I always wondered, like, is the fact that they
Derek
played
Coleman.
a 2-3 zone? Well, yeah, but that was before, right? Like the fact that they played a 2-3 zone, did that hurt guys from finding value in the NBA because they were so behind from a defensive understanding standpoint?
Man, that's a great question. Excellent insight as always. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
See you guys.
You're
Take care.
smart, man. You have a lot of information.
There you go. Jared Sandler right here on the Fan. No, he does. You're right.
Like he has a lot of Boeheim information, except Boeheim was Derek Coleman's coach. I can remember that.
Okay.
And Ronnie Cycli's coach.
I do remember Ronnie Cycli. Coming up next, NFL trades that would be fun to see. How do you feel about this one for the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. We're going to try this again next right here on the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line. 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends, Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know gets in an accident, maybe a car, motorcycle wreck, and guess what? It wasn't their fault. What are the next steps? You need to call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. For more than 28 years, Frankel & Frankel, they've been fighting for their clients to get a recovery that's just. And you might be thinking about just in terms of the accident. But what if there's an injury that pops up after the fact? What if you have to miss time from work? There are so many things besides just the damage to your car that could cost you monetarily. So you need to go with the people that we go with, the people that the Tolos and the Twolos go with, and that is the Frankels. So if you get in that accident, not your fault. What are the next steps? You need to go to truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. Or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. You know, most AC companies come out and just look for problems or try to sell you something you don't need. And that's why the only company I endorse is the On Time Experts. Their team is super friendly. There's no pushy sales stuff. And their work is amazing. Right now, they're offering a spring AC tune-up for just $59. And talk about value. They will completely take apart and clean your AC unit and then guarantee it won't break down. TheOnTimeExperts.com. TheOnTimeExperts.com.
Listen to what Dave Ryan says about Andro 400.
Andro 400, I really love it. It's amazing to me that I feel so good. I've lost 50 pounds. I was a size 38 waist. I've gone down to a 32 waist. My mood has changed. I don't get stressed out. It gave me so much more energy to walk, energy to play sports. Everything is starting to work again. It feels like I'm 25. My wife is happy. I'm so happy. I'm just a completely different man. I'm taking this stuff to the grave with me.
Men, have you lost energy and gained belly fat? Are you feeling stressed out? Fight back with Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to increase your testosterone. For over a decade, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel 20 years younger. Go to andro400.com. andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Shane again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Year after year, TopVerde.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injuries.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss.
They've almost come up with two different defenses.
They're not successful in this drive, and that pass is caught by Godwin for the touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We were trying this segment yesterday, and then it turned into a referendum on how to bankrupt youth sports.
Not bankrupt, just they're making $30K
Cut
a
down
weekend.
Cut down on their profit. Okay.
On parents paying to watch their kids play, or grandparents or siblings. I couldn't believe when I started doing the math how much money they make just off charging parents.
There were a lot of people that were super in on this. And so I saw this article the other day. I wanted to run down a few of them and see what you think about the compensation. Is Aaron Rodgers to the Jets? We've talked about that. So the speculated compensation here is a second-round pick this year and a conditional first rounder in 2024. Do you feel like that is an appropriate amount for Aaron Rodgers?
With the money you have to take on, I almost feel like I would try to say, look, we're taking him off your hands. You hate him. It sounds like Green Bay. It
really does.
The city,
yeah.
Pretty much the city at this point hates him. His teammates don't like him. The coaching staff doesn't want him. So, dude, here's the deal. I can't do it where it's like a buyout, or like in Major League Baseball, like, hey, I'll trade and I'll send you $15 million in cash over 2 years to cover these expenses. I'm taking on all of this salary, and we don't know. Was that a sign that his career's coming to a close, or was that just a bad year? With older quarterbacks, we've seen where Brett Favre looked like he was completely done. I don't know if his last year in Green Bay, but he looked completely done with the Jets. And then he went to Minnesota and was good again.
Is that why Aaron Rodgers is going to go to the Jets and then he'll eventually go to the Vikings so he can just complete out that career arc?
I don't think that Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a small market.
Okay.
I think he's a San Francisco kid, right? Isn't that where he grew up? I know he's a California guy, but
I know he's in California. I don't remember.
I think he's a big. I think he wants to go to a big market. I think he has a huge ego. Not saying Brett Favre didn't, but I just think that if I'm New York, I offer a third at best.
Okay. Wow.
And say, I just want to see who else is going to take on the $58 million he's owed this year or whatever. Like, I know you can restructure, and maybe I need to look at that more on how much the Jets take versus how much.
I will take a look at that right
now. But
now.
I'm taking on an older quarterback, and I do love him. I do think Aaron Rodgers, he's a fluke. He's a flake, because a fluke would be like not good, but he's kind of flaky with where he's at and how committed he is to football. But if he is committed, we've seen he won 2 of the last 3 MVPs, just not this one this year. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe you do have to give more. Help me out on the salary structure.
Oh, yeah. I think you might have to give a lot more. I have to analyze this option a little bit more. But I think whoever gets Aaron Rodgers might be paying low.
Then it crushes the Packers, right? Because I swear I saw on ESPN that like $50-something million this year.
It would hurt them quite a bit, which is what makes me wonder about the compensation. Yeah, the way this salary is set up, so much of it was off of the option. So I'm gonna have to go back and look at when the auction.
So you're saying triggered. So the Jets might be paying what? How much would the Jets be paying?
I mean, you might be talking about 18 million, 16 million.
So maybe then you do have to give more if that's what you're getting a quarterback at. So, okay, you know what? I would trade my first round pick if that's all I have to pay him.
Yeah.
Because you're getting him at half price and maybe even 60% off.
Yeah. I know you brought up the Bills, so you could sub in the Bills if you want. CBS Sports said the Dolphins. Would you trade a third round pick for Derrick Henry?
If I think I can win it all, yes.
Okay. Chris Godwin. Now, there are 2 people on this list I was curious about when it comes to the Cowboys. Is Chris Godwin and Brandon Cooks. So CBS has got Brandon Cooks costing a conditional 4th-round draft pick. And then for Chris Godwin, a 3rd-round pick and a conditional 5th-rounder. Do either one of those guys do anything for you? I know we've talked about trading for DeAndre Hopkins. I know we've talked about, hey, they still want to sign Odell Beckham, all that good stuff. Do Chris Godwin or Brandon Cooks do anything for you?
Godwin gets hurt so much.
Wouldn't you love to have him on the station, though? Because Jerry could be like, I told you.
Yeah, he's a good cornerback.
It just took an extra year.
Yeah, now he is making plays for us. Yeah, that would be tough to trade for a guy you've never heard of.
And
Brandon Cooks, I get. He's been with 73 teams in 3 years. I don't know how he hasn't been a Cowboy yet.
It's only 4, but yeah, okay. I gotcha.
Every year he's on a new team, and I forget, like, oh, Brandon Cooks is on this team now?
Well, remember, he's been with Houston for a minute, but he tried to force his way out, and he was, like, super mad about being there.
Brandon Cooks is a solid number two wide receiver at best. They don't do much for me.
I think Chris Godwin, I don't know if this makes a difference. Chris Godwin gets hurt less than you think.
Okay.
I think
Is it because against the Cowboys he's always hurt?
Well, that might be it. But I also think he might have the Roethlisberger kind of vibe going on in terms of he might always be on the injury report. Like, didn't we feel that way about Amari Cooper sometimes? Every week he'd be like, I don't know about Amari. And then he would go out and play. So, like, here's Godwin's game count since he got into the league. 16, 16, 14, 12, 14, 15.
Okay, so, not bad.
So I'm not saying he never gets hurt. That's good. But now you're looking at more of a, will he miss?
How old is he?
3 games. He is...
I don't like 30-year-old wide receivers, just to be honest.
He just turned 27 a couple weeks ago.
Much better. And you're saying a second-round pick?
Second-round pick. Oh, actually...
I wouldn't mind that.
Okay, this you might like this even better. 3rd-round pick this year and a conditional 5th next year. So worst case scenario, you're looking at a 3rd this year and a 4th next year. I feel like I would definitely
I would do that because I was leaning towards would I say yes to a 2nd, and so now you've changed it to a 3rd, so I should say yes. But I also know this. We're talking about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Chris Godwin make money? Are they paying him to play this year?
I would have to. I would have to go. I'll go take a look.
If it's close to league minimum, the Cowboys are interested. In the offseason, if you've worn another team's jersey, it's almost like one of our competitors. Like, if you've ever worked in the marketplace for somebody else, you're an enemy of the state forever. And it's like, all right. And that's how the Cowboys feel about anybody who puts on another jersey for another team and they weren't drafted by them. They are out forever. And they're like, nope, unless you want to make league minimum, you're not coming to this team.
Okay, I think for Chris Godwin, it would be 2 years, $32.5 million, but your guaranteed money is pretty low.
The only reason I want it to happen is so that we can replay Jerry's answer last year when I asked him if he's worried about Chris Godwin and see if he remembers his answer. Because could we trade for Chris Godwin, and he talks about how he's going to make a defensive impact for us possibly.
It took a day longer than I thought it would, Mike, but I remember the day after that interview when it was finally everywhere and it was like, hold on, who does Jerry Jones think Chris Godwin is? I saw it like Fox, ESPN. I saw all kinds of places and I thought, all right, I thought once that Friday was over, it just wasn't going to make a ripple. But then on Saturday, man, it was freaking everywhere.
And before you get to the next note right here, Baylor's season is coming to a close.
Well, they'll still be in the tournament and everything.
You never know. They didn't win the Big 12.
No, I do know. They'll be like a 3 seed. They're going to be okay.
They've only scored 21 points in the second half.
Some people did bring up in the last commercial break, and they're like, well, Baylor's done. I didn't want to say that, but it's not looking great for them. It's because you hyped up Texas State basketball, and now Baylor's going to fall to Iowa State. Not that Iowa State's bad or anything, but you would have thought Baylor would win this game.
I mean, they got Brock Purdy.
That's not okay. First of all, that's a different sport. He doesn't even play there anymore, and you'll feel like you know that. Would this scare you? Jalen Ramsey.
Sure. All right.
Jalen Ramsey goes to the Eagles for the number 30 pick and a conditional 4th next year.
Yeah. He's really good still.
He is really good still.
So Philadelphia is in great shape to kick our butts next year.
Would you trade 26 for Jalen Ramsey then? As long as I'm just throwing random stuff out. There's no part of me that thinks that will happen.
How many more years does he have? I mean, I hate doing this to you.
Yeah.
You seem to be quick with this because if he's on a 1-year contract or he wants a total new deal, it kind of changes. Like, there's a lot there. I'd say yes immediately until you might give me something that then changes my mind.
He is under contract for 3 years at Oh my God, is that right? I think you would be on the hook for 3 years, $27 million, because the Rams would have to eat a bunch of that. So I don't know.
Wow.
Because if he was like, that sounds great, I got my guaranteed money, I want to win again. By the way, the Rams have also come out and said, oh yeah, Matthew Stafford's definitely available for trade. And I'm like, well, sure. To who? The Colts? I guess the Colts would probably.
If I get Ramsey on a 3-year, $27 million contract for my first-round pick, yes, thank you, please.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident that that's the hook that the Cowboys would have, because the restructure and the signing bonus doesn't go through them. The Rams would have to eat that. So
would that be crazy? I know it's not going to happen because he actually makes money and he wore another team's jersey at some point. But that you get rid of Zeke Elliott in the offseason to then trade your first-round pick for Jalen Ramsey, the guy who was taken right after Ezekiel Elliott.
That would be hilarious. I know some people say that he wants a new contract, which is one of the good things about DeAndre Hopkins, is he said he doesn't necessarily need a new contract. He wants to go to a good situation. I'll take that at face value. But if Jalen Ramsey already wants a new contract, if he's getting traded, clearly that would be built in and would probably blow up the whole deal.
The tough thing, and I know Gavin Dawson is on this a lot on G-Bag Nation coming up here pretty soon, is if you just trade for Jalen Ramsey, but then you don't add anything else in the offseason, that's not doing what Philadelphia has recently done, or not even close to what the Rams have recently done. Yes, it's a very nice move, but from that point, you go, you know what else we're doing? We're bringing in Bobby Wagner. You know what else we're doing? We're seeing if we want to do this and do that, and we're going to go all in. I think the Cowboys could maybe do, as much as I'm making fun of them in this segment, they could do one of these things. But one of these things doesn't change you enough. You have to commit, and they seem to be non-committal to either going all in and they'll never rebuild. Like Jerry doesn't want to do rebuild. Totally get it.
For a bad time.
So that's tough.
And that's the thing that bothers me, because I think it works the opposite way too. Like if you traded for DeAndre Hopkins, let's just say, that doesn't mean your draft is shot.
Right. You have the first and third.
Yeah. That doesn't mean you're like, well, we might as well not even participate. Like you could still do other stuff.
It's a weird place the Cowboys are in, because I think at this point they have to make a decision. And they've talked about it with Dak Prescott and with the draft. Are we building something, or are we trying to win it all? What are we doing? Like, that would be the main conversation with the Jones family and Will McClay. Are we trying to build something 3 to 4 years from now? Are we going for it all? Because you can't do both at the same time. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way in professional sports. As much as Stephen Jones wants to lie to us and lie to himself, it doesn't work this way where you're like, we're building a championship team now and worried about the future. It's almost impossible in the NFL to do both at the same time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
There is a world inside of you that thrives.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am loving life because there's college basketball on all the frickin' time.
Nice. Enjoy that.
But Baylor just lost. I'm not happy they lost, but
it happens.
Big 12's just clobbering each other.
How much, I wonder, do teams, since Kevin, you're the expert in college basketball, how many times do teams like Baylor, who could become a 4 seed off of this loss, but probably a 3 seed when we get Sunday selection?
I think that's fair.
Are they happy? Is the coach happy that they just they got upset? They don't have to waste any more energy. As in, they have Friday off, Saturday, Sunday off. They get their selection. It seems like teams kind of don't like playing in the championship game rather than making it that far.
I definitely hear what you're saying. I've heard a lot from the other perspective is they do like it because it's in a neutral area with pressure on them.
Yeah.
You know, like, I know that for Baylor, or depending on where the conference tournaments are, sometimes it feels more like a home game, but ideally it's a neutral site with pressure, and so that prepares you for your Thursday, Saturday, or Friday, Sunday, the next 3 weeks.
So I should pick Baylor to get upset in the first round?
That does not always work like that. I'm not saying that at all.
Did you guys know that they had, during the Big 12 tournament, they have one food item on the menu at the arena for every program?
I did not know that.
They sound delicious.
They have the vanilla Baylor float. It's a Dr. Pepper float. So every one of these has a little spin on their own, but I don't know if
get them anymore. It's over after the game ends.
That's exactly my question.
Go back tomorrow.
Too bad. Do they remove it from the menu after every team loses until you have the last menu item standing?
Great question.
That'd be sweet.
I think with Cocaine Bear, they should have had Black Bear there. Like, you should have had to eat Black Bear.
Cafe and lots of cocaine.
No,
actual bear meat?
Yeah, like bear. Like you
either
have to
or,
eat
right?
bear.
That would be interesting.
Be a rowdy fan
and do a
base.
line of blow. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be the authentic
Actually,
experience.
Yeah.
I believe Alamo Draft House did have, it wasn't obviously actual
they were offering lines of blow?
But they did have like lines of, I'm going to assume powdered sugar
like
set up
pixie stick
as
stuff?
part of their feature item. They're
That
like,
was just cover.
Cocaine Bear.
It is fun.
Well,
They
it's
do do
$9.
that.
That's a hell of a deal for cocaine, right?
I would think so. I don't know.
When's the last time you
Last time I bought it, yeah.
It costs
was a
more
big
than
heavy
$9.
deal.
I guarantee you that.
It does.
Otherwise, what are we having these drug wars over? $9?
That is something.
There you go, Hagee.
That
Good
doesn't
point.
make any sense.
Alamo Draft House is fun with their menus.
Absolutely,
When it
they
comes
are.
to like featuring whatever the star movie is that comes out, they do have fun with
Sounds
that.
like it.
For Broadest for you, I was curious, and you might have told this story before. Did you ever hit up the Southwest Conference tournament at Reunion Arena, or the early stages of the Big 12 tournament when it was at Reunion?
Yeah, the early stages, I went with Bill Parcells one time.
You did?
Yeah, that was the time that I was sitting in my office there at Valley Ranch and on a Saturday.
Okay.
And he walks in and he goes, "Hey, what are you doing this afternoon?" And I said, "Nothing." He goes, "You want to go to a basketball game?" And I'm like, who's playing? He goes, "Texas Tech and Oklahoma State." Well, he's friends with Bobby Knight. So,
okay.
So here I am. Okay, I get in the car with him. You know, we're in the Lincoln Continental driving over to the arena. And I like, he pulls up and I reach into my pocket like I'm going to pay for parking.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, literally, I'm just trying to be a nice guy. And he looks at me like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I go, "I was just going to pay for parking, coach." He goes, "You obviously don't know who you're with." And I...
Hell yeah. I've heard Chief Follow say that.
He parked underneath the arena.
It's a good move.
So he went into underneath the arena. And the next thing you know, I'm sitting there like in the Texas Tech's locker room. Like he and I are just kind of hanging out. And then Bobby Knight, the team, you hear the buzz, the commotion and all that.
And he wiped his ass and showed his team.
Yeah, no, this is a little bit different. But they walk in and like Coach
He showed Broadus.
Coach Knight and Coach Parcells are standing there talking, and I kind of felt so out of place. And they're talking about things and all that, recruiting and scouting and all these things. And I just kind of stood up, and then Bill looked at me and goes, "Where are you going?" And I'm like, "You guys need to talk." I mean, and he goes, and Coach Knight goes, "No, you stay, hang out." So he's in there kind of just going off on college basketball and recruiting and all that. And then his son, Pat, comes in and is like, hey, Dad, time for us to go out on the court for warm-ups. He's like, Pat, you handle it. We're fine. So we sat in there another 20 minutes and talked.
Awesome.
And I literally, where we sat was right behind the scores table, like mid-court. Like if they went over and did like a review, or they had to do a review of a play.
They've been talking to you, basically.
That's exactly how close I was sitting to the court there for that. But that was my experience of going to a tournament.
Was
there.
Eddie Sutton the coach still at Oklahoma State then, or
I think it might have been
his son? Maybe?
It might have been the son.
Okay.
Yeah, it might have been the son there.
We got a Luka update from Woj.
Okay.
Luka's MRI on his thigh is clean.
Yes.
And he's expected to return as soon as discomfort allows him.
Oh, man. That puts a lot of pressure on Luka because now it's like, oh, you could play. It just depends on how tough you are.
So when you coming back?
Feel like that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's 100% what they're saying. And he apparently was the one that was saying, like, I need to play tonight last night.
Yeah.
Even though it's been clear he's been laboring a little bit. And then it's the first time he's played it back-to-back in forever. And he plays it last night. And it's like, maybe that shouldn't have been the one.
Did you feel like...
It'll be a while before they do that again.
That's a good point. Did you feel like playoff positioning kind of forced their hand on that? Or
I said that myself.
Yeah, they're also feel like must-win games at this point.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that him and maybe some continuity between him and trying to figure out some rotations with him and Kyrie would probably be a little bit something that they would want to work on. But
now, we asked this question earlier. Y'all can pick whatever sport you want. Is if TV executives got to decide the championship game for each sport, like what would be some of the matchups you think you would see?
The one, you guys had some really interesting ones, but can I give you a college football one?
Yeah.
You don't realize how intense the rivalry is between Notre Dame and LSU because of the big Catholic state of Louisiana.
Oh.
It's kind of a split. The southern Louisiana is all Catholic and all. And then, so when we used to play, whether we played in South Bend or they came there, it was huge. And they played in a bowl game, I want to say several years ago. One of those like a Citrus Bowl things.
Yeah.
And it was kind of poor conditions. Still drew
It was packed. Wow.
But there's a really, really, really big rivalry between LSU and Notre Dame. That people, when they get together, I'm surprised it's not scheduled more.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
But it's one that would be, I know that was one that I lived myself.
Yeah.
And then as it's kind of gone on through the years, it would be one that would draw a lot of interest that way.
Add Brian Kelly into the mix now, too.
Yeah.
Me and my family.
Winner gets to keep or not keep him, depending on how you feel.
I think you're gonna want Lakers and Knicks. You're gonna want.
You go that over Celtics? That was a big debate.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd want New York to be so good because of the size of the city and how passionate that fan base is. So I know there's a lot of history with Boston, and that would be a close runner-up. You want Yankees Dodgers, of course.
Sure, that was the most universal answer.
What we didn't say, and I do believe it's Yankees Dodgers, is we never mentioned the Cardinals.
Yeah, I thought Cardinals Red Sox probably drew huge.
Cardinals Cubs was all. I mean, isn't that one of the better rivalries? Yeah. It seems like that's always a Sunday night game. The Cardinals and Cubs.
It'd be interesting to see how many televisions that would get on.
It is Dodgers Yankees, because we've been in the car plenty of times in Oxnard in the summertime. They've already done free agency, they've already done draft, and they're talking about the Lakers first, and then the Dodgers second, and then they'll kind of bring up the Rams, and they'll kind of they don't even bring up the Chargers.
When I was growing up, it was the Reds and the Dodgers were really. That was always the Saturday NBC game of the week. That was
What's the NFL game they want? Is it Cowboys and Chiefs?
Steelers?
That's what I would
Cowboys
Steelers
right
now.
Yeah, right now.
Cowboys Raiders would have been a good one back in the day.
Do you think that would still be the case with the Vegas factor, or
because I was saying if it was back in the day, because to me those are two. When you talk about the franchises, iconic. The Steelers, when growing up in that was pretty one-sided. The Steelers were pretty one-sided with the Cowboys.
What about Cowboys Jets? Just to get New York in there.
Yeah, the one other thing that Mike said is the Jets are like decidedly below the Giants in the hierarchy. That's why I would have gone Steelers. I get the Chiefs now. I still think I would go Steelers.
Yeah.
Me
Joey,
too.
did you talk about Boston and Montreal?
Yes.
Did you mention that one?
Yeah, I touched on
That's
that
a
one.
bloodbath right there. Those two hockey cities hate each other.
Rangers, Blackhawks.
Hate each other.
That'd be a pretty good one.
I said
Montreal,
Maple
Toronto
Leafs and
is-
Blackhawks.
Okay, yeah, I could see that,
Yeah.
absolutely.
What
and
do you
then
guys-
Notre Dame, Texas.
Okay, I think that is a good answer. A very well-known program, so that's a good answer. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We're very fired up about baseball, and Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman is going to join us at 4
very
o'clock.
good.
Yeah,
All right,
Heyman's
excellent.
going to be on with us.
Looking forward to that. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Where you going? Your day gets better. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day right here on a Thursday. General at your service. There's Broadus, Lucius. You have Wolchuk and Chia following. Carter Freeman coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. College basketball is heating up. You got it on the TVs everywhere. And it's a bit of a calm before the storm in the NFL right now. What piece of news are you most anticipating coming from the Cowboys as a free agency, draft, trade season, all that heats up? The text is open. The chat's open for you. Twitch, YouTube, 877-881-1053. You know, Brian, we could get a Dak Prescott contract any day now, according to both Steve and Jerry.
Yeah, that would be interesting. To me, I don't know. This is one of those things. I feel like that there with this agent, with Todd France, nothing's done really in a timely manner. But behind the scenes, guys, you know, Todd Williams, Adam Pacifica, those guys, they do a lot of work, do a lot of good work. I just think with the agent, it might be something that would drag a little bit. The thing I'm looking forward to is, are we getting football fibbed on Zeke, Tyron Smith, guys like that? Are we
Is that for real at all?
Yeah, is that for real? And I just say football fibbed that we had the general manager on the bus talking about keeping everybody in place. But, you know, in actuality, they probably need to do something to get this thing under the cap.
And we're getting resolution on a lot of this stuff in the next 6 days, I believe. They need either an extension for Dak Prescott or they'll restructure his current deal to create more cap space. They'll just add more voidable years on the back end of that if they can't get a deal done. They'll find the space one way or another.
Yeah, I feel like, though, guys, if they just knowing the history of Todd France, they're probably going to go short on this deal. And I mean short, just like a couple of year. You know, not anything probably long term.
Like 2 and 90.
Yeah, something shorter that gets Dak to the market.
What's the APY on the new money? If Daniel Jones is sitting at 40, if I'm Dak and Todd, I'm like, okay, we're going to get significantly more than that per year, right, with this extension?
Got to be between 40 and 50.
But yeah, 45 to 50, I'd say.
Yeah, that'd be my guess.
The APY on the new money, and last time around it was 40. What stories you guys looking forward to getting some closure on here in the next week?
I think the Tyron one is the one that interests me the most. I think Ezekiel Elliott is going to not be here.
You think that's a done deal?
I think it's a done deal in that he's either not going to be here or he's going to be here at like a minimum salary. Because I think that's all you can legitimately justify with what he does for you, at least on the field. So that, to me, I'm more confident in that. The Tyron one is where I'm interested to see how can they keep him here, and if they do, how can they keep him here at a hopefully a much lower number?
Donovan Wilson will also be interesting because that's one I think that they really want to get done. But what does his market end up being? Does it end up being one where the price tag just gets too high and then he ends up leaving via free agency? And then what do they do to make up for that? Is it Marquise Bell just slides in and ends up taking that role, or do they end up looking at maybe adding another safety in the draft?
Yeah, a lot of different things are in the air. Legal tampering will start Monday at 11 o'clock, right in the middle of the KNC Masterpiece. And almost immediately, you're going to get things. It's like once legal tampering starts, the conversations don't start. It gets announced that we've been working behind the scenes on a number of deals. So Monday is going to be an insane day. And yeah, will Donovan Wilson, will Leighton Vander Esch be getting scooped up already? Will be amongst the attention points.
Yeah, there's a lot of deals that are already probably done and agreed to. That happened at the combine. A lot of meetings, a lot of, come to the hotel here. We'll talk about this, meetings on the bus, whatever they have to do. So I think everybody's kind of got an idea of how they're going to march in this thing, and they're just ready for them to get the orders to go forward with it.
Tyron Smith's situation, very interesting. The update pretty much is that they're going to continue to work on, building it in a way that makes sense for both parties. Brian, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's kind of where we're at right now. I want to ask you guys the question is, Tyron Smith a progress blocker now to Tyler Smith?
Yes.
And that's in Ezekiel Elliott a progress blocker to potentially drafting somebody in this draft.
I think Zeke's a progress blocker, but Tyler Smith would still play the entire game at guard. And I wasn't that impressed at tackle to be like, he's got to be out there. You know, the running benefit that you get from Tyler Smith, I think, will come just as well at guard. If you want to run inside, maybe better, and you won't have to deal with him getting blown by on too many occasions in the passing game.
They just talked so much about availability, and you don't have that with Tyron. And look, Tyron's been one of my favorite Cowboys ever. He's a hell of a player, and he should be a Ring of Honor type of guy, and maybe talked about as a potential Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but that's why it needs to be cheap.
Right.
Yeah, because he's not available.
But he's not available, and there's no way that you can bring him back under that number. But now I think that, give a lot of credit to Tyler last year. He did that. He played both spots, going back and forth from tackle and guard. So he could do it again. But at this point, it's like, I think you just need to play him at left tackle and let him go to work. And look, Will McClay's talked about this a lot too. There's not enough good quality offensive linemen to go around. So maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe they're thinking, look, if we have 1 year left to Tyron Smith, if we can get something out of him, that's still better than maybe our backup plan.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that's a great point. Chaos for the Mavs. They lose to the Pelicans. Didn't have Bullock and Kleba, and it was the offense, though, that really let him down. Bad game for Luka, and then he got hurt, had to leave third quarter. MRI reportedly clean, though, from Woj, if you missed that during crosstalk, so that is a big relief. That's great. He did say, though, the injured thing has been bothering him since the second game after the All-Star break. He's 22 of his last 60 shots in his last 3 games. So we're about to be getting ready to see a stretch here, I think, of some Kyrie Irving basketball. The MRI is clean, but it doesn't mean that the leg is feeling good. So I imagine he's going to miss at least a couple of games, and maybe that's what everybody involved needs right now, to get some wins and get Luka healthy and let Kyrie run with these guys that might really enjoy playing that brand of basketball a little bit more. I think right now it's about Luka getting healthy, but also Luka continuing to make adjustments and figure out ways to conform to that style that almost everybody else on the team wants to play, not him.
Yeah, that is going to be fun, especially if they want to throw in, or can we get a little bit more Hardy at this point, and can that ignite Josh Green a little bit more? I don't know. I think there could be some positives to this if they can win games, because winning games is huge for them right now with the way all these standings are. So if you can get some role players to maybe get some confidence going into the playoffs, but Luka's health has to be priority number one, because if you're going into the playoffs with him feeling even like he is now, it'll be ending quickly.
What if they do get victories of playing with an up tempo and kind of a more open style, up and down the floor a little bit more? And they do win games, and then all of a sudden you get Luka back, and it turns down to slow motion. How are you going to feel about the team at that point? Do you feel like, man, they need to go back to that style? They're going to play some good. Memphis a couple of times. I know Ja Morant's not going to be a part of this, but what if they do have success playing with a more up-tempo style, more wide open, and then Luka comes back and they don't have that success? How do you go into the playoffs? What's your attitude about the Mavericks? Like, man, they need to play this style that is more conducive to Kyrie, the way he plays. Well, are you going to feel that way? Or are you going to feel like, no, tried and true, old Luka, pound the ball, walk it up, do all that? How are you going to feel about that if they're winning games playing up tempo?
I think the slower style is going to work a little bit more. There's going to be matchups depending on who you're up against. The Warriors went through that with Kevin Durant. They're like, well, our basketball is beautiful. And then when they got to the playoffs, they're like, yeah, it might be more beautiful, but Kevin Durant's more efficient, right? So it's tough to, negotiate that as an organization. I think there's got to be a compromise. And if you're Luka and you're not in these situations where slow ISO basketball is going to be the most efficient, then you have to participate like you're one of the other 5 guys, not the orchestrator of your own show. And I think he has more than enough skills to assimilate to that and help it be even greater than we can imagine.
And to your point, it has always seemed like in the playoffs, the game does slow down a little bit, which benefits the type of pace that Luka likes to play with. But I did think it was interesting, and we were talking with Batsky about it after crosstalk, when Cassidy Hubbard interviews Tim Hardaway Jr. coming out of the break. And he's like, man, she asked him, what's been so efficient for you after the All-Star break? And you've had just amazing games shooting from 3. And he said, well, it's the pace. It's now the looks that I'm getting from Kyrie because now I'm just in motion with my shots. I'm in rhythm as opposed to kind of just standing around and being stagnant, kind of waiting for the ball like when I'm playing with Luka. I mean, that's paraphrasing what he was saying, but that's the difference in playing with Kyrie and the shots that now THJ is getting, for example, as opposed to when he's playing with a Luka Doncic.
Yeah, you'd love to see Luka get to the playoffs, and despite the fact that things slow down, when the team, you kind of have to adapt to your team. Last year, Luka's style was great for them. It totally worked out. Everything was conducive to it. But now things have changed. You'd love to see him be able to adapt, and you've seen it a little bit with some of his outlet passes that we were discussing once the trade happened and like imagining what it could look like. And they've had games where, I mean, the other night, 24, 25 fast break points. So they're still being able to get out there and run, but how much more can you crank that? Because sky's sort of the limit.
Yeah, I think you should try to really get that ball moving and whipping like the Warriors did. And I think Luka can pass it fine. He just needs to transition to, hey, I'm a cog in the machine, and I'm going to move the ball and then move myself in a new space. And we're going to play that style, at least for all the minutes that both he and Kyrie are on the court together. And I think it could be special. Okay, Kyrie has gone viral for the first time since he was traded here. He likes to talk and he likes to give his honest thoughts and stuff. And was he on like an Instagram live or something last night, talking about different things? And maybe
Twitch.
Was it Twitch?
I think it was a Twitch.
Okay, yeah, it was definitely a social media, a phone type of view, and venting about being blamed for things and the downside of people gambling and playing fantasy and what that has done to sports fan culture. But not that big of a deal, right? Or people aren't freaking out about this. I thought it was a little weird because I haven't noticed people blaming Kyrie. I was hoping that we're celebrating him and not just tolerating him. But apparently he's still seeing some of that. I think if you have enough followers or you just go on social media long enough, you're in the public eye, you're going to get haters. So apparently there are some haters out there for him, Chief.
I do think there was. I think he was provoked in like a question, someone asking him a question. Yeah. And so he kind of just went in on all of his thoughts. I don't know that it was just him firing from the hip and opening monologue. This is how I'm feeling right here, right now.
Yeah.
I think someone asked him a question.
It's people in the chat being people in the chat.
Right.
Yeah. And
right.
he's pontificating or giving his honest thoughts about that. Yeah. I thought, it was really interesting to see. And I was like, oh boy, what are we doing here with Kyrie Irving talking about the haters coming after him and all that? But I think, the NBA world and the DFW sports scene has taken this pretty much in stride. So that is great. We'll have the audio a little bit later on if you want to hear it. They will visit the Grizzlies on Saturday. We're going to have Mike Lombardi here on Pat McAfee today saying, yep, Rams are calling about trading Matt Stafford out of Los Angeles. I'm not a bit surprised. That's what you do. And in today's era, you don't have to just trade for players around your quarterback. You can go get you a quarterback. You don't even have to draft, develop, and franchise one now, Brian. You just go, you got Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson. Who do you want over here?
Yeah,
you can call 1-800 quarterback now, Bill.
Yeah, if this was 23 years ago, I wouldn't be doing radio with you guys right now.
Right?
I'd still be in the league.
Yeah,
because there was
Bill wouldn't have been on the warpath.
There's no way in hell that you were going to find a quarterback or somebody to give you one.
You'd probably be at the Big 12 tournament with Bill Parcells right now, chopping it up and eating some delicious menu items.
Yeah, he was a lot of fun to kind of travel around with that stuff. Like, you know who the hell you're dealing with? I'm like, sure, coach. Just trying to be a nice guy, pay for parking here. But that's kind of where it's to me, this is why you shouldn't be held hostage by your quarterback.
Yeah.
If you don't feel like, if you're one of these teams that's not going to fire your GM or fire anybody in the front office, you should be willing to make moves on your quarterback and stuff like that. You shouldn't be held hostage.
I'm with you.
Shouldn't have your quarterback ask you for $45 million a year because you could always go out and find another one.
Right, like we had that conversation and you brought it up hosting the draft show today on DallasCowboys.com. Like if Will Levis slid to 26, right, should the Cowboys consider it? My answer was absolutely you should.
Yeah.
Why? Maybe he ends up being better than Dak Prescott. And should the Cowboys now be in a situation where it's like, let's just go ahead and be status quo with Dak if he's good? Should they not be looking at maybe going great? I used to live in the world of you finally have a franchise quarterback, don't mess with that. But I don't think you can hold yourself back by that anymore. I don't think you can live scared by trying to get off of just being in all right, we're in the playoffs, but we're not advancing to conference championships anymore. And worst case scenario, maybe that doesn't work out, or you've got a trade piece and a trade asset in a Will Levis. But I think you should now, with the fluidity and you're living in an offseason with you can trade for an Aaron Rodgers or a Lamar Jackson, you should now more than ever be looking to upgrade at that quarterback position if you don't think your guy's the guy.
Rams probably should have waited for the Matt Stafford retirement whispers. They probably should have got ahead of those.
Yeah, what's going on there? How healthy is his elbow?
Because last time we were talking about Matt Stafford, I believe it was 24 to 48 hours ago, and it was the idea that he's very likely, or it's at least up in the air that he could just retire because he's injured, and now we're hearing that you're picking up the phone to trade him. Of course you are. He had a terrible injury-riddled season. You're paying him a ton of money, and he's bordering on retirement. I'd be trying to get rid of him too.
Okay, so look how genius the Rams are. They restructure his 2023 salary, so he's at $1.5 million. They're going to have a $50 million cap hit. Oh, look at this. We're horrible. We can't spend any money in 2023. We have the worst record in the NFL. We're trading Matt Stafford, who has taken this huge cap hit on our books. He's not going to hit your salary very much. And it's 31 next year and 27 the year after that. You can give us a first and a third for that, can't you, if Matt Stafford's healthy? Maybe Matt Stafford at $40 million a year, you'd be like, oh, I don't know about that. He's old, he's hurt, he's max paid. But you're getting essentially quarterback for 1 year on rookie salary scale money while the Rams go intentionally into cap hell so they can tank, draft a quarterback number 1 overall, and get their salary cap back in order so they can begin binging on talent again as early as 2024. So, they're riding that wave perfectly. And the team that trades for Stafford, whose salary is going to be very, very small in 2023, they're getting a tremendous edge as well. It's the 3D chess, right? And some teams still playing that checkers. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. NFL odds and ends coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Twin Peaks, though. This is the best place to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views every night. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happened when hurt you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. On Friday, we got a game coming. Questions that will shock you. We'll be competing in a trivia contest with Dueling Mr. Sparkies. That'll be at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. The hijinks will be underway in hour 3. Yeah.
Signed us up for that.
We're sparking again?
Yeah, that'd be Gavin Spittle.
I thought that Mr. Sparky thing.
I didn't get that email.
I felt like that thing was going away.
I threw it away. Who got it out of the trash can?
No, that was an HR violation. That was something that we weren't allowed to do.
Gosh, dang it.
Well, I took it out of the garbage. I put it in my locker. So that's starts.
Jerk.
Yeah, it starts Thursday. I think it's going to be a team event this time around, and immunity in the playoff G-Bag Survivor is on the line. Immunity in the playoff G-Bag Survivor on the line. That's
Can I
right.
team up with Lucius?
NBA edition.
I'm not sure. Hopefully.
He's the smartest one.
Okay, we do have the G-Bag of the day coming up in 6 minutes. You have some NFL odds and ends for us, guys?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit shell shocked.
What the hell are we
doing?
Seriously,
This is all hitting me in real time.
I thought you liked that. The payoffs.
You don't have to do a payoff. If you get electrocuted, you don't have to do a payoff.
That thing hurts.
Yeah. Here's all you have to do to not have a payoff, boys. It's quite simple.
You know what? Bleep
just do the payoff.
I'm in because I'm not waxing another thing on my body ever. So electrocute the hell out of me.
I will say I'd rather be electrocuted than eat another one of those hot gummy bear, those death gummy bears. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah. The little nitro.
I'm against that.
It's only a minor electrocution. Don't be so dramatic.
That thing, I don't know about this.
Okay, cool. Well,
I got some comp days coming to me, I think.
Are you going to use it tomorrow?
Maybe. You never know. The lake's looking nice tomorrow, I think. Maybe.
Things are not looking nice for the prospects of Lamar Jackson right now. And I'm still a firm believer in this is all a bunch of crap that nobody wants to do the guaranteed deals, but everybody is going to want some level of being in on the Lamar Jackson sweepstakes. It will happen. That's just my opinion on it. But the NFL reminded clubs in a memo yesterday that next week's 2-day negotiating period that we were discussing, where it's not officially free agency, but it kind of is, they can tamper and stuff, that's only for the unrestricted free agents. So guys like Lamar who are tagged, they can't have these conversations until 48 hours later on Wednesday. Say, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Well, then the Baltimore Ravens have 5 full days to kick around and decide if they want to match the deal. So if you're a team that offers Lamar Jackson, first you got to wait that first 48 hours. So you can't get all your ducks in a line from a free agent standpoint because you're offering this big deal to Lamar, but you don't know if it's actually yours until maybe 5 days later. And now I'm going to miss the boat on all this other opening season on free agency, right?
Yeah, teams can't extend an offer like that.
It's a weird deal because you're caught up in the air and you've offered Lamar, but you don't know
hold that money. Yeah.
So then you're kind of punting on the first week of free agency or first 5 days of real free agency because you don't know whether or not Lamar's your quarterback. So you kind of don't know exactly how to navigate these free agent waters. And then maybe it's 5 days later and, Baltimore decides they match and now you're out on Lamar and you weren't able to have a plan B in the first week.
Yeah. The more and more I'm hearing about this, the more I think it's going to take a lot longer than we hope. Because teams are going to have to strike out in free agency in the draft. And all this is going to have to play out. We still don't have a quarterback, or our season starts and our player sucks, even into next year. I think this is going to be an ugly, long, drawn-out situation, and in the end, it's going to be hard to pick a winner.
Agreed.
Ooh.
I do have the odds here.
Not good for Lamar.
It's not good for Lamar, no. But I do have the latest odds on the team if it's not going to be the Ravens.
Ooh, okay.
Who do you think right now is leading the Vegas odds here?
The Commanders.
Commanders, yeah.
That's what I would have thought too, man.
Not the Commanders.
They're all the way down at plus 1,200, and there's like 10 teams in front.
The Raiders.
The Raiders are only a couple of spots ahead of Washington there.
Where's San Francisco?
San Francisco is like 15th.
Well,
Miami.
But Miami didn't have a first-round pick,
Houston.
right?
It's Detroit.
What?
Detroit's at 3-1 right now.
How? They have Jared Goff play
great.
Vegas
know? Vegas knows something.
Here, yeah.
They do.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, they know something.
But then I'm like, do they really know what they're doing? Because the second one, let's call your son. is they have the Buccaneers as the second best odds.
And I think they're just throwing crap on the wall.
Like that's
a sucker bet.
Detroit was like ooh, and then the Bucs, I'm going, okay, now, yeah, maybe they're just trying to get a couple of suckers here because that makes no sense. And then it's Indy, and then it's the Jets. And I think the Jets is an interesting one because if the Rodgers thing falls through, and apparently it's like, hey, we've got all the parameters set in place, we're ready to do this thing. We being the Jets and the Packers, we're just kind of waiting for Aaron Rodgers to decide he's willing to go to the Jets. That apparently is where
he
we're
will
at.
not let it. He will not allow it to happen in a timely manner.
No.
He is not going to. I mean, the Packers are probably let's go. The Jets are saying let's go, and Aaron Rodgers is going to have another 5 or 6.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Although Diana Rossini's saying the Jets are feeling really good right now about their chances at landing him.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but they feel good about it. But
But when's it going to happen?
Does that match with the guy who's like, I don't know.
We go back into the darkness and reconsider, boys.
If I'm the
not
Jets,
sure I want to play.
If I'm the Jets, I'm saying, hey, dude, we can't be punting on the offseason of building rapport with our wide receivers like you did, like you were talking about yesterday. It's such a great point.
But they can't pressure the guy.
No, but I know that's the tough spot they're in. But I would love to get confirmation from Aaron Rodgers if I'm the Jets saying, hey, you're going to be working with my Garrett Wilsons of the world and these young wide receivers that I have. So it's not Thanksgiving by the time you feel comfortable with your wide receivers.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're coming out of the gates. What
Yeah.
was Mahomes doing when he got Juju Smith-Schuster and a bunch of Newcastle receivers? Okay, boys, let's get down to DFW together and let's get this thing ironed out so that we come out of the gates hot and we're not, eating some turkey on Thanksgiving when we're starting to figure out our chemistry here.
Yeah, it was a little too late for Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. And if I'm the team, I'm like, man, if you're not committed to the offseason at this age, you got to keep your body in shape and work in with new teammates. If you're not committed that way, and I'm the Jets, I don't want to sign up for hearing an offseason about you going and finding yourself on retreats. I'm sorry, this is a football operation, and it's just too much damn money. For you to have such, alternate hobbies or life interests.
You need to be all in, man.
We're not doing the bro vacation with Miles Teller for, for
no
6
more
weeks
of that.
out of the summer.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Here's Lucius.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's rock.
All right, where we last left off, our champion, it's just a man walking his dog in a grocery store. His dog has, he's wearing Adidas dog shoes, which is really cute. Dog has barrettes and ribbons and everything. It's a nice little dog. But apparently this man is DMX reincarnated. Or maybe Michael Irvin. I don't know. He's one of these cats.
Sounds like Michael.
What are these people that talk like this? Let's see. Guy in the grocery store wanted this man to do something about his dog. I don't know what the facts are about it, but just listen to this.
Brother, man, I keep telling you numerous times, get out of my face, bro. Please don't do that. No, I'm telling you, get out of my face because you look like you want to fight, dog. I don't know why you coming. I'm a grown black man, dog. I don't need you to come on my face, brother. I told you nicely, man. Get out of my face, boy. Or you getting ready to fight. That's all I'm letting you know, son. Get out of my face. I'm telling you nicely, boy. Don't play at me, man. All right, that's it. You ready to fight? Let's get it. I'm Marcus Garvey's grandson, boy. Look up, man. I'm running for office, boy. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you, man. This guy roll up on me about my dog, man. Yeah, roll up on about my dog, man. This guy right here, man. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
It's all good now. Yeah. I love it. I thought I heard a little Al Pacino in there, too, somewhere.
Yeah, too.
Yeah.
You guys familiar with Marcus Garvey? You guys familiar at all?
Familiar with the name.
Okay.
Activist in the 70s?
Yeah. Let's see. Shannon Sharp, he got a little comfortable on television.
Oh, Shannon.
I mean, if I'm making fried chicken and somebody says I got some chocolate for you, what the hell? Yeah, I like chocolate, but what the fuck? I'm sorry. You got to be up your curtains. Why would I need chocolate to go with fried chicken?
Why do you need chocolate to go with fried chicken? It's a great question. I can understand why he might have dropped an F-bomb while discussing such a topic.
Gosh, dude. I thought the cuss word was going to be the best part of that, but it's the final question he's asking there. It's brilliant.
I don't know. The one thing when I was thinking about chocolate and chicken, I was thinking about mole. Like the Spanish when you chicken and all that.
No me gusta.
Yeah, the chocolate with it and stuff like that.
Not a mole fan?
You're not a fan of it at all? Use a little chocolate for that, though, with your chicken, if you had to.
I've ordered it a couple of times, and it has been. One time it was really good. A couple of times it was not good.
Yeah.
It's a potent flavor.
It is a potent
very strong.
Flavor, very strong flavor with chocolate. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Education.
Yeah, do what you got to do, man.
I got to do the best I can.
Hey, yesterday was a church day. Now, I play church clips not to poke fun or anything. In fact, I was a man my family went to church 2 times a week. Absolutely. I was raised up in that damn church. My mother is a bishop. In fact, she has a PhD in, theology or something like that?
Theology, yes,
I've had
sir.
fantastic conversations with my mother about religion, so I'm not making fun of it, but I am making fun of these clips, 100%. For people that live like me, you know what I'm saying? Want to make fun of it a little bit. So this guy right here caught the Holy Ghost in church, had a good day, felt good leaving.
Brother. I feel better than smoking weed.
Yeah.
I feel high. Off the Holy Ghost. I feel so high.
Amen.
I feel so good right now.
He even crying too. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's powerful.
Brother. I feel better than smoking weed.
I feel better than smoking weed. What?
That's a crowd pleaser too.
You're a hell of a preacher, man.
Everyone gets excited.
Holy Spirit is dope.
I'm coming to church more often.
Yeah, let's see here. And I've got another church clip for you fellas. Now, I don't know what this preacher is preaching about right here. I have no idea what he's preaching about. But I have...
That nigga won't stop. You need to fix this transmission. Y'all like to... Now, don't nobody want to say nothing. Look at all these cheap holes in here. You don't want to say nothing. You don't even want to talk. You giving up the cookie, but you ain't got no receipt. Y'all ain't talk. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Now, you know what? I don't know what that preacher's preaching about, but it sounds like some pimping.
Yeah.
It sounds like some pimping, bro.
Giving up the cookie.
I ain't trying to say that's what he's talking about, but
you better charge for that.
I wonder what church we're at.
Wow, bro.
That nigga won't stop. You need to fix this transmission. Y'all ain't talk.
What?
Now, don't nobody want to say nothing. Look at all these cheap holes in here.
He is tripping.
Yeah.
You should see that crowd reaction to it. It's amazing. They go crazy.
Man, I feel like he's saying if you're gonna give it up, you better be getting something in return.
Yeah.
He better be paying off some bills here.
Don't be a cheap hoe, be an expensive hoe.
Now, don't that sound like some pimping?
That's pimping. If
That sound like a double dose of this pimping.
Mm-hmm. Keep the family together.
Let's see what else
and
here.
spend some money on that audio system. They're working on. Yeah.
That's a pastor with a side hustle, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Speaking of churches and whatnot, well, referee Ben Taylor comes to the front of the congregation. Ben Taylor, will you come to the front of the congregation? Raptors guard Fred Van Fleet has some words for you.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that most nights, couple of out of the 3, there's 1 or 2 that just the game up, and it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bull tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. And, most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. They communicate well. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit. They come to see the players. And I think we're losing a little bit of the fabric of what the NBA is and was. And it's been disappointing this season. You could look up most of my texts this year have been with Ben Taylor officiating. So at a certain point as a player, you feel it's personal. And it's never a good place to be. That's not why we lost tonight. We got outplayed. But it definitely makes it tougher to overcome.
So
going
good.
full Lisa McCaffrey there, isn't he?
Don't be dicks.
Yeah, don't be dicks. That's what he said. Yes.
I do love that he didn't subtweet him. He tagged him in there.
No, he did.
He put his name on it and everything.
I think Ben Taylor gives him a tack immediately to start the next game he officiates. Hey, Fred, you're teed up.
I don't know. Unfortunately, that's been going on for decades. I know they've been trying to get better at it, but there's no doubt some personal issues between players and refs.
Do they have scales to the fine system? Can they look at that and say that's more than your average five 5K or is there just because he definitely got his money's worth?
No,
for that.
Fred played for free last night.
I would say that's very extreme, and it's almost a double fine, but it's so damn funny. We're actually going to cut it in half.
I like that.
Yeah, that's 15 hundo right there for Van Vliet.
There you go, Kamish.
Yeah, shut him down. Open up shop there with your DMX guy at the grocery store with his dog. Grocery store guy there. Or is it Shannon Sharp doesn't need your effing chocolate? Church Day combo platter, I think is what that was. Or is it Fred Van Vliet? That is my vote today, Chief. How about you?
Fred and the Van Vliets.
Lucius.
That man and his dog.
Alrighty. 2-1.
And Google Black Star Line so you'll know who.
Yeah, I was off on a few decades.
Garvey.
I Googled it real quick. Yeah, I was off on a couple years.
It's all right, man. I've been telling people, all types of people, all around the world about things, and they never look it up, even though the whole world's telling them to look at it.
Hey, we appreciate the opportunities here because we weren't educated on those things. Important part of our country's history.
I don't think people want to be educated on it. That's what I was trying to say in that whole little situation.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got it. Well, Chuck.
I'll throw Shannon a vote.
Okay, 2-1 brought us.
Let's go with Freddie.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G Bag of the Day champion, it is Raptors All-Star, trade target of the Mavs. I'd like that in the locker room. That'd be great. Little Fred Van Vliet. Okay, where are we going next? Broadus, Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, in Krusty's Corner, can I interest you in any of these free agent wide receivers? We'll talk about them next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts. More than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Chevy Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties. Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Eric's over there working on his putting. I think we're going to have a contest here. I think we're going to have a contest about Eric.
Let's have a putting contest.
Putting contest. Can you golf at all, Eric?
Like in real life?
In real life golf?
God, no. I could probably take a couple of good driving hacks.
Absolutely not.
And then by hole 3, I'm like, all right, this is now just a day of hanging out with the boys. We're carting around. I'll
Drinking
take a couple of hacks. Yeah, we'll do a couple
cigars.
of brews.
I'll be the designated driver.
Becomes
now. I mean, I probably will be inebriated, but I'll drive the hell out of that golf cart.
Yeah, it's great as just a fun day. I don't even look at it as golfing. I just look at it as hanging with my bros and then taking a couple of hacks from time to time. You know, act like I'm reading some greens. That's one of my favorite things to do. Is like early on when I'm first playing with somebody and they have no idea that I have no idea.
You're just like squatting.
So I'm doing
So you're acting like you're good?
I'm acting like on the greens I'm seeing things in a different way, you know?
No, it's embarrassing.
And then it only takes about 2 or 3 putts before they realize, oh, okay, this guy he's putting a lot of effort into sucking.
You say it's 2 or 3 holes.
No, 2 or 3 putt attempts.
2 or 3 putts.
You usually get through hole number 1 and you look at me like, oh,
right.
okay. You
How
just
many-
see what we're in for.
Gavin, how many holes you think that Eric can go?
And it could run through.
Eric, how many holes you think Eric could play before the guy that they're playing with this guy really sucks. This guy's not. This guy's not good.
I think it's probably one swing, to be honest with you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Just one drive?
I think you can tell by how people tee their ball up and address it. You know,
That's-
you can
that's-
tell
that's fair.
you can
That's
tell
fair.
kind of by what their shoes and their pants are quite often.
What, you're not supposed to get on both knees to tee your ball up?
Yeah.
Drop down on one.
Yeah, it's bad news.
I love this putting thing here, though.
Bobby.
We got some good times. We got plenty of room. Let's get a foosball table up here. You know,
See, that's what I'm saying. We got to we got to
Spins
dress
or no
this
spins?
thing up.
Spins or no spins?
Spins all day. Yeah, we're spinning.
I would rather, Gavin. I'd like to expose them to the hockey game. Let's get one of those. I would rather have the
I played
hockey
one once.
I would rather have the hockey game with the bubble over the top of it, as opposed to foosball. I'm terrible at foosball.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm just not.
Maybe we get a ping pong table in here.
Could we get like a Gallagher style arcade game?
That'd be fun.
I think we'd all be in on that.
What's Gallagher?
Pinball.
Galaga?
Or Galaga, excuse me. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
I'm sorry.
Did you ever play Galaga?
I did. It's been a long time. That was one of my favorite parts of going to the movie theater.
They still have them in some.
Really?
That Webb Chapel Theater still got it.
Okay. It's been a long time for me.
Been a long time. You guys big arcade guys?
I did like the arcade.
Tornado Terry's was my spot for a good portion of my childhood.
Man,
I was a fan.
We had a pinball machine growing up. That's how old I am.
Loved pinball.
Yeah. Like the pinball wizard.
Yeah.
Had Tommy.
Yeah.
Had the whole thing.
Used to call it game ball as a kid. I don't know why.
Yeah. Who knows?
Game ball.
Game ball. All right. The 33rd team. Bunch of failed scouts and executives like myself.
It's okay. I call it Gallagher as an adult.
Yeah, the comedian.
The 33rd team, they've got Greg Jennings, former Pro Bowl wide receiver from the Green Bay Packers, Tennessee Titans, Baltimore Ravens.
The most legendary Madden player of all time.
Is he?
Yeah, no, he is.
Even more so than 04 Vic.
On a broken leg, he carried the team.
He put the team on his back. Never seen anything like that
I
before.
can't
All the
believe you
years you've been
haven't
watching
seen this.
tape, all the years you've been scouting football,
Yeah.
the amount of work you've put in, and you can't go back and forth with me right now about Greg Jennings putting his team on his broken-legged back.
Oh, is this
for
a
victory?
Is this a bit?
Yeah.
that somebody did. I never
It's
saw
not
it.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a
I
bit.
mean, Madden guy
If greatness
won
is a bit to you,
Yeah,
I mean, sure.
Okay, all right, I got you.
I mean, Shannon Sharp lost his mind.
He was the most hardest hitting safety in the league.
Dominated him.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
You should be sorry.
I'll look it up.
And at some point today, I'd like to think I'll forgive you.
All right. He listed his top 10 free agent wide receivers. See if you're interested in these cats. See if you are. Number 10, how about Jarvis Landry? His 2022 cap hit was $3 million. He's with the Saints.
I know you have an LSU bias, but no.
No. Landry, Jennings calls Landry a great player.
Get over it.
Currently,
he's a great player.
Called him a great player.
He's 30 years old. I'd be in.
What does he mean by great?
At $2.5 million bucks?
I like where he's going, but I'm just
He's a great
curious.
slot, possession receiver, has strong hands, really good route runner, understands how to get open, make tough contested catches. Jarvis
Yeah,
Landry.
he can play. Yeah, and he's a good yak guy. You know, now he's not going to run great routes, but you get him the ball close to the line of scrimmage, he makes a guy miss, gets you 6 yards.
Hey, honestly,
again,
I will say, like, if you're playing this 3 yards at a time passing offense that it sounds like McCarthy wants, he might be the perfect player.
Yeah.
If you're going for a yards per attempt of like under 5 yards, this is your guy.
Yeah,
and if
short
you want,
yardage.
if you want to lean into the fact that you have no speed offensively, like if you just want to be that team, like you're so slow that you're almost deceptively fast, I think this might be a home run hitter here.
He was always the fantasy guy. He'd have like 8 catches, 50 yards. He's not giving you much.
No, he's not. He's got number 9 is Noah Brown. Any reason to bring Noah Brown back?
Okay, Noah Brown's ahead of Jarvis Landry.
Wow.
You definitely are out on Jarvis Landry then.
Great player. So if Jarvis Landry describes as great, how does he describe Noah Brown? Seriously, read the write-up
Had a
on this.
really good season. He's none of us knew that he was, but in key moments he made some big catches.
Some big
asserted himself as a target for Dak Prescott.
One of the biggest plays of the year was because of Noah Brown, but
What
it was
a game.
the Jags going the other way for the
way.
touchdown in walk-off fashion.
How about Mecole Hartman from the Kansas City Chiefs?
There you go. Now we're talking.
There's your runner.
Yeah, give me that speed right there.
$4.4 million with the Chiefs. That's his cap hit. He's another guy that suffered some injuries in the past, so we don't get to see him perform at his best. But
And in the present, honestly, he missed the Super Bowl, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm good on that guy. He's always hurt. I mean, Kansas City wasn't able to get the most out of him.
These have all been realistic for the Cowboys, though. These are the kind of guys.
That's why I was kind of thinking about this.
Yeah, these are the guys that are still going to be available after their spring break trip.
Yeah, good point.
After we get back from Capri.
Yeah, week 2.
Next week, free agency,
Week
also
3.
known as spring break.
Everyone else is signed a free agent. Here come the Cowboys. Mecole Hartman's available?
God.
Time to go back. Who's on the board? Yeah, okay. How about Marvin Jones Jr.?
MJJ.
From the Jaguars, $8.7 million. Bigger receiver, had a down year, but we've seen him thrive. He's featured as number 1, kind of a 1B, kind of a guy with Detroit and in Jacksonville.
He's interesting.
Seems like he's old now.
I like that.
Like 5 years ago, we were onto something.
That's analysis right there.
He's a meh kind of guy.
Okay.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
How about-
Absolutely, I get it.
How about Darius Slayton? Gavin, you talked about him the other day, right?
Yeah, I think he had 700 yards last year, 45 catches, something like that.
Slayton's not
Perfect.
bad. He's
He was
underrated.
only a $1 million cap hit last year.
Yeah.
For the Giants.
That's a solid buy cheap, dude.
Okay. I kind of like Slayton. How about Paris Campbell with the Colts?
Now, that's some speed. I'm in on Paris Campbell.
He's 26 years old.
Yeah,
That might
Paris
be
Campbell can play.
He could play a little bit. I'm with you on that. Number 4, DJ Shark.
No.
Wolchuk had something. You were saying something the other day about like your disdain for DJ Shark.
Every year, people are like, DJ Shark, breakout year. He's just, people love
He's
him.
6'4".
Oh, great. Awesome. When's he ever done? Like, DJ Shark never produces.
Yeah, Legadoo Nane.
People sign him. People love him. He put up great numbers. The size, the measurables, never performs. I want guys that play well.
Is that a Legadoo Nane reference right there?
Here we go, boys. Here
Holy
we go.
cow. Chiefs in his bag today.
We're going to rock today, boys.
How about Alan Lazar from the Packers?
Somebody described their excitement for Alan Lazard. I'm not kidding you. In the Matthew Berry Combine Nuggets, the quote from like an NFL person was, "My nipples are hard for Lazard." I'm not kidding you. There is like legit Lazard interest out there.
Had a nice year.
You can literally Google that quote, Walchuk. I know that's what you're doing right now. With
No,
your
I'm
fingers.
not. I'm not.
Next one is Juju Smith-Schuster
Yeah.
at number 2.
Sounds like they got a lot of great guys to call, you know? And teams aren't going to have enough money to pay these guys.
Yeah, Juju's not bad.
And number 1 is Jacoby Myers from the New England Patriots. at
Yeah,
$4
he's
million.
definitely the best.
I remember Jacoby Myers catching his first touchdown.
But Jacoby's going to get big cash.
Which just happened this year.
Big dough. All righty, Krusty's Corner every afternoon with Brian Broaddus, 2:40. That's 1 hour down and 4 to go here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We'll go around the rim, get you a little rim sesh here on your afternoon coming up next here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the nation. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for Chiafalo and Wolchuk to take us around the rim. Let's get some association going, boys.
Here we go. Yes, sir. We cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. Why, you ask? Well, the G-Bag Nation's going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Oh, rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you can hear Draymond Green completely, by using his words, undress Dylan Brooks. I don't know if you guys have heard this yet. We will play that sound here in just a moment. But you have the Warriors in a weird situation. Did you guys see Draymond Green just walk off the court the other night because he was so fed up that Jordan Poole, the guy he punched in the face a few months back, didn't pass him the ball when he was cutting, and he was pretty open on the play, don't get me wrong, but Jordan Poole missed the pass, and so the ball goes elsewhere, and then it's a turnover, and it's fast break the other way, and everybody's running down, and Draymond Green just keeps walking the same direction, virtually into the abyss of forever. As the video cuts off, you're like, did he just retire? Did he just quit?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I did not see that.
I punched you in the face.
And I regret that because whenever they're on TV, I try to observe their body language, and they've done a great job. Like Draymond Green's helping him off the floor and stuff. But you can definitely tell that incident wasn't just a result of that afternoon. There's, it's not a symbiotic, perfect relationship.
Yeah, it wasn't like a 60-second moment where everything leading up was flowers and everything after is going to be flowers. This is something's been brewing here. And I don't imagine that anybody else not passing it to Draymond in that situation, conjures the same reaction from Draymond,
And I don't think anybody would not pass it to Draymond other than Jordan Poole.
Sure, yeah.
Who's a baller. He's a great offensive player, but maybe a shot on the ball hog side.
Yeah.
It's a shade.
Never seen a shot he didn't like. Yeah. There's no question about that.
Him and THJ see the game similarly.
They certainly do, man. And you love him for it. You absolutely can't stand him for it. You do have the Warriors with this a terrible, terrible road record, man. But you believe me if I told you they're 7-25 on the road this season.
Yeah, they started off horribly. They had 10, 12.
Yeah, it was 0-10 to start.
Yeah, they've never dug out of that hole.
I knew them and the Mavs were both really bad. I didn't realize they continued to be that bad.
I didn't know. I wouldn't keep it up with it.
And I mean, to their credit, their home record must be really special because they're still in the thick of things in the West, in the playoff standings. But on the road, they're just terrible. And you've never really seen a champion have that bad of a road record. Really? And everybody has the Warriors as that team of the sleeping giant. Hey, they kind of sleepwalk a little bit through the regular season, but catch their big three healthy, and we know the championship fabric that team has. And so in the playoffs, they scare anybody, and rightfully so. But you've never seen a team with a road record this bad go on to win a championship. In the last 40 years, it was the 2006 Heat, who we all know that was a bull bleep championship anyway, and they were 21-20. They were basically a 500 team on the road that year. They go on to win the championship. That's about as bad as it gets if you're going to be a team winning a championship.
Yeah, that's compelling data as well. And maybe I'm just dug in here. I do believe the Warriors are going to be back in the finals this year. But I think veteran teams can be outliers in that they're coasting. And I think at home with $1,000 front court seats, maybe there's an obligation to put on a show for your fans and to keep winning and to protect the court and all that. And on the road, you're like, whatever, let's rest, or
party,
or you don't have the sense of urgency to keep winning because it really is all about the playoffs.
Right.
Phil Jackson was notorious for coaching his teams to stay fresh in the regular season, so they'd enter as clearly the best team in the 3 seed. That's how they manage the regular season. Just stay fresh, make sure you're hitting your spots.
Yeah, I absolutely could see this Warriors team. I don't think it's the nail in the coffin for them, but it is pretty interesting to consider. But I do think this could be one of those outlier teams. So, especially with the way the West is now, because you have Kevin Durant in warmups last night. I don't know if you guys saw the video, but where
took a dive.
He rolls the ankle, he falls down, and now he's going to be out potentially the rest of the regular season. And who knows how that affects his status in the playoffs.
I think they're playing it swept.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it Mavs Suns right now if it was playoff starting today? Do I have that correct?
Mavs are all the way down to the 8th seed right now.
Oh, well, that's true because one loss can go from the 5th seed to the play-in in a second. So,
and if you missed it, Luka's MRI looks good. So he'll be back much sooner than KD. I saw one estimation said 3 weeks. So if that's true, he'd be back for like the last week of the regular season and playoffs. I think they could still be a factor if they can defend.
So you have Draymond Green has his podcast, as we know, and Dylan Brooks, who is enforcer guy for the Memphis Grizzlies, one of apparently many that they have. He just recently called out Draymond Green. And so on his podcast yesterday, Draymond like put up the quotes and then just went line by line addressing each line from Dylan Brooks and having a comment back. And he goes on for about 2.5 minutes. I shortened it up for you, but here's a synopsis of Draymond Green responding and really, I would say, putting Dylan Brooks in a bit of a body bag here.
This idiot said, I don't know what Draymond does out there. He said, I don't like Draymond at all. You don't know me. I just don't like Golden State. I quite frankly wouldn't like a team that beats me all the time either. I don't like anything to do with them. Quite frankly, you were a little kid in high school watching us win championships. Should be happy that you even witnessed that. Maybe college, but you get the point. You're a fan. Draymond talks a lot. You talk a lot now, so if you have 4 rings, sure, you talk a lot more. Yeah. For All-Stars, you probably talk a bit more. Defensive Player of the Year, you for damn sure would talk more. 2 Olympic gold medals, you definitely would be talking because that would mean you beat Team USA, and we all know how that goes. So gets away with a lot too. What exactly do I get away with? I have 15 texts, 1 less than your dumb ass. Okay, great. His game is cool. If you ever wondered why the Memphis Grizzlies is not ready to compete for a championship, look no further than this idiot right here. They're actually depending on this guy to help them win a championship. And he says his game is cool. Quite frankly, that just shows how little you know about basketball.
And that's just the half of it there from Draymond going at Dylan Brooks. That
terrific.
I just love the NBA for this. Whether it's Van Vliet at the mic just saying whatever he wants about the refs, Ben Taylor.
Ben Taylor,
yeah. And then Draymond, hey, I got my own podcast and I could just let it fly. It's pretty special.
It's crazy since over the last couple of weeks, Dylan Brooks is just taking L after L.
He is.
Like ever since I saw him just savagely trash talking Steph Curry for an entire game, there's another video out there of him trying to trash talk LeBron with no respect for the king. And LeBron is back in his face, and the Grizzlies are like, chill, is just doing his thing. And he's like, no, bleep that. This is disrespectful. I'm not taking it. And LeBron gets the rebound and charges down the court and dunks on Dylan Brooks. And I think he is the number 1 trash talker. And he does it in a way that is getting under people's skin.
Even Shannon Sharp courtside is ready to fight the entire Grizzlies team because
have you heard any of it? He's going to be mic'd up eventually, or somebody's going to be mic'd up, and it is the most disrespectful, vulgar, I'm going to kick your you-know-what. It's different. A lot of times trash talk is one-liners or funny. Mm-hmm. He's just trying to be a full-on bully. Literally trying to steal your lunch is Dylan Brooks' approach to this, and a number of guys aren't taking it anymore, and it's going to create incredible theater because Dylan's not going to back down.
No, he's not.
No, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, he's down. He's down to fight.
Dang right, he's DTF.
Yeah, he is.
He's down to fight. Giannis was talking about coming into the league and how it was different for him, and he says the only team that really recruited him was Old Dominion.
I love it. CUSA, baby.
It would have been so great. He says that was my only offer, and I would have loved to have seen him there. But he says if he could have chosen any place, it would have been Duke. There's still something about Duke that even for a guy like Giannis who didn't grow up in America is going, that's the school. If I can pick it, that's the school.
That Redeem Team show added a lot to Coach K's legacy and mystique as well.
Sure. That's a good call.
The respect that all those guys had for him, all those legends had.
And speaking of the college basketball, we got the Big 12 tournament going on right now, and KU not playing with their head coach Bill Self today.
No,
because he's in the hospital dealing with some level of an illness. Somebody on the text was saying it could be even worse than an illness. I don't know, but he's not on the sideline for the Jayhawks right now, who are in the midst of a game. Who are they?
West Virginia. Yeah, they're at half.
So that's certainly not what you want to see if you're Kansas right now, but they're doing well. They're up 31-23 in KU, the number 1 team, Big 12 champion. So it might not really matter for them, but that is newsworthy, and at least wanted to throw it out today.
Yeah, J.R. Smith recently was on Bomani Jones' show, Game Theory with Bomani Jones on HBO. You guys
That's
remember,
a new show, right, for him on HBO, right?
I think it's
He's in
season
his
2.
second season.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, I thought he was okay.
But and it's good. And Bomani we played the audio of him and Jake Paul a couple weeks ago, which was great.
Yeah.
But J.R. Smith's talking about the pressure of playing with LeBron James. And we remember famously the moment in the NBA Finals where J.R.
Cavs,
Smith
Warriors.
is just unaware of what's happening.
Lost track of time.
Yeah, and LeBron's like, what the bleep are you doing?
Iconic sports photo.
So here's J.R. Smith on the pressure with playing alongside LeBron.
What do you think it is like for these guys playing with this older version of LeBron James? Like the guys that grew up watching him, and now also he's right there next to you.
No, man, it's like, honestly, it's a gift and a curse with playing with Bron. Like, I love Bron to death, and I love playing on this team because for me, I feel like I thrive more under the pressure. But a lot of guys don't like it because, you know, it can go one or two ways. It's either what did you not do to help him win, and who else didn't not help him win, you know? And it's like, bro, don't get me wrong, like, yes, he had 40, 15, 9, and 8, but he missed a free throw too. Like, don't just look at me because I missed an open shot. It's like, we all missing out here. It ain't like it's just, you know, and I think that for a lot of guys, it's hard to, especially with the day and age we're in, social media, continuously people, we got analysts running around talking crazy, and you playing on that team, and I think they're 12 or 13, and they still the most talked about team on TV. So there's always going to be that supporting cast of who's not doing what or who, you know, and if you're not built for that, you're not made for that, it's going to eat you alive.
Yeah, I think that's a huge component of the great leaders and the great players, and we haven't heard a lot about that from LeBron's personality throughout his career. He's always been a great friend, and like the leader and the funny guy on the team has been his persona. I didn't know that dimension of it like J.R. Smith. It sounds like Jordan's documentary where he's talking about, you know, you get to play with me, but there is a downside. I'm going to keep everybody accountable. We're at a championship level here, and I know what it takes. So if I see something that's not championship level, I got to point it out.
Not to mention, we saw this a couple of years ago with the Lakers, but trade deadline, he tries to trade the entire team.
Yeah, he had enough.
Right. It's like, oh, this isn't working out. Who can we get? And then even this offseason, he's trying, this trade deadline, he wanted to get Kyrie. Obviously, the Mavs ended up making the deal, so that was a swing and a miss. But then all of a sudden, you got to come back with the same cast of characters. And now it's, okay, guys, yay, we're back. Let's go do this. Let's make a run at this thing.
Yeah, that's why, like, you know, coaches don't want to talk about it or mention names, you know, and they're always deflecting because it's an impossible place to be. That's why the best GMs are detached from the roster. I'm not friends with you. I might have to trade you. You know, you need somebody who's shrewd and calculating in that decision-making process. And for coaches or players to be so intimately involved, it leads to awkward situations, I'm sure. And a lot of those players didn't like LeBron at all.
Absolutely, man. One of my favorite things about the 2011 finals that sticks out to me, other than Dirk just putting it on everybody, was consistently seeing LeBron ripping into Mario Chalmers.
Oh, yeah.
Young Mario Chalmers.
He was just a punching guy in that series, man.
And LeBron's like, you know, he's just basically just crapping all over the floor in the fourth quarter, doing nothing. JJ Barea is stopping him, and he's in the ear of Mario Chalmers left and right. I believe that continued for the entire duration of that era for that team. But
it was
Obama joked about that at the White House when the Heat went.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It was amazing. We got some issues with Lonzo Ball, boys.
Yeah.
He's going to need
not
a
right.
third knee surgery as he was already shut down, but according to Woj, you know, this third surgery might require 6 months of recovery and rehab. He's already done 2 separate surgeries on that knee in the past 14 months. He's not appeared in a game since January 14th of 2022. This is a concern, I think, for the future of Lonzo Ball's career, potentially.
Lon's no ball, I believe, is what they're calling him now.
That's tough.
We are going to do the top 10 balls later.
I really like
I
this
don't
game.
think he's going to make an appearance.
It's unfortunate. You got to wonder if he's not going to be the same when he comes back now. Very good defensive pass-first point guard when he came into the league. Maybe didn't hit the upside that the Lakers were hoping or his dad was hoping that he would, but man, that sucks for him. And it sucks for that Chicago Bulls team that really put together a nice collection of talent. I thought they were about to launch out there in the East, but it's been rolling the wrong way ever since. Hello, G-Bag Nation, says the 214. Thank you guys for what you do every day. You guys get me through 4 hours of grueling but life-sustaining dialysis. Praying for a kidney soon. That's Tolowing Ken in Red Oak. I'll throw a couple up for you as well.
Yeah, let's get our guy Ken a kidney.
Who's got one?
I'll give you my kidney, Ken.
Let's make this happen.
We only need one kidney each, right?
Kidney Ken.
Yeah, we can do. We
can do that.
Did we determine we just move over all the other stuff? Didn't we talk about that last week when we were doing surgery? We just kind of move everything over.
That's right.
Pull the kidney out.
Just kind of like move everything over in there.
Who do you think has the best kidney to give amongst the four of us? Or the five of us?
I don't know what determines.
It's probably Lucius's kidney, actually.
Kidney health. Not sure. I don't know what the factors are there. Like liver, we know. Like if you're a huge boozer, it's probably.
I'm the oldest, so it's probably a bad idea for me. Probably a bad idea to give him my
maybe
kidney.
your kidney is recovered, Gavin.
I don't know. I doubt it. I be honest with you.
I doubt
it. I'm just I'm trying not to do any more damage at this point. Probably one of the two younger guys.
All right, I'm going to go Carter.
What you're looking at here.
Carter, we're going.
If Ken needs ovaries, maybe.
We got to check if you're a match. you're throwing
ovaries.
Wow. What are you doing, Chief?
Oh man, he's got the vibe going today with the spring shirt.
Carter, get Sparky ready. You're going to get
I
Eric
will
tomorrow.
say this though, I am an organ donor on my card.
Oh, that's good.
And then Lucius has already informed me that if something happens to me, they're taking me.
I'm more of a Nevada donor myself.
He's not worth it.
Definitely don't want your bunion toes.
Yeah, they don't want my bunion toes.
Okay. NFL Draft Big Board Report. What the Cowboys Combine visit tells us about what positions they plan to draft. That's coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion with
Carroll to see him, right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
It is time now for an NFL Draft Big Board Report. I have some interesting facts out of the Combine to run past you and see if it excites you or annoys you. I think it's pretty good stuff here, Nation, as we will have the best draft coverage. Broadus and his team, which now includes Zach Wolchuk, will be all over it for all 3 days of the NFL Draft, won't you?
Yeah, we did actually a draft show today, which was really, really a lot of fun. I got to get back in that host chair, which is kind of interesting to kind of control things. But I had Bobby and Zach and Aisha Morrison and really chopped it up really well. That's on all the Dallas Cowboys platforms. And then tonight, real quick, Bobby and I have Love of the Stars. So get your questions in. If you're on Twitter and stuff like that, fire them at me or fire them at Bobby, and we're going to do a tape one tonight. So if you're interested in those kinds of things.
All right. So, yeah, check that out where you get your podcast. Cowboys Wire, part of the USA Today network, did some good work here. They looked at the meetings the Cowboys had with players. Each team's allowed 45 of them. Positions most visited with: corner, not a surprise. Safety coming in second. A surprise for you, although a number of them later round guys. There were a number of safeties. Or they're planning on losing Donovan Wilson here, aren't they? What else they planning on losing?
They are. That's the one. That just doesn't seem to be. Again, I give Adam and Todd Williams and those guys a lot of credit for getting things done. But yeah, this is one of those that, I think they're pretty far apart on this one from last I heard.
Okay, and then they mentioned the number 3 in the rankings was wide receivers, and the interesting thing there is not the number, because you'd expect them to be looking at wide receivers, but all different kinds of them, big and small and fast and a little slow and early to late round guys. So they want to be prepared probably for any round and maybe take one of these guys.
I'll tell you what, guys, if you could tell me, if you can organize all these wide receivers, please let me know. Because it's tough. When you start to talk about, there's slightly built guys, there's short guys, there's a few tall guys. I mean, it's a really different group than what we've had in the past, because you have some really good ones that are 5'10" and under type, and maybe 170 pounds.
Mm-hmm. And McCarthy's not necessarily a fan of that size.
I mean, well, we'll see. And I know Will McClay was on the draft show from the Combine. And he was talking about, they're a little bit of a team that's a size speed team when it comes to more size, but he was talking about, it's just a matter of finding things that you can do.
Yeah.
What can you play inside? Can you play outside? Can you, it's not just if you're just a one trick pony. It's can you do a lot of different things, and
a lot of the small guys are slot only, right?
There's some guys that play outside too. Zay Flowers
can
from
go
Boston
in and
College
out.
Can play inside, play outside, and he's 5'9".
Right, but maybe a Parker Washington from Penn State. There's that question about Marvin Mims. Now, I think Marvin Mims from Oklahoma and a local kid from Frisco Lone Star, I think he can do both. Some people might say, oh, he's only a slot guy. I think you can kick him outside and play there, but it is small, and we talked about it today. It might be a situation where we need to rethink the weight stuff a little bit when we're going in and looking at these guys, because we've seen guys like Devontae Smith. That was a knock on him. He's been fantastic with the Eagles. Some worried about, okay, is the weight going to be an issue for him? Can he stay healthy? But now I think every year, and Bobby said he might go ahead and look at a trend here over the last 5 years. Have we seen this with receivers specifically? But some of these guys are coming in a little bit smaller, a little bit leaner.
Well, I mean, not only are there more fields with turf on them, but defenses are getting faster. So it's more important than ever to be able to cut very quickly and get into a window and receive that ball and get out. And the size, while great maybe in some environments, those environments are lesser and lesser in today's game. Okay. The other takeaway from the USA Today story, it's just basically kind of echoing what Bobby said about the first 3 picks. It's looking like corner, receiver, and running back with the first 3 picks. And I wouldn't be disappointed in that. I would hope you could get a running back in the 4th round. Do you think there's a big cutoff from rounds 3 to 4 as you guys are looking at it?
Kind of feel like there's that's one of those positions that has a little depth to it. Mm-hmm. And when you look, at those running backs. I want to believe though that to me, if you were to go early, say you were to go early, the two obvious ones, is with Robinson and what he is from Texas, and then Gibbs from Alabama. Those would be, but from that point on, A-Chain from Texas A&M, Bigsby from Auburn. There are guys that can run, catch, kind of complete backs. You don't feel.
And if
like,
I'm doing $10 million for Pollard,
yeah.
I want a budget asset with my other guy. That sounds great.
Yeah, that's to me. If
you're getting complete packs later on in the draft,
yeah. If you get into this draft, and I kind of look at this and go, okay, I could see a guy here in the 4th round.
Yeah, and a guy that could be a local guy from TCU, Kendre Miller,
they like him.
I'd argue might have the best balance out of any of these backs. I mean, you watch a guy like Kendre Miller, it's pretty incredible how he's able to keep his footing.
It's huge.
Low man wins, man.
Yeah.
He's, 5'5"?
Great balance, and he's got a nose for the end zone. I mean, every game this year, he's finding a way to score touchdowns. The production's there. He's used in the screen game. He can adjust to make catches on some bad balls. I mean, Duggan wasn't always the most accurate in the world when he threw to him.
There's a kid, McIntosh.
Kenny McIntosh
from Georgia, that you see plays where the ball is being thrown to him down the field.
Yeah, Tony Pollard replacement there.
Not just screens or bubble screens or anything. Like he's literally lining up and running routes down the field.
Let's get that guy. I'd be excited about that. Yeah. We also have a story up here about potentially replacing Leighton Vander Esch and Anthony Barr, responsible for 1,355 defensive snaps last year. I can't imagine being confident in Clark, Cox, and Gifford and Harper. Maybe you can hope, but that can't be your plan. Is there any way we draft a linebacker at 26?
At 26.
It would have to be Drew Sanders.
It would probably be Sanders from
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Denton Ryan's zone.
Yeah.
I don't hear a lot of excitement in those voices.
I don't think he's a first rounder.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's kind of where he's a pass rusher too. There's when you can actually see him, like when we didn't see Micah Parsons rush the passer, you could actually watch Drew Sanders rush the passer.
Lining up on the edge kind of deal?
Yeah. Hand down.
Like a 3-4 outside linebacker.
Hand down going. And transfer from Alabama. Guys around the ball. Guy can make some plays.
Yeah.
But, and he gets off blocks better than what you would think some of these other. There's been some guys that just can't get off blocks. I think Drew Sanders can get off blocks.
Well, 2 out of the last 6 years, they've drafted a linebacker, and there was very little anticipation of it until almost right up until draft day. And then all of a sudden it was like, hey, they're taking Vander Esch. Hey, they're going to be in on Micah Parsons. But it doesn't sound like from the projections, Bobby, and the other article, that linebacker is on their radar for that early. So if they're thinking day 3 for linebacker, there's going to be some money spent. We're getting ready to see next week when free agency kicks off. I don't know if it's $2 million or $4 or $5 million, but they need somebody in that Leighton Vander Esch veteran role, don't they?
Yeah, but I'll tell you a guy too. If they're going to wait on the draft, this Henley from Washington State is a hell of a football player.
He is.
What round?
I think I got him in the 3rd round myself. And
Okay.
Dallas will draft a linebacker 3, 4, or 5. They've got compensatory picks. Likely an extra 4. They'll probably have a couple extra 5s. So, but yeah, keep an eye on Henley, Washington State, 6'1", 230 is the numbers I was working with. But this kid can really. He never comes off the field.
He
hell
can.
of a player.
I'd also throw out maybe a Cam Jones from Indiana. 3-year captain. He's one of those guys, has the intangibles. Now, he did get injured. He missed the final 7 games of his senior season, but he's got acceleration, burst, shows range and coverage. I thought he was pretty good when I watched him.
I do wonder if there's going to be, if Vander Esch is going to be one of the higher paid free agent linebackers. I'm with you. I think they would need to go get somebody. And, I mean, the Eric Kendricks of the world being available, Zach Cunningham, but Deion Jones having that familiarity in Atlanta with Dan Quinn. I wonder if that would be a veteran guy that they could get on the cheap.
Levante David is expected to test the free agent market.
Yeah, but I would expect him to. I'm just thinking about guys that I would feel like come cheap.
The Deion Jones thing, and we've brought him up, but the thing is, from what we've heard from the Gang of 7, is the relationship there with Jones and Dan Quinn might not have been great.
Not as good as you thought.
Okay, very interesting. Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman's going to join you coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll get back into the Cowboys here coming up at 3:40. What's the most unique fish you've ever caught, Brian? you were fishing for bass, and all of a sudden you caught one of these, and you're like, what the hell is that?
Oh, man, I've been bass fishing. The catfish always surprises me because I'm so used to catching bass or lake, and then there's an occasional, I hate to say this, we take the catfish out and throw them up on the bank. You don't want them in the lake, part of it or anything like that. But
they eat the bass eggs or something?
Well, it's just kind of just that trashy fish, So I'm always surprised when I catch one because you'll be kind of working the bottom and all of a sudden something hits and you're like, oh, geez, now I have to. And they're hard to get off because of all the all the stuff on the body, and you get
the whiskers.
They get stung, and
You don't feel cruel about letting them just drown in the air up there?
So you don't eat catfish?
I do, but we don't. We don't. That's. I'm not going to clean just one. If you're going out there and you're fishing for them, great.
Well, how many do you need? They're so big. It seems like one catfish could feed a number of people.
This is probably 1 or 2 pounds.
Okay,
that's probably. But that's the surprise when you're fishing for bass, and all of a sudden you pull one of those up.
How about you, Lucius? You fish. What's the most unique fish you've ever pulled up?
I don't think it's been a unique fish, but I've definitely had a snake on the line.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I had to cut that joint off.
Wow.
Venomous? And you know what? How about there's like those big, large swimming rat things out there at this.
Oh, yeah, the nutrias?
Yeah, when they jumped on my line one time. Oh, it was so bad because the whole park came out there to look at me struggle with this situation. Everybody's feeling sad and everything.
Yeah,
it's pretty embarrassing, but I was maybe like 12.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever caught a real unique fish. I caught a bull trout once, which was pretty cool because those can be hard to find. It depends on what river you're in, and I'd never caught one of those. But a Florida fisherman reeled in a great white of 13 feet. Imagine that. You're out there on the coast trying to get some redfish or something. Next thing you know, you got a big one on the line, and it turns out to be the apex predator of the ocean, other than orcas, the great white. John McClain, the owner of Big John Fishing Adventures, leading a 24-hour charter off Pensacola last month. Shark took the bait.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Yeah.
The bait was a yellowfin tuna head. In the struggle that followed, McClain and 4 of his clients took turns reeling in the massive creature. All total, it took about an hour and 7 minutes. Not too bad. For McClain and his crew to reel in the massive great white. The boat captain said about a minute after they successfully brought the shark in, they released it back into the ocean.
Yeah.
Now, if I catch a great white, I want to mount that thing.
No, I'm kind of into that. I'm at that point if you're kind of get to the side of the boat, and then all of a sudden it appears, I'm cutting that line right now.
Oh, you're not bringing them up?
No, heck no.
Well, they'll get up there and they'll whip you. Yeah, they'll tail whip you.
Yeah, they will.
I'll tell you what. One of the wildest thing is I saw one time on a boat where a sailfish flew into the boat.
See, there we go. There's a good fishing story.
That's where all was like you're getting it, and it breached and it went into the boat.
That's dangerous.
It bounced off the boat into the cabin area.
Yeah.
No way.
The hammerhead.
Anybody get hurt?
No, they just said we got it and just pushed it right back out. Yeah.
Yeah. Did this. I caught a couple baby hammerhead sharks when my grandparents were living in Tampa.
See?
So it was the Gulf of Mexico.
Off the coast?
Yeah.
Baby hammerheads?
Yes. South Africans are
now,
sharks.
How'd you get the hook out?
Well, we just cut the damn line.
Cut the line.
Yeah. You all of a sudden we got it up here, and one of them we made the mistake of pulling it into the boat, but it was a baby. It was a baby. Yeah. And the next thing you know, it's jumping around. We're like, all right, get this net and whack this sucker right off the boat.
Yeah.
You didn't want to risk anything.
817, I caught a northern pike in Lake Minnetonka in Minnesota. Those can be huge and quite dangerous.
Yeah.
They'll attack a human and put a hurting on you. Alligator gar, says the 817.
Alligator gars are,
couple of different alligator gar folks coming in. That is a very interesting fish. I'm so disappointed to hear that, Brian. Bass are no more special than catfish. You wouldn't throw a bass on shore, would you? As a fisherman and a PETA enthusiast, I'm very disappointed.
I'm all about throwing the catfish into that hot oil.
Yeah.
Is what I'm really into.
Well, you're trying to protect the future bass population of that lake.
I don't want the catfish to ruin my bass lake. That's it. Yeah.
You got to kill off those invasive ones.
Yep.
The bowfin. The bowfin is tough because that thing is heavy. You're like, oh boy, I got me a lunker, and he comes up, and you're like, what the hell? A damn invasive fish that I can't even eat. That one sucked. Oh, we got to run, Nation. Here we go. Cowboy stuff with Wolchuk. Where are we heading, sir?
Well, I've got a new name as CBS Sports put out NFC free agency matchmaking. We got a new player for the Cowboys. Would you be interested in this player? Next on The Fan.
Okay, I would be interested in talking to you about my friends at Men's T Clinic. I can guarantee that. I love Men's T, and what they allowed me to do in 2022 was not only get my edge back, but it's optimized my total men's wellness. Men's T Clinic and their 5 DFW locations. Go to mensteclinic.com and don't ignore the signs of what could be low testosterone. Make 2023 the year of you. Okay, optimize the T, get the energy back, get the drive back, and maybe even put some muscle back on that frame. I started working out again, and it wasn't pretty when I first started, but thanks to the testosterone coursing through my veins, I'm now back in the double-digit push-up club. I think I'm heading for 50. I'm going to try to do some pull-ups as well, and the testosterone not only gives you a biological edge in building muscle, but it also gives you the energy to get that job done. Men's T Clinic, they do specialize in testosterone optimization, but also discreet and highly effective sexual wellness offerings. Men's T Clinic can help facilitate natural hair growth, the PRP, the platelet-rich plasma. They have so much good stuff. Office hours do vary, but they have 5 locations, evening and weekend hours. And if you mention me, they're going to throw in a full year of in-body composition analysis. It's a $500 value. Help you get baselines on all your numbers. Go to mensteclinic.com. Salute.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados. It's Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Whoa. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Yes, sir. Salute. And thanks to the fishermen texting in at the break. A lot of interesting fish have been hauled in, including a trout fisherman, probably a fly fisherman, says caught a bird once. Who knows what's going to be on the end of that line when you bring it back. Here you go. Here's Wolchuk with some Cowboys content.
Let's talk Cowboys and let's talk free agency, shall we? Ooh, who we waving to?
Christy Scales.
It's Christy Scales.
Are you
oh my
kidding
gosh,
me?
Legend.
Christy's the best.
Oh my dear goodness,
Come on,
we
hey,
need to get
Christy.
Christy Scales all up in here.
Hey, how
right
you
on
doing?
cue for a Cowboys segment.
Cowboys content?
Yes. And boom, right on cue. Here she comes, the legend that is.
Can you do some radio with us? Can you hang out, or
party
you
a
got an
little bit?
important?
No pressure, Christy.
Don't mean to drag you into
No
anything.
pressure.
This is wonderful.
How are you? How's the offseason going?
Fine. It's going great. Came in recording some spots, law offices of Erica Salter. So I'm going to start running some spots soon. I will let you read the title of this copy. Zach, I'll let you read the top. Just read the line that says title.
I hope there's not too big of words on there.
Christy Scales, DUI, drugs, assault.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wow.
No, it was not. My mom may be listening. No, that's the title. But anyway.
Meeting
No.
with the lawyers for different reasons, apparently, Christy.
Anyway, no. But look forward to working with them. So, and I think those spots will start running next week.
Okay.
Yay.
Christy, and I'm sure you're busy, so we don't need to keep you long. But if you had to say that there's one biggest need in heading into free agency for the Cowboys, what would you put at the top of your priority list?
Well, they do have Pollard tagged, of course, but we just need to secure more weapons on offense.
Boom.
So, yeah.
Big
Yeah, so
man.
wide receiver. Got to upgrade wide receiver.
All
And
right.
I know I'm defensive tackle, obviously, need depth along the offensive line. Kind of depends what's going to happen at guard. If we'll see if Tyron's going to play right tackle. I think Terrence Steele, having him back, is going to be huge
Yes.
next
Yep.
year. So, and it still sounds like he's going to be ready for the season. So, yeah.
How about Mike calling plays?
No, I think it's good. It's going to be interesting, though. And I think that Kellen became a whipping boy for the fans, obviously. But, if you just look at it statistically, I mean, can you bludgeon that guy? Look
Sure.
at the results, and yet he becomes the whipping boy. But, I mean, I understand with Mike, it's going to be NFC Championship game or bust. And so if my job's on the line, then I want to be the one that's in charge and making the calls and all that. So you guys have been talking about it ad nauseum, and most of it, and I agree with just about all of the points, So, but I'm really excited about this offseason, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do at cornerback as well. So do you think Ramsey? What do you think, Brian?
I don't know if they have. I don't know if they want to do that. They've been looking at a lot of guys through the draft. With the visit
Good
with a lot
corner
of
draft,
guys.
right?
Good corner draft. I don't know with Ramsey if they want to give up the capital to go do something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're claiming to be draft and develop, then why do you want to give all that money?
They did give a 1 for Amari Cooper 4 or 5 years ago. Would you give a 2 for Hopkins?
Oh, yes. In a second.
See, that's
in a second.
Yeah,
in a second.
That's kind of where we're at
Absolutely.
on that too. Yeah.
Yeah, because but the one that helped save that season, the Amari Cooper thing, because that passing game is what it looked like towards the end of this past season.
It did
until they brought Cooper. So.
I'm sure you're busy. Before we let you go, we're heading for another good year, aren't we? We're going to get playoffs 3 years in a row, Mrs. Announcer Man. Woman.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't have any doubt, do you?
I don't. No,
Okay.
I'm feeling good.
Okay.
I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recruit more people to Team Optimism about 2023.
No, I know. I'm with
Trying to get
Gavin
my
on
guy
this one
in
all
over
the way.
here.
Yeah, and Eric is nodding his head, but not as enthusiastically.
Yeah, well, no, I think they're definitely going to be a team that is fighting for the playoffs for sure. And I could very well see them in there. I still think, would you agree that Philly is still, even with all the defenders they're losing, probably the number one team in the division?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then plus they have that draft capital, though, even though
Right.
So that
Top
really
10
helps
pick.
them. Yeah. So, but I don't know that they're going to be able to match what they did last year in bringing in the free agents that they did that made the immediate impact. I don't know that you can have that 2 years in a row, right?
I'll drink to that.
Then with the guy, it's going to be the opposite way, as you alluded to,
Right.
Gavin, with what they're losing. So, but it's always the ebb and flow, right? It's like the pendulum swings one way and then the other. So as much as you hit on it last year, that's same thing that happened to the Cowboys, happens with every team just about. So,
Well, sorry for calling you
Yeah,
announcer, man.
I
That's an
know.
old Price is Right bit, by the way. Remember that game?
Yeah.
Do I have at least 2 numbers right, Mr. Announcer Man?
Announcer Man, yeah.
It's always great to see you. We look
You're the
forward to
best,
catching
Christy.
up with you
thanks
next
for
time,
letting
Christy.
me pop in, guys.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
take
bet.
care.
Always good.
Christy
Chuck.
Scales, the best. Okay, so here is the quick free agent matchmaker that CBS Sports is doing here for the Cowboys. This name is a corner, and it happens to be Marcus Peters. Now, they're putting this as what the Eagles did a year ago with James Bradbury.
Yeah.
This is a move where Marcus Peters made a lot of money. James
Can you
Bradbury
go get Bradbury?
had made a lot of money. You could also go get Bradbury,
Okay.
but is Peters a better player?
I don't think so. He's old and he was boomer bust.
He's boomer
Big
bust.
risk taker.
Turnovers, right? So they write that Peters can be this year's version of James Bradbury, whom the Eagles picked up on the cheap and got a great season out of him. Dan Quinn should be able to get the very best out of a talented player who can slot in across from Trayvon Diggs.
I would be skeptical about it, but I would talk to my scouts and they'd be like, are you sure this guy can play? It doesn't feel like we've heard much about him still being good for 2 or 3 years. He was never the fastest guy. So I would be highly skeptical about Marcus Peters. I think I'm with Brian that I'd rather have James Bradbury.
Yeah.
And just for reference here, Bradbury 1 year, $10 million with the Eagles. That's what it was last year for him.
Yeah.
So if you're going, so maybe it'd be 1 year, 10, 11 million for a Marcus Peters, just to give you some context on what the numbers would potentially look like. I think Bradbury is probably a guy who feels like he played himself into a bigger money
Similar
deal,
to what
like
he got
a
with the Giants. I agree with you.
multi-year.
I think Bradbury's going to be more expensive than a Marcus Peters is for all the reasons you talked about there, Gavin. I think he's a guy that is getting a little bit older. Maybe there's some concerns, one, about the health issues, but two, about he is a gambler. He is boomer bust. But that comes with great reward, much like we've seen from Trayvon Diggs. So, I mean, the Cowboys, to me, I can't get it out of my mind how much they struggled with that number 2 corner.
Yeah.
And as much as we like Anthony Brown, tremendous player 2 years ago for you. But AB was struggling, man.
I don't think
first
he's
half of
coming
the
back.
season.
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
So, that's an area, and sure, we like a lot of the corners in this draft, but they do like to go ahead and put themselves in position where they don't have to take any position in the draft, where they can go best player available. So maybe they do look at addressing corner. Now, one of our Tolos has just recently tagged me in a tweet, Zadarius Smith, who is with the Minnesota Vikings this year. And the Cowboys flirted with him last free agency.
Mm-hmm.
He
After
has
they lost Randy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just put out a tweet. I just want to say thank you to Skull Nation for an amazing season and experience. Thank you to all my teammates, coaches, and the entire Minnesota Vikings organization. Ian Rappaport quote tweeting that and said, Vikings Pro Bowl pass rusher Zadarius Smith has informed the team that he wants to be released. The team has no plans to do that, and the situation remains unresolved. But that might be a situation to monitor, where the Cowboys had interest in him a year ago. He had a Pro Bowl season, and if he ends up being on the open market again, could there be a more interest again between the Cowboys and Zadarius Smith?
How long of a deal did he sign? Are we looking that up?
I want to
right?
say it was 2 years, but I could be wrong.
So there's no intent for them to release.
According to Ian Rappaport right now. But he wants
wouldn't make
out of
any
there.
sense for them to release him. I mean, he
Why-
was one of
why-
the better pressure players in the sport last year.
yeah, but why does he wanna
maybe
leave?
trade him?
I don't know.
They
Maybe
ain't
he's
releasing
not.
him.
Maybe he's not happy with the direction they're going. Did they get a new defensive coordinator? I think they brought in the Broncos guy.
Yes. No, they brought in the former coach from the Dolphins.
Brian
Brian
Flores.
Flores.
Brian
That's right.
Flores is coaching up there now.
And he signed a 3-year deal.
The Vikings have cap issues. Number of players might be getting shook loose out of there, so it might be sort of cap casualty type situation. Adam Thielen available as well. I don't know if I want to spend money on edge. I want to find a budget guys there, like they brought in a couple of veterans last year. Yeah, kind of like Fowler, where it's low cash.
You're going to spend money on edge next year.
Yeah.
With Micah. He's going to break the bleeping bank. So I'm with you there.
Right now, we got to spend money at corner, wide receiver, maybe linebacker, maybe defensive tackle, something like that. I can't spend the money on the edge right now, and I'm hoping Dorrance Armstrong has an even better year. Thank you, Wolchuk. Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman is set to join us. National perspective. We'll get his thoughts on what the Rangers are getting ready to do in this AL West coming up next in the nation.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you are having an outstanding day. We're about to talk some baseball with a special guest. Okay, General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course. You have your main man, Lucius Alexander, in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, 105thethefan.com and Twitch. We're very excited about the baseball season. Not only did the Rangers spend a bunch of money again, but also this pitch clock has the game moving along very nicely. It's a significantly better product, in my opinion. And joining us on the show now is Odyssey MLB insider Jon Heyman. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sportsbooks don't want you to see. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Jon is also the host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball, with Cody Decker and Tony Gwynn Jr., covering the entire MLB. And a good afternoon to you, Mr. Heyman. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. Do you agree with my opinion that I had in there that baseball is a significantly more entertaining product here with this pitch clock?
Yep, they trimmed the fat. Much better for not just for we people on deadlines, but better for the fans. Definitely would be better. I know some of the players are having trouble adjusting, but they'll get it down. And if they don't, they'll just get a violation, and that's the way it goes.
Man, you'll be back out there partying at night here, getting off 30, 40 minutes early, won't you, Jon?
Not exactly, but it'll be great for my deadlines.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that too.
There's not much partying.
No, I hear you. I'm right there with you at this stage. Hey, what was your reaction to this roster the Rangers built? And was this a good idea to throw all this money at a team that couldn't even win 80 games?
Well, I always applaud teams that are trying, and they clearly are trying. So I give them credit. The $500 million middle infield last year, and bringing in DeGrom for $185 million, basically built nearly a whole rotation in the winter, and they give themselves a chance. Obviously, they're in a tough division. Houston's the champion. Seattle made the playoffs. The Angels really improved. So not going to be easy, but it's good to see the Texas Rangers are putting in a major effort.
Jon, were you surprised that they were able to land Bruce Bochy as a manager?
Not really. I think it's a great choice, certainly a very calm influence, a 3-time world champion. So
right.
He certainly knows how to get it done if they do get to the postseason. But, there are a lot of teams that would rather have a manager that will just do what the front office says. And, it's probably difficult if you're 67, I believe he is, years old. And, you've certainly got your own ways of doing things, and they've been very successful. Probably difficult to take any job or even to get jobs. So I'm not shocked he was still available. I'm not surprised he wanted to come back. And good for them. I think it's a great hire.
Jon, as someone who's covered the sport and does it as well as you do, when it comes to Boch, and we got to be out there at spring training and got to just listen to him talk about the game, but what sets him apart from those that you talk to compared to other skippers?
Well, 3 World Series, for one thing. We know he's going to the Hall of Fame. Just a very calm, smart guy. Really knows how to get it done with pitching. Certainly had great pitching in San Francisco. Makes it a little bit easier, but I've got to give him credit for one of the 2 most surprising World Series wins that I've seen since I've been covering it. The 69 Mets were a little bit before my time, but I'll put one of the top 3: the 88 Dodgers, the 90 Reds, and then the 10 Giants, where their best position player, arguably Cody Ross or Uribe. I mean, they did not have a star-studded team, and they pulled off the World Series. So clearly a Hall of Fame manager, and a good get by the Rangers, who are willing to hire a guy of his own mind.
We're all pretty impressed with CY Chris Young as the general manager. What seems to be the national perspective around him? It seems like he's one of the more respected dudes across the sport.
Yeah, well, he's a very smart guy and very well respected. Did a good job in the I guess, the role of czar of punishment or whatever you want to say. I thought he came down hard on pitchers who threw at hitters. I thought that was a very good thing to do. I never liked that idea, and I'm glad to see that he didn't either. He's just basically starting out in the job, so you never know who will be good at it and who won't be good at it, but he gets a head start for being a very smart guy. Princeton man, and I suspect he could have gotten in even without the baseball.
John, you mentioned with the other teams in the West, how do you handicap? Are the Astros clearly the class of the league, and have others gained ground on them as we get ready for this season?
Yeah, I mean, they were so good last year, and obviously lost Verlander, and they don't have a ton of minor league help on the way. They're the favorite in the league. I don't think there's any question about it. I'm not sure if anyone's really gained significant ground on them. I mean, certainly the Angels made some moves. The Rangers made moves. The Yankees got Rodon, which is big, although today we have some injury news on him, and he's not going to be with the team to start the season. So that was a real downer in Yankee camp. I guess they're looked at as probably the next choice after Houston, and they had a rough day with the Bader injury and certainly with Rodon and certainly with some relievers. Very, very rough day. One day of spring training doesn't tell everything, but you can't have a ton of injuries because nobody really has a ton of depth. The Astros are clearly the favorite in the league. I think that's fair to say, and I'm not sure anyone is really close right now. I might have said the Yankees, but today was a tough one with all their injuries.
What do the Rangers still need to add to get in that conversation for you?
I do like what they've done with the rotation. I saw one national outlet ranked as the 16th best. I think it's better than that. I'd still probably like to see maybe maybe another outfielder, maybe another bat, and maybe a little more. I mean, they did really well with the rotation. Not knocking it at all, but every team needs more depth in the rotation, and I would like to see a certainty in the bullpen too. I mean, you can name 5 or 6 things for any team to get, but I mean, I do think that with all the changes they made, they have a definite chance to make the playoffs.
How confident would you be that Jacob deGrom can stay healthy? It's John Heyman with us here talking baseball on the Fan.
He's the most talented pitcher in baseball, but I mean, based off of the last couple of years, you can't be that confident. I mean, he had MRIs, I don't know how many, over the last 2 years, and missed a half season in 21, missed more than a half season in 22, but he is that kind of a talent that was able to get that contract at $37 million a year on 2 half seasons in a row. I suspect they're not expecting 200 innings from him, but if you can get 140 innings, and they're going to be great innings. So it's definitely something to watch. It gives you an ace, and if you get to playoffs with him healthy, as the Mets did last year, and he was the one starter who actually pitched well for the Mets. If you get there healthy, and he's pitching, he'll give you a good chance in the playoffs. It's a big plus. He is the most talented pitcher in baseball.
John, we were talking about earlier about the pitch clock and stuff like that. Where are you as far as the banning of the shift now in baseball? Are you feeling like is this a good thing for the game, or is this, hey, this is something that they probably needed to rethink?
I'm in favor. Anything that gives you more offense, I like that. And the combination of more offense and quicker games, I think it's a plus. So I'm okay with it. I do see the argument against. I don't see the argument against the pitch clock, but I do understand the argument against, guys who really can place the ball. Like, there aren't that many of them, but Freddie Freeman and Jeff McNeil, there are a few guys who can really place the ball, and they really did a good job when there was extreme shifts that were not able to solve them, and other guys were not as good at it. And I do see the argument that you want players to be able to adjust and play the game. But I think this is an adjustment that baseball needed to make. We have too many good hitters who are hitting 220 or 230, and I don't think that's good for the game.
How excited are you for the World Baseball Classic? And do you think Major League Baseball needs to do a better job of maybe trying to bring more attention to it?
I think they're trying. I wish that it had a little more attention, but they're certainly trying to bring the attention. That U.S. lineup is maybe the best lineup ever, beyond even an all-star team. You've got the batting champion, McNeil, batting ninth, and everybody else is a superstar in that lineup. So, there's no guarantee they're going to win because, of course, the best pitchers in the U.S., whether it be a Fried or a Cease or a Verlander, DeGrom, none of them are pitching. Wainwright, who's been a great pitcher over his career, but still not one of the top 20 pitchers in the U.S. now, is their ace, de facto ace at this point. But I think it's great that so many great players wanted to play this. There are three of the best pitchers pitching, not for Team U.S. though, in Ohtani, Alcantara, and Urias are pitching for other teams. And I think it's great that so many of the best players are playing. I mean, to have Betts and Trout and Arenado and Goldschmidt and Alonso on the U.S. team in that lineup, Real Muto, it's pretty special. I'm certainly going to tune in and watch those games. I watched Ohtani today against China. China was giving him a game for 2 or 3 innings, and eventually Japan, of course, broke it open. Japan is awfully tough. Japan, Dominican, Venezuela, there's some really good teams out there. Team USA is not a given.
Team Canada's pretty bad, aren't they, John? We were watching them play a spring training game the other night, and the pitcher accidentally threw behind a hitter.
Well, they're not the best, and they lost Nick Pivetta, who would have been their ace.
Brutal.
He was ill. He actually pitched today in Tampa. I watched that game. So they lost Pivetta, and I don't think they have a ton of pitchers. Quantrill is on their staff. He's a solid pitcher, and Tyler O'Neill will be playing for the team. But I'm not expecting. And Freddie Freeman is on the team.
Oh, that's
so
right.
They've got some good players, but I'm not expecting them, to be up there with USA or Dominican or, they're not terrible. There are worse teams.
John, I hope this is not an unfair question, but in your long career of covering baseball as well as you have, what commissioner you think has done the best for baseball?
I'll say, Selig was in there for the longest period of time since I've been covering it. I think he was in for, I don't know, how many years, 25 years out of the 40 that I covered, and he certainly did the most. Obviously, realignment, expanded playoffs, WBC. He's in the Hall of Fame for a reason. I know there'll be people who say he should have done more about steroids, and that's true to a degree, but the union should have not been blocking him at every turn, and that was a mistake. And, I would say Selig did the most. Of course, Manfred has been in there for almost a decade at this point, but seems like baseball's going on the same path as when Selig was in there. He was an assistant to Bud, and I think it's growing very rapidly and making a lot of money. So that's kind of a telltale sign that things are good. The big question right now is the RSNs and what's going on with them, but the actual sport, I think, and I like the changes, is doing very, very well.
It's MLB Odyssey insider John Heyman with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned Shohei Ohtani. There's been a lot of rumblings about his future there in L.A. with the Angels. How do you see that playing out? And could the Rangers even get in on the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes? Have they been able to build up the farm system enough to make a trade package that would be enticing?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's getting traded. I thought they should have gotten traded last July, and of course now they're coming back with them, and they've enhanced their team, so maybe they can get in the playoffs. I talked to Mike Trout when I was in Arizona. He said, we got to make it this year, not just to make it, but also to give him something to think about. So that, reading between the lines, that can kind of tell you that they need to give him something to even think about. And if they don't, he's surely gone from the Angels. And even if they do, I would say that it's pretty likely that he leaves the Angels. The Rangers were one of the 7 finalists 5 years ago. I mean, I don't know if his tastes have changed, but he didn't have any East Coast teams. He did have the Rangers and the Cubs plus 5 West Coast teams. So, if you believe that and you look at it and you think, well, he's West Coast is most likely, he wants to go to a winner, I would say that the Dodgers or Padres are probably among the more likely. The Mets, who knows what they'll be willing to offer. They can pay the most. We know that, even though they end up paying double, since the tax will be 110% the Steve Cohen tax by next year. So, I'm going to assume that's going to be tough to do to give a guy a $500 million contract and pay 110% tax on it. And that's even before, and there'll be a new CBA in the middle of that, and they'll make it worse on Cohen potentially. So, I think the Dodgers and Padres are probably the favorites as we look at it today. And the Giants will be in there, the Mariners will be in there, and any team that can afford $500 million will be in there.
All right, John, you said you've been covering the sport for 40 years. When's the last time you went to the ballpark to enjoy a game as just a fan?
I went to a couple games with my daughter. She's a Mets fan in the last couple of years. So once in a while I will go, but not very often. I go to a lot of games. I see a lot of games.
What do you as
probably how many a year? 100 and I don't know, 150 a year. It seems like it. I think so.
That's outstanding. Now, when you go as a fan, are you consuming more brewskis that day or hot dogs?
Well, I go with my daughter, and I'm usually driving, so hopefully I'll just have a number of hot dogs.
Okay, so the hot dog is the number one on the power ranking list for John Heyman when it comes to the ballpark foods?
Yeah, I would say. Yes, hot dog and ice cream. That's always a healthy combination.
Who offers the best press box food?
Wow, used to be Royals and the Jays when I was traveling beats on a regular basis in the American League. Press box food, it's not very good. I'm kind of a foodie, so I will say the concessions are better because that's what they charge. So they give you better food. When you're getting food they charge, but just a little bit in the press box. When you don't expect much for $7, and you don't get much. It's I cannot tell you one. I think it's really outstanding at the moment.
Is the Dodger dog all that it's cracked up to be? You can be honest, John.
It's got good marketing. I'll say that.
There we go.
It's not the best.
Odyssey MLB insider John Heyman. Thank you so much for your time and your insights, sir. Enjoy the season.
All right, you guys. Good talking to you. See you later.
Take care. Insider Calls presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. All right, it's always good to talk with such a legend like John Heyman. He knows everything about the baseball. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Meatball Day. I got the top 10 balls. What's your favorite ball? Plus, we got comp picks out. Which comp picks did the Cowboys get? Next on The Fan.
Yeah, before we get to that,
All right, welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Big day coming up Friday. Questions that will shock you, or us. We'll be competing in a live trivia contest with Dueling Mr. Sparkies. Every wrong answer gets a charge. That'll be at 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock with bet payoff immunity on the line. Yeah, Brian?
We talked about this, though, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, like, I was like, listen, hey, slam eggs on my head. Let me dress up.
Let's go.
I was like, no more on the Mr. Sparky thing.
Yeah, I threw it away, Brian. I thought I got rid of it, but
is that on the banned list along with the little nitro gummy bear?
It's not banned. I mean, I kind of liked it.
I would consider the nitro gummy bear instead of the shocker thing.
Okay, I like that idea. You know what? Why don't we go Mr. Sparky and we'll let Broadus go Mr. Nitro?
We do have one remaining. Do you think you can handle that, Brian?
You gonna talk that talk and walk the walk?
I don't know, man. After seeing Eric react, I just know one thing: Mr. Sparky is not a good thing.
No,
that's fair.
It's not
that's
a good. It's not a good thing,
especially when you put it on your balls.
As the only person who's experienced both, I will say, Little Nitro just blows Mr. Sparky out of the water. Like, there's no question which one's more difficult. I would take Mr. Sparky every day for the rest of my life than one more interaction with Little Nitro.
Wow, that did bother you.
No, that was traumatizing.
You don't do well with the really spicy stuff.
No, my tum doesn't. But I
you don't either.
I enjoy consuming from like the
No, you're lying to yourself.
From like throat to mouth, my body loves spicy foods.
As we make
it's
things
everything
up
down in the innards that becomes problematic.
You might like a light spice when it comes to the food, but the 2 times that we've had to do the hot challenges, you almost died.
Okay, so I like spicy food, but I don't like da bomb sauce, which is nuclear. You know, it's sort of
they're in the
its
hot
DNA.
categories,
and then the hot categories. That's over the top. It's like, yeah, I like heights, but I don't want to jump off the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
Like, come on here.
YouTube flagged it for self-harm. YouTube flagged that. They said we can't have these videos on to encourage other people to do it.
Thank you.
To do the little little dude, the little gummy.
Yeah,
I love this. I love the way they're doing this right now. Yeah. They're downplaying Lil Nitro. I'm telling you.
I'm not downplaying
yes,
Lil Nitro.
Oh, you could hear the condescension in his voice there.
I am not. I'm saying
the little itty bitty. Yeah.
You really do struggle with those, though.
Okay.
And I am concerned for you. I don't want you to ever do this again.
Well, if you can handle spicy food, why don't you show us how it's done, Wolchuk?
Oh, why don't you show us how it's done?
Because I'm not making any claims.
You're trying to bait everybody.
That's
I'm not
right.
making a claim. I'm just looking out for my guy over here. I don't want you getting into these positions again. Okay, we're going to spark the hell out of each other. We're staying in our lane, and that's sparking.
That's cool. That's cool.
Now, Brian wants to spark it up and shove nitro in his mouth.
I don't know about that. I mean, after looking at Eric, though, I maybe was talking a little too much there about that. The nitro thing.
There you go. Walk it back. No, that's fine. It's worth it to be the coward now than to be the crotch first guy that throws the nitro in his mouth.
Right. Oh, you were crotch first for sure, but I don't want to do the Sparky thing either.
Yeah,
I'm against that.
Right. Mom, it's time for my segment.
Oh, that's true. It is the Woolly, but we're
you guys
cutting into his time
really
here.
Stepping all over me here.
Sorry, it's meatball day. It's a big day. It's a big day.
It's balls.
Final question, 405.
Don't bleep yourself, Gavin.
For Brian's next bet payoff, can we talk about him and Fish's relationship more? That'd be a good payout, Brian.
That would be actually really good.
Might write a book about that. Fish, chapter 17. You know? No, hey, we'll get into it one day.
Okay.
One day.
In podcast form.
Yeah.
Right.
Was it the 405 that drew me off sides?
Yeah.
I thought it was the 405.
Yeah.
And he's back. He's back for more.
He's back.
He likes to stir that pot.
Yeah, he does.
Is that Tampa 405, by the way?
That's a good question.
I think so. Maybe
I
not.
have the same Googles you do, right? That's Reggie's famous line.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. 405 area.
Oklahoma City.
Oh, wait, I'm way off.
The 9th dirtiest city in America, according to
wow, what
the
I think that
random list we
405
saw.
was Tampa.
I don't know.
I don't know why I thought that either. Go for it. What do you got today?
I get to do this now?
Yeah,
All
I was
right.
looking at you. Go.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lucius. Now I feel like I'm back at home. Cowboys have been awarded 2 fifth-round draft picks, number 169. Nice. And 176 overall, plus a sixth-round choice, 212 overall, in the NFL draft. Those are the compensatory picks.
And you can move them.
You can't trade them.
You can move them.
So those are from losing Randy Gregory, Connor Williams, and Cedric Wilson last year in free agency. So that's what we get for those players departing.
Let's
So
trade
I'm
for
excited.
Cedric Wilson back with that pick. I think that'd be the smart thing to do.
I think that'd be good. All right, National Meatball Day. I've got the top 10 balls. Now, this is a combination of
food balls,
sports balls, all kind of balls. What is your favorite ball? Got a lot of text saying the left one, maybe the right one.
The one that works.
Put it out on Twitter as well, at Zach Wolchuk. You can find me there. Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Where are you going with your favorite ball,
Yeah, I don't
sir?
think I have a favorite ball. Maybe the ones the 25-cent little bouncing balls, super bouncing balls.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you lock yourself in a bathroom or some room where you can just bounce it everywhere and it goes do all over the walls.
It's difficult to corral that thing when it's going.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. The one I don't like is a football, though, just because it embarrasses you when you try to chase it.
Yeah.
It switches direction so quick.
Bounces all over the
It
place.
makes you look ridiculous.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, I don't know if KD's liking a basketball too much after that sprain last
that
night.
thing-
Man, that's rough to watch.
That's
Hopefully
on
he's back.
That's the home court, too, that he went sliding
That's
on.
that was supposed to be his first home game as a Sun
against
Wow.
the Thunder's old team.
Buzzkill. Yeah, I bet
he's out for the
StubHub
year.
loves it. They're going to get his first home game again. Get some sales going on. I do like the spicy meatball a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. Especially one that Brian makes, because he'll go get the good meat and everything. It's not some cheap meat that they're making those meatballs out of. As far as a top sports ball, I was traumatized by that bouncy ball Lucius was referring to. We used to do this thing in like a grocery store parking lot where you'd spike it and it would bounce and it would just be like, who could get the best bounce? We're 10 or 11 years old, right?
Yep.
And it hit like this teenager's like mini truck. Like in the early 90s, like the Chevy Love Slammed was like the deal. And that was usually a teenager, who had it. So it hits like his truck and it, for some reason, it echoed. And he was walking out of the grocery store at that exact time, and he looked at us, and he was livid. Like we had scratched his cherry Chevy Love Slammed mini truck.
Mm-hmm.
And in our 10 or 11-year-old minds, we were done. A teenager was about to kick our asses, which is about the scariest thing for an 11-year-old boy.
Oh, big time. Yeah, 100%. You don't want any of that. I do love the meatball. The meatball's a great ball. I think the most underrated sports ball, though, is the lacrosse ball, man.
That thing hurts.
No, it does hurt, yes, if you're getting, but just in terms of like a play around ball, the way it bounces and it's extremely bouncy,
Very
but also
buoyant.
has like some weird angles in the way it can take off on you.
does.
We used to we'd have one and like we'd in the hallways of high school, we'd just be bouncing it with each other and who knows who's going to get to land it before the bell rings and you got to get to class and then you're the one with the ball and then between periods, man, you're bouncing that thing. The lacrosse ball's legit.
Really?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever played with
If
one.
you get hit with one, though, you're going to feel it. And you're going to bruise.
Then why those goalies wear no gear?
Well, they
Those
do.
dudes just have a bigger stick.
They live
wearing
with
shoulder
giant
pads.
bruises on their thighs.
But they don't have any like goalie leg pads.
They don't. No, they don't have leg
How do you?
pads.
I mean, it's like you're putting them in the worst possible situation. Oh, here, Jim, have a bigger stick.
Well, because they're tough as nails, Brian.
I would not play goalie in that sport.
I wouldn't either. You know who was a good goalie was Doak Walker's grandson for Highland Park.
Oh, was he?
He was actually pretty solid. Now, Bryce, for the Twolo chat, said Cheesecake Factory's mac and cheese balls. Get a vote from him.
Yeah.
They
Ooh.
sound delightful.
I was thinking of the Boudin ball.
Okay, the Boudin ball's been texted in a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not alone there. We've also got Queso dos Fritos.
You butchered that.
Sound delicious.
You butchered that so bad.
And it says quesos. I don't know. It's some kind of cheese ball, I assume.
The red recess dodgeball. Oh, that's a great ball.
That rubber thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
dude.
That's
Hell
a
yeah.
concussion
Play
waiting to
wall ball with
happen.
that too.
Gosh,
Yeah,
those
that's-
things are fun.
You can break a lot of stuff in your mom's house with that ball.
Yeah, you
Oh.
can. Oh,
Yeah.
tetherball. Yeah, that one's getting.
Did you guys ever get your arm hooked in the tetherball thing
Oh,
on
yeah.
the rope against?
No, I was an athlete.
Ooh, had good hand eye.
Hell yeah.
Look at
That was
Wolchuk.
probably my best sport.
Was it?
Yeah, I used to kick ass.
I'm the champion. I'm a champion.
Come over here and challenge me.
What about those like stress reliever balls? You know, you get the two
Stress
of them and
balls.
you just kind of like go,
Yeah.
you go around with them.
Yeah,
Those are
stress
fun.
balls, an honorable mention. So is pool balls for the pool table.
Oh, yeah, the cue ball.
The volleyball.
The 8-ball, really.
But the number one
Even
honorable
better.
mention, and this was probably voted on by myself, is the matzo ball.
Oh, for sure. Hey, it deserves a place, man.
Go
Yeah,
get
it
him,
does.
Larry Lucky.
Yeah, we should actually go to the Deli News right around the corner from the Star there. We should meet there for lunch or breakfast one morning.
Bring it back
Cake
on a
balls.
Friday.
Breakfast.
Oh, yeah.
Any love for the cake ball?
Okay, we'll get to the cake ball.
I'm sorry,
All right, you're getting overzealous, damn it.
My
Can I get
apologies.
to the freaking list?
He
No,
got
it's on me.
excited for that
Yeah.
rubber
Gosh,
dodgeball.
He
ball.
gets excited for rubbers. Not. That's something Eric's never said. Number 10 is the ping pong balls.
Oh, it's a great ball. Yeah.
You mean beer pong ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beer,
Ooh, the
ping
beer
pong's
reversal.
great.
Yes.
Hey, we could get a ping pong
It
table
is
up
the
here.
Beer pong ball. It is.
I can't play ping pong.
You don't play ping pong?
I can. I'm awful. Hand-eye poor.
Yeah, that
Very
makes sense.
poor.
Oh, you remember the old radio antenna balls, Brian? Somebody just texted that in. You get like a little.
What are these?
You get like
The
a little
Jack in the
foam
Box
ball that went on the top of your thing, and it would advertise like for a gas station or
Okay,
something
yes.
like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was Jack. It was Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Yeah,
Saddle.
there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Number 9 is cheese balls.
Cheese balls, for
Excellent.
sure.
Yeah.
That's a
Delicious.
give up. If you put, I don't know, that's a give up at a party.
Oh, you'll eat the hell out of those.
The big just round that cheese
Yeah.
ball that every nut scrapes off.
But
of.
they're good.
No.
Oh, I
That-
thought we were talking about like the Cheeto
Cheese
puff,
curds?
Cheeto puffs.
Oh.
The balls.
Cheese balls.
So that okay. Well, then you guys are talking about two different things.
Oh, I'm
then.
talking
Yeah, we
about
are.
the kind of the dip,
The
like
dip,
the
yeah, the
charcuterie.
holiday
You
thing.
sit in the middle, and you got
Version.
the club crackers, and you're
that's
kind
good
of
cheese
scraping.
You're all
Oh.
scraping off the cheese ball.
It's all in
Yeah.
the cheese ball family,
Okay,
right?
cool. Yeah,
Do we have
absolutely.
to
That's
fight
just
about
awful.
it? I
No.
think we should just hug.
If you bring that, you're a quitter.
All right. Number 8 is the golf ball.
The golf ball's a great ball, man.
I
We're
lose
playing
too
with-
many of
we're
those.
playing with some.
Yeah, I lose too many there.
Is that
some
the
golf
most
balls.
lost of the balls?
Absolutely.
Oh, by
Definitely.
By a long
Yes.
mile, right?
Yeah,
the
how many
good
of
ones are
those?
like $5 a ball too.
Gosh, I've lost
Insane.
a lot of those.
You never can find the ping pong balls when you're playing that game though. The
beer
with
pong?
Beer pong.
I lose a
You
lot
always
of
have to
those.
buy new ones.
Eric and I
every
are
game.
chasing. We're checking, ducking under tables and chairs, and oh man.
I do think the 903's onto something here. Walchuk is a little extra testy on National Meatball Day.
Yeah, because I can't eat any meatballs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Wait,
testy.
really?
I felt
No.
it earlier.
Yeah, he is.
I'm
Burning
testing.
holes through me like he's brought us at spring training.
Well, you're getting on my last nerve today, Dawson.
We had a pre-show meeting about that. Come on, all right.
I'm going to need to talk to Spittle after the show. My feelings are hurt, Gavin.
Let me raise my hand.
Number 7. Number 7 is the sausage ball.
Oh, dude.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Sausage ball's pretty good.
Yes.
Number 6, we've got the cake balls.
Cake balls, talk to me. And the Oreo balls. There's a new iteration of the cake ball.
There's
It's an
Oreo
Oreo ball. Yeah,
balls?
people are smashing up Oreos and
Making
concocting
up
them in
once
a way
again.
that becomes a ball. Yeah, make it up. Yeah.
Here we
I'm making
go.
it up.
No,
I'm
I
making it up.
believe the Oreo ball.
Oh, no. Why would you? I'm making it up.
Captain,
why would you?
Captain Embellish over there. Oh, look at her crushing up Oreos.
Hey, a little hyperbole never hurt nobody.
817 brings up a good question though. Where's Donut Hole fit in this? Is Donut Hole
That is
eligible?
that is really a good question.
Donut hole was a top 5 hole when we did the top 10 holes.
It was a number 1.
Was it really?
Yeah, I think it was the number 1.
I thought the hole in one was number 1. I apologize. I
Well,
don't
and
remember
maybe
that
it
particular
was.
list.
I don't know. For me, just as an inner fat man,
Right.
the donut hole is my favorite hole.
For sure. But I do think it deserves a place in the conversation of greatest balls.
It does.
Yeah.
It's
got
not-
versatility,
it's
position,
ball-like,
flex.
yeah.
It's not on this list, and it might just because it doesn't have ball in
Here
the
we
name.
go.
But you're
Great
right.
list.
You're right. Okay, go bleep yourself, Brian. You know, and I'm going to throw you right out of this window in a second.
Well said there.
Here's the top 5. Baseball at number 5.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball?
Number 4 is the meatball.
Yes.
Now, is this the juiced baseball or is this just the run-of-the-mill baseball?
I think we got to go juiced.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
The one you
Cliff
tried to
balls
steal
are
from the
juiced.
Rangers? What
All right.
about that ball?
Why don't you pipe down over
Okay,
there?
you never know who's
I'm
listening.
start
Why-
calling you Chael Sonnen.
What the hell? What are you doing? Number 3
Eric's
is
just walk in a bat bag with him, a baseball. So
number 3.
Gotta check this
Oh.
at Southwest. You think they'll notice?
I walked out of the ballpark. I walked through security in full Ranger gear by the end of that week, man. It was great.
Cleats.
Number 3 is basketball.
I love a good basketball.
Same, bro.
Number 2 is the football.
Boo.
Oh, the hush puppy got texted in.
Oh,
crap! I got to redo this
jeez.
whole list.
Gosh.
Freaking love hush puppies. The jalapeno hush puppies. If you ever go to Rockfish, make sure you order those.
Yeah,
They're
those are
freaking
good.
delicious.
Yeah.
But number
Nate's having
1,
are good too.
the most popular ball worldwide happens to be the soccer ball.
There you go.
Look at that. Yeah, very
I
popular.
believe that.
Beautiful
Yeah.
game.
Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 every afternoon here. Let's go around the NFL. You got your list in, right?
Yeah, we're going around the NFL.
Yeah, we're going to go around the NFL. Is the GOAT about to go full Favre? It's next here. The G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, let's go around the NFL. Little old school stuff, and the tease is the GOAT about to go full Favre. Now, if you remember a couple of days ago, Tom Brady tweeted that if you think I'm considering retirement, then you don't know what it's like to be a dad that just adopted a kitten with your daughter. Okay, apparently he's taking up all of his time. Well, Scott Zolak, former Patriot teammate, backup QB, now on radio there in Boston, WEEI. He was talking about it. Here we go.
Brady may go to Miami. I think that's in play. I do. I think the possibility of him coming out of retirement is definitely 100% in play. I mean, you could sit there and look at the kitten tweet from yesterday. Don't buy that. This isn't me saying it. This isn't someone close to Brady. Like, it started with Rich Eisen. Eisen's out the Super Bowl. Multiple people that dropped the hints. This is Colin Cowherd. He knows the Fox people. I don't think he's going to call games. How does that deal get done? How do you sign a guy to that? $375 million 10-year contract to call games. He's not even going to do it next year. Okay. I know his handlers have moved to Miami. It's built for him. He was looking at private schools for his kids. And Cowherd talks about the San Francisco offense. He's not talking about San Francisco. He's talking about Mike McDaniel.
Okay, talking about Mike McDaniel. Wow.
Juicy, man.
He's connecting a lot of things. The handlers moving to Miami, that's not a surprise. If you're already in Florida and you can choose what city you're going to go to, I think a lot of people would choose Miami. Looking for private schools for his kids, I don't know. That might just be, a coincidence. If your wife is going to be down there, or now your ex-wife and she's flying to Brazil, like Florida's a really good place to be for airfare, for weather,
international travel.
Yeah. There's a lot of benefits there.
You could go Europe and you could go South America from that location easily.
So what do you guys think? Is there something here?
I think there's something here, especially Zolak saying it, who is the color voice for the Patriots. He's the one we always hear that's like, jumping up and down and screaming and getting all excited. He, I would think, has some kind of relationship with Tom.
They were teammates, weren't they?
Yeah. I mean, he goes back to the early 2000s, on those Super Bowl teams. So, I mean, if he's saying it, I don't think he's just throwing it out recklessly.
I think the one that got my attention was Rich Eisen, just because Rich is a Michigan man. Rich went to school at Michigan. Tom Brady, there's a connection.
There you go. Yeah, that's interesting.
There's a connection there.
The Cowherd angle was nice as well.
Yeah, that is super nice. Getting the Fox perspective of like people saying, I don't know if he's really going to end up doing the whole broadcaster thing, even if we know it's not going to be this upcoming year, but maybe even everything after that. And leaving all that big contract money on the table is a little bit insane if you're Brady. But the Miami thing last year, that deal was pretty much done for Brady and Sean Payton to go to Miami together.
Was there a part of the team was going to get part ownership?
Boom. That's exactly where I was going.
That's
with
what it was.
There was some level of Miami allowing some type of ownership stake involved with Brady, which could propel him obviously after his playing days as well. And that would, I would imagine, make up for whatever $300+ million he's leaving on the table if he's neglecting the broadcast gig.
If I'm Fox, this is going to sound strange for the way I'm about to say this, I'm hoping he bails on our deal. After what I've seen from what their first team did last year and how they covered the Super Bowl and all that.
There was a bidding war when Tom agreed to this 18 months ago. Now there's not.
With that tight end did a great job.
Greg Olsen.
Olsen, I thought did. And if I'm Fox, I'm kind of thinking we could save that money. Yeah. We could sign Greg Olsen.
It's stupid money.
And we'd be just fine here. I think what you have with those two guys at Fox. And if Tom were to decide to leave, I would be like, maybe he's doing us a favor.
Oh, absolutely. It's difficult, and I don't know how much star power affects the broadcast booth when you're talking about a game basis. Obviously, they think it's important, but what I remember about those negotiations as the CBA was coming up and all the networks were positioning themselves to try to get the most TV money possible, they wanted those names for negotiations. Hey, we have Tony Romo. We have Tom Brady. Now that a lot of those network deals are done, I agree with you totally, Brian. I bet Fox wouldn't mind it at all if Tom. I mean, it's $37.5 million. That's twice as much as Tony's getting.
Right. That's insane money. So I would agree on that 100%. And you would think now the Miami situation looks even more enticing for Brady than even it did. I know there was the lure of Sean Payton, but now you've seen since then they've brought in Tyreek Hill. And Mike McDaniel just showed, hey, I can make a guy in Tua who most people were counting out. I can make him look dang good. And, oh, my gosh, we almost went into Buffalo in round 1 of the playoffs with Skylar Thompson. And almost won that game. Brady's got to be – there's probably bad taste in his mouth going out the way he did. Not necessarily individually, because I still think he played well, but going out with the losing team is just an all-around bad year. And now it's like, man, I could just go down the street into Miami with a ready-made situation and a great offense. He's like, man, if Tua can look like that, what could I look like?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, I think there's some possibility in here. And we know it's a decision he's got to be wrestling with. And I could have seen him be emotional at the end of the year with everything that had gone on. And as now months are passing, he's thinking, man, I really can't walk away from this kind of an opportunity, could I? I always think all-time greats can come back because they're the rare ones who can still play. Bassick always talks about it, and Derek Holland is living it now. Players always just think, man, I just want to do it one more time. I got to get out there in front of that those fans and that stage, and it's so adrenalizing. They can't put it down.
Hard to move on.
The game retires players, and if it's a player's choice, I always think they're gonna regret this in a little bit, and it surprises me when they stay retired. I was thinking Tony Romo was going to come back for 2 or 3 years. All right,
Still mine.
Yeah, right. Yes. Hashtag real backup. Here we go, nation. It's time to go around the Mavs. Is the losing getting to Kyrie a little bit? And maybe the latest on Luka's injury. We have that Kyrie audio if you want to listen for yourself, and the very latest injury news on Luka Doncic here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk D&M leasing.
I do too. I think that, there's people that will say there's things that Luka can learn from Kyrie.
Absolutely.
Watching him play basketball.
Yeah.
There's things that you can learn. And that's and you're not being critical of Luka. You're just trying to say, hey, this guy, you might be a top 3 player in the league. This guy's a top 5 player, top 6 player in the league too.
I think this is a really interesting thing because last year in the playoffs when Jason Kidd talked about the defense, you got a great reaction from Luka, and he played good defense the rest of the playoffs other than maybe one game that I can remember against Golden State. This year, you're asking him to make some adjustments and stop complaining about the refs, and I don't think he's been humble to the point where it really has affected his energy. He's laughing and joking around all the time, and it's I don't see a guy that's been checked. And your head coach, especially with young stars, needs to be able to do that. And I think Jason Kidd does, but I think Luka's confidence borders on arrogance so much that it's yep, coach is mad at me, but dude, I'm amazing. And in order to get better, you're going to be dang, coach is mad at me. This is messed up. My coach doesn't think I'm doing a good enough job at this, and this. And in order to put the team in the best position to succeed, I got to do better at this.
Yeah.
And I just don't think Luka truly self-evaluates because of the confidence that borders on arrogance.
I totally agree with you.
And that was his rep coming into the league.
See,
that he had such elite confidence that it rubbed people the wrong way.
You know what? And he performs. He does.
Yeah.
But it just seems like to now, if you ask me, Kyrie's the one thinking okay, I've got to. He's the one admitting I have to adjust my game. I haven't heard Luka say, "Hey, I need to adjust my game to help Kyrie." I haven't heard that. I've heard it from Kyrie saying, but it's to your point, Gavin. He plays at such a high level that you say something to him and say, "Fine, yeah, thanks."
Yeah.
That kind of Where maybe with Kyrie. You see him locked in on the timeouts. You see him talking to people. Luka's over there trying to get in the official's face about, what just happened 3 possessions ago.
And I think those things are fair. And to kind of prove your point that you made 5 minutes ago, you have to acknowledge that he and Kyrie together are tremendous offensively. They're top 3 in the league offense. Luka continues to have 30-point, 10-rebound games. And
while being banged up.
Yeah. So he's doing an incredible job. But in order to get to a championship level, you can't just say, well, I'm getting the stats. It's got to be am I taking care of every little detail to make this team as efficient as possible on both ends of the court? He's just not professional enough for that anymore. And I think that's what Jason Kidd's been hitting at.
Yeah, there's a maturation thing. When you talk about Kyrie, there's a decent age gap between these two guys. Kyrie's been in the league for a while, and he's clearly matured in a leadership way that Luka quite hasn't yet. And I think those are the biggest knocks on him. The referee stuff, not getting back on defense. I think the adjustment to Kyrie and playing, I think that can be a challenging thing for anybody. And this is all happening right now in real time. And I think there's a patience that needs to be granted here.
Yes.
From an on-court integration, stylistically, I've been the best player since day one. At every level, I've played a certain way, and now I think it's fair for Luka to say, okay, give me a little bit of time here. He's got the basketball IQ to say, hey, in time, we can get this done. Unfortunately, for the right now, you don't have a ton of time, but to step back and just be fair about this, I think that is all something that can and still will come. But all the maturation stuff and the leadership and the yelling at the refs and not getting back on defense and sometimes just not trying on defense, I think those are all extremely fair criticisms that you hope dissipate as he matures.
No question. And the T's, the technicals, are now starting to get up to where he's about to be suspended again. And this is the second year in a row that you're dealing with it.
This is the last thing that they need is him not playing.
Because he's banged up, so he's going to miss some time. And the good thing is the MRI was all good, right? But now if he gets suspended again, but I do think that, you're right in terms of Kyrie's played with a bunch of other superstars. He's had to adjust his game before. He knows how to do that. This is really the first time Luka's had to do that. They tried it with KP. KP's not on the level of these guys. He's not.
Yeah.
But he never viewed KP as an equal to him.
He didn't, because KP's not an equal.
Yeah. This is the first time he's done it. Yeah. And Kyrie has a tremendous off the ball IQ and court instincts, and he's a total student of everything that comes offensively, not just what I do with the ball in my hands. And maybe the experience, his natural basketball approach is better fitted to be a secondary type player. I think Jason Kidd sees that as well. Just meet me 10 or 15% closer to what Kyrie is doing when you're both on the court. And then when he goes, if you want to run your methodical deal for those 15 minutes a night where you're on the court with the jobbers, then I'd say have at it.
And I still think the reason why we couch things after criticizing Luka and then you get back into the things he does great, because it's still very, the pros and cons of Luka are still very much more higher in the pros. Like everything, all his good stuff far outweighs all the bad crap.
But we should not be afraid to criticize Luka.
No.
We should be.
Yeah, I think you're worried about losing him. I think that's what a lot of people are.
And there's some of that too.
Well, if he's that mentally soft, then why?
But he's not. I don't think that he is. And just because you're being fairly critical doesn't mean like the 817 says you're Luka bashing. It's not. You're not Luka bashing when you're just being openly fairly critical of a player. He does amazing things. He's still one of the top 5 players in the NBA.
And he had an MRI today. It was clean. So he's if he has to miss additional time, it's not going to be much, and it's not a bad injury. But I don't think he's going to be playing back-to-backs in the regular season again. All righty, when we come back, it's time to hit the Expressway, brought to you by Rockwall Ford. There's an update on that Sean Kemp story you'll want and other developing news stories. Then Bobby Belt, then LA Live here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Frankels. Yeah, let's do that because we got the rain coming down again.